I didn't see only news.
In the day's other headlines, police moved in.
At the Helldivers post, they're like, "What what jams do you listen
I did
to?"
say that. Very funny.
I don't got time for jams with all the news.
Pro-Palestinian encampments at 3 universities across the country.
Pro-democracy
Lisa Desjardins has the story.
Before sunrise, police arrived at the University of Pennsylvania to disband a 2-week pro-Palestinian encampment. Some demonstrators were hauled away and more than 30 people were arrested. Governor Josh Shapiro said they were warned.
By their own admission,
we warned you.
The leaders at the University of Pennsylvania.
There's a Face the Nation or whatever, Meet the Press, they're the same show, but it's with Tom Cotton. I got like 10 seconds in and I was like, Nazi, add to list.
I think I did say that. I'm not sure whether I added it or not. I'll double check.
Those who are living in these so-called encampments are violating the rules of the university and in some cases the laws of the city of Philadelphia.
In Boston, a similar pre-dawn scene at MIT. Police removed tents and barriers. We'll be back. 10 protesters were arrested, but some remained defiant.
We'll be back. It's actually quite embarrassing. They had hundreds of riot gear officers, state troopers, all to come down for a student encampment that was peaceful.
I have a story. So I was buying clothes yesterday, and this kid said something. You know how parents correct their children and how they talk, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know what the context was. They're like behind us in line, but she's like, the mom goes, "No, it's not like Muhammad. It's Mohammed or Muhammad or something." And the thing is, I'm like, it's actually like very many things.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Like there's so many pronunciations, and it's like it depends on like Mohammed is like
and it's like country specific too, right? Isn't
Pakistani name.
That's what I thought is like it's country specific as well.
Yeah, and then there's like there's the guy who was in Gitmo, Muhammadu. You even got those variations on it.
It's a very funny point.
Oh, it's time here.
And in Tucson, riot police at the University of Arizona fired tear gas at protesters and broke down wood and plastic barriers.
Chemical weapons. Right.
At least one commencement speaker has canceled. Author Colson Whitehead will no longer address the University of Massachusetts Amherst graduation ceremony.
I just want everyone to imagine what this would be like if Trump was president, okay?
Oh, yeah, it would be way fucking worse.
The cops on peaceful protesters is a shameful act. Elsewhere, an act of mass applause.
Asna Tabasum.
Especially when they do brutality, and the president is like, "We're with you. Do the brutality. You're the lawful ones. They're the criminals."
Repugnant.
University of Southern California.
Oh, look, the fake USC.
Cheers for Asna Tabasum.
You may not know this, but Asna is USC's 2024 valedictorian.
A prominent
Did she get a
student
speech?
activist. The university canceled her speech, but students at an award ceremony gave her a standing ovation. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins.
There were also arrests at New Mexico State University last night. Police charged 13 people after a school building was damaged.
You may not know this. Everybody knows, you piece of shit.
Protests over the war in Gaza are also making headlines at this year's Eurovision Song Contest in Malmo, Sweden, the world's biggest live musical event. Israeli singer Eden Golan has made tomorrow's finals after modifying her song. Organizers ruled that the original, about the October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, was too political. On Thursday,
is that really what the song is about? Oh my god!
An October 7th song for the finals.
Oh my god! There's no fucking way. And they're winning, right?
No, I think some Switzerland, Finland, Denmark country won. One of the faggy ones.
10,000 demonstrators took to the streets. Security confined Golan to her hotel room while she's not performing. In Ukraine,
I'm sure there's
shifted
such a
to the
threat.
Kharkiv region in the northeast. Overnight, Russian forces bombarded the city of Vovchansk near the border, and ground troops.
I don't know. Whoa! Would people be that dumb to actually try and attack the fucking Eurovision representative for Israel? Like, is somebody that dumb?
Hang on.
Just knowing the optics that would bring. Surely nobody is that fucking dumb.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone that Black September killed an entire Israeli Olympic team.
I don't know what that is.
Black September?
Yeah.
It's a terrorist organization.
Ah, okay.
Guess
well, they're terrorists.
Yeah.
These are protesters.
Supposed to be at the Olympics either, you know?
Israel wasn't.
No, the terrorists. They were shot in their room too.
Oh, no shit. Interesting.
Yeah. You don't know about this?
Nope.
Invaded this morning.
There's a Martin Scorsese movie on it.
It's probably fine.
And said they blocked the Russian advance, but they ordered the evacuation of 3,000 people. The White House said U.S. officials believe the Russians now aim to create a new buffer zone inside Kharkiv. The death toll from flooding in Brazil rose to 113 today. Days of heavy rain have battered the country's south, and floods have driven more than 300,000 people from their homes. Soldiers have been out rescuing survivors in inundated areas, but some who relocated to makeshift shelters say they're being plagued by thieves.
Saw a lady today
A man went to work and asked them to
on
look
Twitter,
after
and she had been displaced before when Russia displaced her in World War II, and she's being displaced by them again.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that one.
So this just interesting enough came up, just talking about the Olympics. You know, France is running drills on terrorists at the Olympics for hostage-taking scenarios. Why are they doing that? Like, think about the political atmosphere right now. Like, it's a hostage scenario is now way more likely than a terrorist attack. This is the first time this has happened in a while, like since 9/11. You know?
Yeah.
Like now we're back in like the 70s type terrorism where hostage taking is the main thing that's going on, not actual attacks.
It's very interesting.
Okay, I think I was trying to find something.
Oh, look, it's like the US cops used to raid the students. Nice.
I thought you were going to say Waco or something. So I was trying to find something on Munich that was like shorter than like 3 minutes. And I finally found one. I found these are both. This fucking shit gave me nightmares as a kid. Just because I saw the picture. And I didn't know what it was at all. But it scared the shit out of me when I saw it.
This is cool. Why are they all militarized up? I think they're cool.
It's for hostages.
Ballistic shield and shit. It's kind of gangster. It's like Call of Duty in real life.
What's their sidearms?
Well, it looks like they're usually using H&K stuff, so I imagine it's probably an S&P.
It's surprising a lot of militaries have the Glock.
No. What are they? H&K. It is SP, I think.
P226.
It's too dark. I can't see it.
But yeah, crazy. A lot of countries use the Glock as their service pistol.
Interesting.
Choking on rice.
The Gigan. I think their specific thing is counterterrorism, isn't it?
Yeah, this team, yeah.
Hold on, I'll just read that. Should such an incident occur at the Olympics, the GIGN will be first on the ground. Which makes total sense. Like, they're arguably one of the most elite counterterrorism squads in the world. So, might as well utilize it. But that explains why they're all militarized up.
Yeah. And so this last link you can't open on stream because it's definitely copyrighted, but it's from the Martin Scorsese movie, which is like it takes the forensic and witness accounting to recreate what the massacre looked like.
Yeah.
And how it took place, like exactly like when shots are taken is like when it like it's like as forensically accurate as they could do it. It's the whole movie Munich is like you want to see IDF propaganda. That's what that movie is.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Mossad and shit, yeah.
Could we watch the CNN one?
Yeah. I sent you the CNN stuff. That's like the real footage. But if you want to see what the massacre was like, I sent you the
It's
Scorsese
unavailable.
thing. That makes sense.
A masked gunman steps onto the balcony of 31 Connolly Street in Munich's Olympic Village.
Terrifying,
He knows
right?
the world is watching. Hundreds of TV cameras in place to cover the Olympic Games, now trained on this window.
That one specifically.
Nightmares, bro.
I
didn't know.
Did they ever find out who it was?
Oh no, they killed them all. That's what the movie's about. Is them hunting down the entire organization and shit.
Oh no shit.
Watching. Hundreds of TV cameras in place to cover the Olympic Games,
down.
now trained on this window.
On the tarmac. Jimmy Carter's guys gun them down, I think.
Damn.
There's like they were supposed to be handing over the hostages.
Interesting.
And like, so they go to the plane to like do the exchange, and all the hostages and terrorists die. I think.
Okay.
Athletes are dead. Another 9 Israelis held hostage by a group of Palestinian gunmen calling themselves Black September. A hastily established crisis team is trying to negotiate their release. The terrorists want hundreds of Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli jails.
How easy it would have been to just release them. All could have been over.
Nothing else will do.
And look what happened again. Because these idiots are just like, no, we must.
Black September main backer was their main financier.
Iran?
No, Shah was still around. Really, Iran was still like in that era. It hasn't come up with the IRGC network yet.
Main backer. Gaddafi?
بيت دار زنقة
I fucking nail it.
Yeah. That was like a big deal. That's like one of the big Gaddafi crises is that when they link him to Black September.
Awesome. That's great. Oh, that's why they killed him.
Isar, the chief, told me more times, even when I asked again, don't try. I'm a soldier. I got an order. I have to fulfill that order. You offer us a window. And this window we have to use to show the situation of our people.
Security at the Games was minimal. And for reasons still unclear, officials also appeared to have ignored one of 26 possible terror scenarios, which specifically warned of a possible hostage-taking by Palestinian militants. The lax security approach was deliberate.
They were like 26 things. We're analysts, and we think 26 weaknesses potentially could happen.
Including Palestinians specifically taking hostage of Israelis. It's very specific.
He's wanted to show a very different
climate at the time. So 1972.
Okay.
And a very different Germany from that of 1936, when Hitler had hosted the Games in Berlin. But this fear of appearing in any way militaristic.
Like this is Germany. Germany comes back to the Olympic, and Jews get massacred there. The first time they hold it since the infamous fucking Hitler Olympics.
That's do you reckon that was intentional?
Not
that was intentionally planned.
Not necessarily.
I feel like that is like maximum impact. If you want to have a terrorist attack,
it's part of the reason why Germany is like so dick sucky with Israel too. Like all this stuff.
Yes.
Like it only contributed to Germany's fealty to Israel.
Yes.
Had given rise to a police force that was completely ill-equipped and untrained to deal with terrorism. The plan to pledge the terrorists safe exit, then kill them, went disastrously wrong. In a firefight at a nearby military airfield, the terrorists...
Germany, right? Like when was the Red Faction Army around, right?
I'm not sure.
turned their guns on their hostages once the
founded in 1970. So like you're literally like they're in an era of terrorism and they still don't have like the West German anti-terrorism forces were like some of the best, which is so like I imagine it was in response to this, that's why they really made them that good.
Possibly, yeah.
They helped in Afghanistan too against the Soviets.
Interesting.
They were one of the big ones that were helping.
The terrorists' safe exit, then kill them, went disastrously wrong. In a firefight at a nearby military airfield, the terrorists turned their guns on their hostages. Once the firing stopped, all 9 of the Israeli hostages, a German policeman, and 5 of the 8 terrorists were dead. Fencing coach Andrei Spitzer was killed that night. His wife Anki remembers visiting the flat in Connolly Street.
I went up and by myself, and then I stood there in the room, and the chaos was incredible because, blood all over the place. They brought them food that they didn't eat. They didn't let them go to the bathroom. It was total chaos. And I just
the news coverage is very interesting too because they have it live, and they're going in. It's supposed to be all clear from here. It looks like it's going good. It's going good, and then boom! All of a sudden, everyone's confused and they're like walking back with their heads down and shit.
Yeah,
like it's over in an instant.
Yeah, so it was like news was like, oh, everything's good, and then it was like,
oh no,
yeah, literally,
yeah, something like that. So what? They just didn't want to negotiate, and they just turned their guns on everyone.
I don't know.
Is that what happened?
I don't know.
Or do you reckon the police went in shooting? That'd be interesting. I wonder.
They specifically shot the hostages, not the police. So.
And I said to myself, if this is where they spend the last hours of their life, I am going to talk about it. I have to tell about it.
Olympic dreams shattered in a very black September, when the face of international terrorism, now all too familiar, made its horrifying grand entrance onto the world's television screens.
It's a pretty gangster picture.
Yeah.
Diana Magne, CNN, Berlin.
Interesting story. Yeah, I had no idea about that.
I mean, this is like it defined an era. Anyway, you can watch that clip on your. Oh no, you can't. I'll find one that's not clean.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. Tonight, Israeli forces are again fighting Palestinian militants in northern Gaza, an area the military said it had cleared months ago. But Israel's earlier operations there left a security vacuum, and Hamas has taken advantage of it to regroup. In southern Gaza, Israel further expanded operations. The military describes what it's doing now as targeted and precise, not the all-out offensive it's been promising. And today was Memorial Day in Israel, the first official commemoration of fallen soldiers and victims of terrorism since the October 7th attacks killed about 1,100 Israelis, most of them civilians. In Gaza, the Hamas-run health ministry says 35,000 Palestinians have died since the start of the war. They don't distinguish between civilians and fighters. Russia says part of a 10-story apartment building in the border city of Belgorod collapsed under Ukrainian shelling. At least 8 people were killed and 20 others were hurt. In the Kharkiv region of northeastern Ukraine, Russia continues to gain ground, forcing thousands more civilians to flee. Moscow says Russia has taken 4 more villages surrounding Kharkiv. That makes a total of 9 this weekend. Ukraine says Russian advances have forced the withdrawal of at least 1 battalion. The first person to receive a transplanted genetically modified pig kidney has died nearly 2 months after undergoing the procedure. Rick Slayman's family said the groundbreaking animal-to-human transplant gave hope to thousands of people on the waiting list for a human organ transplant. Every year, thousands die before an organ becomes available.
This clip should work, but this video is longer than the scene itself. The scene is only like 2 minutes long. Okay. So like it's like by minute 5, there's like nothing to do with the massacre. It's like reactions to it in news and stuff.
Yeah.
See if that one works.
62-year-old Slayman died as a result of the transplant. And filmmaker Roger Corman has died. You may not know the name, but you probably know the careers he helped launch. Corman was known as King of the Bees, directing about 50 low-budget films and producing 300 more. They include the cult classics Little Shop of Horrors and The Attack of the Crab Monsters.
Shit.
He nurtured the early careers of Jack Nicholson, Ellen Burstyn, and Robert De Niro. He gave early opportunities to aspiring directors like Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, and Ron Howard. Some of them gave Corman small roles in their later films, including Silence of the Lambs and Apollo 13.
What the fuck?
Corman received an honorary Oscar in 2009. Roger Corman was 98 years old.
That's wild. What a career for somebody that you really have no idea existed.
And what motherhood means to those with children and without children. and how Russia's invasion has affected Ukraine's animals.
This is PBS News Weekend from WETA Studios in Washington, home of the PBS NewsHour, weeknights on PBS.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. In Gaza, tens of thousands of Palestinians are being forced to flee again. The Israeli military has issued new and expanded evacuation orders amid signs that it's preparing to move into densely populated central Rafah. About a third of Rafah has been evacuated. That's more than 300,000 people in all. Many of them have already been moving several times in the past 7 months as they fled Israeli air bombardment. This time they're being told to go to what the Israeli military is calling an expanded humanitarian area along the Mediterranean coast north of Rafah.
We received a call from the army, a recorded call, asking us to evacuate the area we are in. We are preparing to go to Mawasi because they said it is a humanitarian area, but we do not know whether to go. I don't think it will be a safe area because the Israeli army does not have a safe area in Gaza. They target everything.
In central Gaza, overnight airstrikes killed at least 19 people, 16 of them women and children. The UN warns that a full-scale Rafah invasion would further cripple humanitarian deliveries of much-needed food, water, and fuel. Russian forces have taken control of 5 more villages outside Kharkiv as they press a renewed offensive in Ukraine's northeast. The region's governor says Russian artillery and airstrikes are pummeling more than 30 villages. The capture of that territory expands the Russian buffer zone along the border. Ukrainian authorities say nearly 2,000 civilians have fled the fierce fighting. The Russian push comes as Ukraine waits for promised Western ammunition and weapons to reach the front line. Heavy rains have triggered deadly flash floods on 3 continents. In northern Afghanistan, the UN says more than 300 people have died in the past few weeks. More than 1,000 homes have been destroyed, swamped in mud. In southern Brazil, new storms battered a region already reeling from more than a week of deadly floods. At least 136 people have died. And in Kenya, floods and mudslides have swept away people and homes. At least 267 people are dead there. Hundreds of thousands of people in both countries are now displaced. And unusually strong storms on the sun are producing brilliant displays in the night skies here on Earth. The splashes of dazzling colors known as the Northern Lights are being seen as far south as the Florida Keys, across the West Coast from Seattle to Southern California, and in Europe from the United Kingdom to Spain. Scientists say we're in a period of peak solar activity. A large number of explosions called solar flares and coronal mass.
I literally...
Corona!
Like, maybe 4 months ago, I was looking at a bunch of stuff. Can't remember who I said it to, but I was like, we're going to see a lot of sun activity this year. It's going to lead to a lot of wild fucking weather events. And people are going to blame climate change, and people are going to be... It's going to create even more skepticism because it's going to be explainable this time. And I'm a little worried. And I was correct. I have not seen the narratives yet, so I hope it doesn't happen, but I was correct.
You got that little baby.
Injections are sending energized particles into space. When those particles hit Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field, a vivid, colorful glow is produced. The spectacle's drawing people out into the night to see it and photograph it. NOAA's Science Space Weather Prediction Center issued a rare, severe geomagnetic storm warning, saying power grids, GPS, and high-frequency radio transmissions could be affected. Sightings of the Northern Lights may be possible through the weekend and into next week. Still to come on PBS News Weekend,
also
how
in
living
Australia.
and working around young people is keeping older Americans happier and healthier.
In the day's other headlines, the U.S. State Department says that Vladimir Putin's appointment of a new defense minister shows his desperation to sustain his invasion of Ukraine. On Sunday, Putin tapped a civilian economist to replace longtime ally Sergei Shoigu in the post. On the ground, Ukrainian officials say some Russian soldiers have advanced across the Kharkiv region. Farther south, Donetsk is also locked in combat. Meanwhile, across the Russian border in Belgorod, the death toll from a building collapse rose to 15 today. Russian officials blamed Ukrainian shelling. The death toll from ongoing flooding in Brazil has now risen to 147, with more than 100 people still missing and over 600,000 in the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul still displaced. The downpours have made rescues difficult and left many homes and businesses abandoned. Police patrol the flooded streets to prevent looting and robberies.
Since the first days of the floods, we've been patrolling and policing areas that are difficult to access. Only with boats and jet skis is it possible to provide a response in the fight against looting to the population here.
The heavy rains began in late April and have impacted over 2 million people across more than 400 cities. In Indonesia, officials say 44 people are confirmed dead after flash floods and landslides over the weekend. Monsoon rains on Sumatra Island sent torrents of mud and cold lava from a local volcano into a river, causing it to overflow. Rescuers combed through piles of mud and debris today to search for victims. 15 people are still missing. Smoke from wildfires in Canada prompted health warnings in parts of the upper Midwest. Authorities in Minnesota issued an air quality alert for the entire state and warned people to remain indoors until midday on Monday. A similar alert was issued for northwestern Wisconsin. Meanwhile, more than 3,000 people have evacuated Fort Nelson, British Columbia, as a fire nears the town. Fires are also burning in Alberta and Manitoba provinces.
North American
Activists are
content and being called like New England or British Columbia. The chinchilla. Do you want Russia to win? That's how you get Russia to win.
Concerned over the whereabouts of a citizen journalist in China who was due to be released from prison today. Zhang Zhan was serving a 4-year sentence after documenting the first COVID lockdowns in the city of Wuhan in 2020. Monday marked the end of that sentence, but one of her lawyers told reporters that he hasn't heard from Zhang or her family.
Yeah, she did.
In Baltimore tonight, crews have carried out a controlled demolition of the largest remaining section of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It's part of a process they call precision cutting. This allows the steel trusses resting on the Dali container ship to fall into the water. They'll then be loaded onto barges and carried away. Maryland Governor Wes Moore said during a press conference this morning that safety is his top priority.
We've gotten to this point without a single injury. We plan on continuing.
What about the people who died on the bridge?
Injury. That is the standard that we have going forward. The use of precision cuts will help us to preserve our strong safety record on this mission. And I want to remind everybody just how complicated this mission is.
The operation was set to begin on Sunday, but was pushed to today because of bad weather. A group of major U.S. airlines is suing the Department of Transportation over a rule requiring them to clearly disclose added fees. Officials say the regulations will help consumers avoid unexpected charges for baggage, flight changes, and other services. But in a statement, the airline said the Biden administration's, quote, attempt to regulate private business operations in a thriving marketplace is beyond its authority. Melinda French Gates is stepping down from the charitable foundation she created with her former husband, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates. French Gates said that leaving would give her a, quote, additional $12.5 billion to commit to my work on behalf of women and families. The pair divorced in 2021, but continued their philanthropic work together. And we should note the Gates Foundation is a funder of the NewsHour. On Wall Street today, stocks closed with little change as investors wait for Wednesday's reading on inflation. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 81 points to close at 39,431. The NASDAQ.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work.
Funded by people. That's better.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's intensifying its attacks across the Gaza Strip from Rafah to Jabalia, the largest refugee camp in Gaza. The official death toll has now topped 35,000, including more than 14,500 children. According to the United Nations, more than 360,000 Palestinians have fled Rafah, despite fears there's nowhere to go to escape the Israeli bombardment.
There's no safe place. The situation is very hard. There's no food, no drinks. Even the water is hard to get. My children cry and tell me, Mother, we want to drink. And I don't know what to do. I'm like everyone else who left Rafah and came here. And we are displaced here, but there's no safe place. The situation is really hard.
Palestinian health officials are warning the entire system in Gaza is hours from collapse due to a massive fuel shortage following Israel's seizure of the Rafah border crossing. Over the weekend, Israel ordered the forced evacuation of the Kuwaiti hospital in Rafah. Israel's attack on Rafah faces growing international condemnation. On Sunday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Israel should, quote, get out of Gaza, unquote. Meanwhile, Israel's advance on northern Gaza is forcing many displaced Palestinians in Gaza City to flee again.
What happened with us is that the Israeli forces dropped flyers on us to evacuate the camp as there will be strikes. We left the camp, but we don't know where to go. We don't know where to head. We don't have food or drink or clothes. What do they want from us? They're killing us and our children. Shame on them. What shall we do? We're staying on the streets. This is just so unjust. Have some mercy on us, Arabs, Muslims, Americans. Have mercy on us. We're being slaughtered. Shame on you. We're all being killed. Shame on you. Why are you doing this to us?
Pro-Palestinian students staged protests at college graduations across the United States over the weekend. At Duke University, scores of students walked out of comedian Jerry Seinfeld's commencement address. At the University of California, Berkeley, Saturday's commencement ceremony was interrupted a number of times by students. A day earlier at the UC Berkeley Law School commencement, 8 students wore shirts spelling out the phrase UC Divest. In other news from California, riot police made one arrest outside Pomona College's commencement, which was moved after students set up a Gaza solidarity encampment on the main graduation stage.
On the
Meanwhile,
stage.
At Virginia Commonwealth University, scores of students staged a silent Gaza walkout during Republican Governor Glenn
I like
Youngkin's
this.
commencement
This is
address.
good. This is real good.
This comes as the police crackdown continues on student protests. On Friday, police raided an encampment at the University of Pennsylvania, arresting at least 33 protesters. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, police arrested 10 students who had relaunched an encampment at MIT. Police have now made nearly 3,000 arrests at student-led protests over the past month. Meanwhile,
What a great use of
the
police
trustees at the Union
resources.
Theological Seminary, which is affiliated with Columbia University, have voted to divest from, quote, companies substantially and intractably benefiting from the war in Palestine, unquote. In related news, students at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore
what makes it worse?
have ended their 2-week-old
It's
encampment.
like they're literally paying to be there.
Yes.
Like
I
you
think they have a
still get
right to
those
say where their
students'
money
money,
is spent.
You know?
Like you get no money without these students.
But
You
no,
think
the
the students
have
are
already
wanting to go
paid.
to that
The students
university
have already
now?
paid. The
Oh
school
yeah, of
gets-
course.
The school's money is in the bank.
Mm-hmm. They don't give a shit.
After school officials agreed to consider
It's
divestment
interfering
from
with any
Israel.
people's learning.
On
No,
the
it's not.
international front, professors at the University of Amsterdam are staging a walkout today. This comes a week after police used a bulldozer to violently break up a student Gaza encampment.
Killdozer.
A new report by the U.S. State Department has concluded Israel likely used U.S. weapons in violation of U.S. and international law.
Wait,
but
who
the
did
report
that?
Claims the Biden administration
Israel.
has not yet found
No. What
specific
report?
instances that could force
Who's
the
doing
U.S.
the
to
report?
withhold military aid.
Hold on.
Finished U.S. weapons. A new report by the U.S. State Department has concluded
Oh.
Israel likely used
Interesting.
U.S. weapons in violation of U.S. and international law, but the report claims the Biden administration has not yet found specific instances that could force the U.S. to withhold military aid.
So it's likely.
The findings came in a report issued Friday to
Ah,
Congress.
so they're saying
Former
that
State Department
we
official Josh
found
Paul,
maybe,
who
but
resigned over
no
Biden's
they're
evidence,
saying-
so we're
they're
going to
saying-
keep giving them
They're
guns.
saying it happened, but they're not ready to go to the court yet.
Right.
That's what that
I thought
means.
this was about
The
their
investigation
weapons.
is ongoing, they say.
I thought this was more about their weapons shipments and justification for selling them weapons.
No, it's them literally saying like they're
Mm.
like foreshadowing and setting up.
Right. It's more them saying, please don't take us to court too.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of like I think the world is pissed at Israel's conduct.
Yeah.
Right? And I think delaying the Rafah invasion put more distance between October 7th, which made more people more willing to do something about it.
True.
And
That is a fair point.
I think if Israel, like I said from the start, like if Israel, like there's no excuse for how technical and advanced that army is. There's no excuse.
Yeah.
And they should be more willing to take losses than kill civilians. And if they just behaved, they would already have destroyed Rafah.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah.
Like,
A
just
report
like
issued Friday.
tease the line, you know? Maybe we're going to
Yeah.
go over the line, right? Instead of like going as over the line as you possibly can.
And then trying to justify it.
Mhm.
That literally it's easy to beg forgiveness than ask permission. That's literally what they're doing. They're like, oh, we'll just do it and then say sorry later, or not even say sorry, just say deal with it. Fuck you. We'll do it. We'll do it ourselves.
State of Congress. Former State Department official Josh Paul, who resigned over Biden's Gaza policy, criticized what he described as a self-contradictory report.
It does say that it is reasonable to assume that U.S. weapons have been used to commit violations of international humanitarian law, and yet it does not say that Israel has violated international humanitarian law. It does say that Israel has restricted humanitarian assistance into Gaza, and yet it says that currently Israel is not restricting US-funded humanitarian assistance in Gaza, which is an absurd thing to say, given that the IDF is at this moment closing and has closed for several days the Rafah crossing point, which is the main
Oh my
entry
God,
point for
dude.
humanitarian assistance.
It's almost
The
like
United
they're
Nations General Assembly
being
voted
coy because they're
143
setting
to
up
9.
a case. Like, come on. Like, what? Like, can we not play the game?
Friday in support of Palestine becoming a full UN member. 25 countries abstained from the vote. The United States and Israel both voted against the measure. The vote grants new rights and privileges to Palestine, but not full UN membership, which requires support from the UN Security Council. Last month, the U.S. vetoed a Palestine statehood resolution at the Security Council. On Friday,
So
Palestinian
now they're
Ambassador Riyad
recognized,
Mansour
but not officially. What are the borders of Palestine?
Yeah, it's they basically got them an enhanced booster seat at the kids' table.
Okay.
They're out of the high chair, and now they only have to sit in a booster.
But what's Palestine's borders? That matters, right? They're getting an official state. They officially are a state now. They're officially matter.
That's not what they're doing, though. They're not giving them a state.
No, I know, but like they're saying they're trying to do this to get the genocide charge as well. So, what are their borders?
Well, the UN doesn't recognize the settlements. So, Area C definitely would be recognized as Palestine by the UN.
Let me get up a picture. Because I don't really know.
Look at you. Freaking out, trying to jump all over the walls because you want to go back out. Maybe you shouldn't have jumped over the wall, buddy. Fuck the fuck.
Here we go. Okay.
If it is...
Oh, so this is just like West Bank.
Area C.
So, okay, so this is just like West Bank, and then Gaza is... Okay.
Bring up the picture of Area C.
Open image.
So everyone can see.
Yep. Son of a bitch.
Right. So like Area C is where the like main settlements are happening.
Yeah.
Right. So, like realistically, this is kind of almost like a population density type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like this deal with Saudi Arabia that was about to go through before October 7th, that was one of the things that was on the table. Not that it would have happened, but giving back all of Area C.
Mm-hmm. And right now, A and B are the only places really populated by Palestinians. What's the deal?
Yeah, there's displacement throughout Area C, basically.
Okay.
And if you're like north or south, it depends on like who you're dealing with. Like Lions Den is more in Nablus, which you know the map's not labeled, but it's basically like on the edge of Area C. Like it's like, you know, you'll see it where the Lions Den, it's literally on one of the red zones in like Area A or B, and Area C is like encroaching into their zone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were going. This is true as well. Yeah, so that was one of the things that they were going to float, is that basically that Saudi Arabia was going to come in and run their shit, because the Palestinian Authority is a joke. Look, man. Say what you will about MBS, right? He is an efficient dictator. There's a lot of dictators who are very inefficient. You know, Xi Jinping, Putin. You know. Then he has this line city. It's like, come on, that's ruining your reputation of being efficient. Like,
yeah,
the current government of Saudi Arabia is one of the strongest ones it's had. And I hope things continue to open up, and you know, human rights continue to come, because like that's the thing. It's just like, as long as people have human rights. But they don't protest the king, you know. It's like Thailand. Like you can get up to Thailand area, right?
So how did they connect Gaza and Palestine?
Well,
or Greater Palestine.
That's why I said that Gaza really needs to be its own deal.
Okay.
Which is what this Saudi. That's why I like the Saudi deal to begin with, because it was addressing West Bank specifically with them.
Okay. I mean, look, the tunnel idea is not an awful fucking idea. Having like a connecting tunnel. Not because how far is it? It looks like Gaza is only like 2 kilometers, right? It doesn't look that big. It doesn't look like
there's like like Gaza is like a Nagorno-Karabakh situation.
Yes, I something like that.
It's like a separate. It's just a separate piece, just like how Nagorno-Karabakh, was less democratic and war.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely worse to live there than Armenia. But
okay, so it's about 40 kilometers.
Yeah, Gaza doesn't need to be part of the deal.
No, but it needs to be not.
But like if Israel, so like there's a very old, outdated solution called the 3-state solution, and I think that's what Israel might be looking at as like a way off. So it's very outdated, but basically what they would do is Egypt would take Gaza, which Egypt doesn't want, right? And then Jordan would take the West Bank. And they would annex those territories into Jordan and Egypt. And it's a very outdated solution, the 3-state solution. So it would basically carve the territory into 3 separate states.
Yeah, that sounds like still genocide.
Yeah. Well, and then especially there was a time when Egypt did want that. When Egypt did actually have an administration over Gaza. And like even through history, like the Egyptian empires and the Egyptian occupation empires, like they often ruled up into those Gaza city states.
So what happens with Jerusalem? Because obviously that's going to be an issue.
Yeah,
they're not just going to cede that to the Jews and fucking not let the Arabs and Christians
Jerusalem
have
is
their
already
thing, right?
East and West Jerusalem. I mean, look at what
that's what I'm
saying,
saying,
Berlin
right?
Wall, right? I mean, like Berlin was split in half in the middle of the country. Like it happens in a few different conflicts like that, where the capital city is like shared by both sides.
But like they're annexing it, right? That's that big yellow part in the middle.
Yeah, but they're also there's also settlements throughout Area C.
Okay. Just every time that I look at this, every time it comes out to Israel should just stop being cunts. Like it really just does come down to that. It really is them. They are the problem.
Yeah, if it was like more like if it was the time before nation states, like these territories would be gobbled right up by like Jordan and Egypt, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't even exist.
A bunch of labor that we can now export, right? Or like exploit, like they were all ready to like settlements and do all this stuff. So
yeah.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Membership, which
a yes vote is a vote for Palestinian existence. It is not against any state, but it is against the attempts to deprive us of our state.
True.
Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan, protested the vote by shredding a copy of the UN Charter at the podium.
Cringe, bro.
You are shredding the UN Charter.
Cringe.
With your own hands.
That's so cringe.
No. You are.
Yes, that's what you're doing.
No, you did that. You did that with your own hands. Literally, that's what you're doing. This is this doesn't top my favorite UN moment, which is Netanyahu talking about the bomb. And he has like a fucking Looney Tunes Wile E. Coyote bomb to explain why Iran is enriched in uranium.
Amazing.
Has announced it will join South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International
Wait,
Court
who
of Justice.
has?
Egypt has announced it will join South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice.
God damn.
3 Israeli whistleblowers who worked at a military detention camp in the Negev Desert
I think
have detailed to CNN.
A lot of shit has changed. A lot of
horrific abuse faced by Gazans detained since October 7th. One whistleblower shared photographs that show Palestinians being strapped down, blindfolded, and held in diapers at the site.
Oh my
Doctors have been
God.
forced to amputate the limbs of some prisoners due to injuries sustained from constant handcuffing. One whistleblower said they beat Palestinians.
There's a picture and you can literally see like the wrist is like worn in from like
in other
the
news from
handcuffs.
Israel, protests against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Like it's like
and
an
his war
active
cabinet
festering wound.
I'm
not going to say it.
Memorial Day since the October 7th
But you're
attacks.
thinking it.
Earlier today, relative.
What? Are you being anti-Semitic, Jack?
It's not anti-Semitic. It's breaking Godwin's.
Huh?
This is breaking Godwin's law already.
Of dead soldiers heckled Israel's far-right national security minister.
Oh, just say that they're being Nazis.
Military cemetery. On Saturday, relatives of hostages held in Gaza staged another protest in Tel Aviv.
They sure look like camps.
Nama Weinberg, of Spersky, who reportedly died in captivity.
I mean,
it is because of Netanyahu
it just gets worse. It's every single time.
That's
something
what black
comes
sites
out
are,
about
though.
Israel.
That's literally
it gets
what black
worse.
sites are. Like, I don't care
Yeah.
if the America wasn't executing the people that they took to fucking the salt pit and shit.
It's a concentration camp.
Guantanamo. And they did kill people at Guantanamo and in the salt pit they killed somebody.
Yeah, they literally are the same thing. I mean, at the end of the
they're
day,
more closer to the internment camps, but it's America's enduring legacy of constantly being on the wrong side while claiming to be the vanguard of civil rights and shit.
Yeah, all because they were on the right side in World War II.
Yeah, no, but it's not true. Like, America is the last to do so many things. You know, and the civil, or not the Civil War.
They do it when it's safe.
The Revolutionary War, 10% of the people who fought in the Revolution were black because they were slaves that were promised their freedoms by the Americans. The only reason the Americans did this is because Britain just did it. They say that if you fight with us, you'll be free, right? The war ends, Americans back in shackles. The people who fought for the British get citizenship and a free ride to Britain.
Yeah, exactly.
And America, you can claim 2 states started the anti-slavery movement because we had that autonomy. Thank God. Right. But like by the time America is actually outlawing slavery, and then it's like we get wrong side Rhodesia, wrong side South Africa, wrong side Ireland, now Israel, like the internment camps.
I mean, look at fucking Obama and Trump's border cages as well.
Yeah,
the fucking holding cages.
I mean, they were
right.
Obama's,
it's the same thing. Huh?
They were Obama's, but
I said Obama and Trump's.
Oh, okay.
And Biden's now, because I think they still have them. Their little cages and shit with their space blankets.
Well, it's like I said this thing because Black Red Guard said, "Who would you fight for?" And I was like, the English. And then I mentioned that it's like all the people who fought for England got their freedom and citizenship. Like, it was a way better deal. Like, fuck that. Fuck early America over England, you know? Like, fuck that. That sucks. I don't want to fucking, it's so romanticized. Just like the West. The Old West is like 2 years in history. Like, it's like, so irrelevant.
Seriously?
Oh yeah, it's it's the shortest time period in our history.
That's so funny.
There is no hostage release deal, and there are no hostages being brought
it's not
back
actually
home.
2 years, but
he is abandoning our families to their death.
This was Napoleon time. No, they weren't.
No, it was before. Well, it was still under the French monarchy. It was very bad.
Oh, was it?
France, actually, yeah. The French economy had collapsed at this point.
Okay.
So there was no bread to eat. That's where let them eat cake comes from, right? So it was very bad in France. And France also paid for the Americans in the war as well. The French,
they did.
Their blockades and their navy made the revolution possible as well, and it fucking cost that monarch. It cost them literally. The empire fell. The empire fell playing games in another continent with Britain.
Yep.
Anyway, the American frontier, aka the Old West era, it says 1607 to 1912. That's not accurate, you know?
3 years, 300 years.
Yeah. No, it was really short, though.
Entering Rafah and expanding the operations there are both hinder the hostages release negotiation and put the hostages' lives in grave danger. So long as Netanyahu is in power, the hostages will not return.
Yes.
He does not want them to return.
Tell him. Get him.
Yeah, so they go and they're arresting. They're literally arresting hostages' families in Israel right now.
No shit. Fucking hell. They really are making
the
every
period
single
of the
time it gets worse.
Wild West was between 1865 and 1895. Only 30 years.
Okay.
Pretty
fair
short.
enough. Yeah, 30 years is nothing.
President Vladimir Putin has removed Sergei Shoigu from defense minister. Shoigu had served in the role since
hang on.
2012 and had overseen Russia's invasion.
Sergei Shoigu has served in the role. Like, she literally pronounced it wrong and then right.
You know what I'm saying?
Ukraine is being replaced by the economist Andrei Belousov. This comes as Russia says it's captured 9 more villages in Ukraine's Kharkiv region. In recent days, thousands of Ukrainians have evacuated their homes as Russia expands its attack near the city of Vovchansk. Meanwhile, at least 15 people died in the Russian city of Belgorod after a downed Ukrainian missile hit an apartment building. In Sudan, Doctors Without Borders says 2 children were killed and others injured overnight Sunday when a bomb fell outside a pediatric hospital in the western city of El Fasher, the capital of North Darfur.
I just want to
also on Sunday.
I just want to remind people only one side has the ability to drop bombs.
27 deaths there as the Sudanese army clashed with the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces.
As we've said since the start, there are no good guys in this war.
Yes.
The RSF are fucking abhorrent.
Genocidal. They have committed genocide before.
They did, with the assistance of the army, of course. The RSF is literally just Sudan's PMF.
Yeah.
Carnage in the last major stronghold of the army. Some 800,000 internally displaced people have taken refuge in Al Fasher, which was once thought to be relatively shielded from the war.
All 5 versions are wrong.
For a nationwide strike after mass police officers raided Tunisia's bar association.
We can't pronounce. You have to accept that we just can't pronounce it. Okay, she tries harder than anyone else, honestly.
Offices and arrested a prominent lawyer. Sonia Damani is an outspoken critic of the government of the Tunisian president Kais Saied and said in a TV interview.
Isn't it more of a Shoigu, something like that? It's like a weird
Shoigu.
Like it's
I just know all I know it is fucking Wagner head yelling at Pringles. Pringles yelling.
Yeah, we don't have that soundbite anymore.
Yeah, well, I should have kept it with where he says Shoigu in the beginning. It was just Gramashford for whatever his name is. Yeah.
Interviewed last week, half of Tunisia's youth want to leave Tunisia. She was being questioned about Black African migrants who have been expelled from Tunisia. The Mani's arrest was captured on a live French news broadcast as a reporter was covering her persecution by the government.
Shoigu. Is that it?
Soigu.
Soigu.
Soigu. Well, that's why I say Ayatollah come in me and Ayatollah come on me. You know? That's why I just make up names. It makes it easier.
Government. 2 journalists were also arrested Saturday as part of the ongoing crackdown on dissent. On Sunday, protesters took to the streets of Tunis. This is Ahmed Najib Chepi, head of the opposition alliance.
Today, people are being arrested for anything, absolutely anything. On top of all that, we are undermining the upcoming elections. Tunisia will be on the brink of crisis and collapse.
They've been in the perpetual Arab Spring since the Arab Spring started, honestly.
Are they white?
They're pretty out of the Western or the North African nations. They're probably the whitest. You should see the last president that just got ousted.
The elections on the scheduled date, ensuring they are conducted within the framework of freedom and equal opportunity.
In Afghanistan, flash floods have killed at least 315 people.
You know, there's multiple ethnic groups there, obviously. But
is it like one of the easier names?
They are Italian. He's talking about Tanzania. They are Italian. Some are, yes.
100 have been injured and thousands of homes have been destroyed or damaged, as have health facilities and essential infrastructure.
The flash floods destroyed our homes. I lost 13
like,
members of my family, including women and children. So many lives.
Okay. I said Tanzania is like Muslim Italy. All right, you ready to see the guy who he was ousted not that long ago? He's the guy who like came in and like forced his way in after the Arab Spring, and then he like collapsed their economy.
Yeah.
Look at this man.
Oh, what an awesome looking dude.
You know.
My God. That is a dude. Good Lord.
He's turning
into
a
destroyed as well. We have no food, no drinking water, no
Oh my
shelter,
God,
no
hang
blankets,
on.
nothing at all.
I'm sorry. One more. I found a picture of him with Georgia. Sorry, this is important.
The floods have destroyed everything. Out of 42 houses, only 2 or 3 houses remained. The floods have destroyed the entire valley.
The affected area is in dire need of assistance, but Afghanistan has seen its international.
Did the Taliban do helicopter propaganda at this flood, like the one that happened in the coast region, like shortly after they took over? Where they're like, yeah, they like, it's like, I want to say that it was like, they said Akhundzada himself went there, who I'm convinced doesn't exist, and it's like it was somebody. I think it was Omar's son Yaqub. Like he's there, like listening to the people and stuff, and this like propaganda where they just flew their Blackhawks down to like save people in the floods or something.
In Indonesia, flooding and mudslides in West Sumatra killed at least 43 people over the weekend, with over a dozen others missing. The monsoon downpours also triggered cold lava flow, a thick mixture of volcanic ash and other debris. In Canada, over 100 active wildfires are burning, prompting evacuation orders in British Columbia and Alberta. Authorities in Minnesota issued the state's first air quality alert of the year Sunday as wildfire smoke drifted across the border. In Spain, the ruling Socialist Party won a majority.
Jesus is more real than Akhundzada. Look, like I don't even the picture of him, like. If you look at it, right, there's a perfect rectangle. Like his eyes were taken from some other guy and put on that face, and it's the only picture they've ever produced. He does honestly. If what I would say is the most likely scenario is his brother died in an Daesh attack on a mosque in Pakistan. I think he died. If he existed, that's what happened. He died in that attack. And they just pretend that he's alive because they don't want to have a leadership crisis. Because they're already being divided on two sides. One side is the Pakistani ISI side.
Whether the parties will be the first Catalan government in over a decade led by a party which does not support independence. Former President Donald Trump will be back in court today for the fourth week of witness testimony in his criminal hush money and election interference trial. Trump's former fixer, attorney Michael Cohen, is set to testify today. Meanwhile, the New York Times and ProPublica have revealed Trump could be forced to pay more than $100 million to the IRS for improperly claiming tax write-offs on a Chicago skyscraper.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's unfortunate because, like, I like, even if the Taliban were in power, as long as there was like finally stability that comes, and it's not going to happen. Like, it's so obvious that this is going to splinter and it's going to fracture apart and it's going to get really bad again like it was in 92. And who knows, maybe it will come between like this coalition of Russia and America to team up to finally tame the Afghan mountains, you know, like who knows, but it's not going to be good.
And jury selection begins today in the corruption trial of New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez. He's accused of taking bribes to benefit Egypt.
Goldbar Menendez!
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today.
The
UN General Assembly voted.
Goldbar Menendez.
I've got stuff about him.
Never been more guilty.
to provide Palestinians an enhanced membership in the UN, enhanced from where they're at. At this point, they have a sort of an observational membership to the UN. They don't have a vote. This vote at the UN Assembly was to basically enhance the rights that the Palestinians had in the context of the UN. It is the General Assembly, so it does not have the binding force of the UN that something passing through the Security Council does, but it does increase pressure on the Security Council. It does create some type of political pressure. Here is the United Nations Israel rep, Gilad Erdan, speaking out against this new resolution, and he's brought props. I don't know if everybody was handed a smock beforehand.
That's not in this clip, but
we don't have that?
Well, we do have it. We can do both, but this is a separate
His
part.
remarks prior, and then
All right, let's hear the remarks, and then we'll look at the props.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over 85 years ago, as World War II began, a force of sheer evil rose up with the goal of dominating the planet through genocide and destruction. After Hitler's rise to power, the Nazis sought to subjugate humanity under their iron fist while annihilating the Jewish people, but not only us, all those who they deemed subhuman. But in the face of this genocidal plot, the forces of good came together in order to end this horror, to return freedom and peace to the world. And following the Allies' victory, this institution here, the United Nations, was founded with the mission of ensuring such tyranny never raises its ugly head.
And you know what else they did? They made the UN Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, which you are breaching 4 of the 5 conventions, you fuckwits. Eat shit and die.
Again, never. Today,
also,
you're about to do the exact opposite and advance the establishment of a Palestinian terror state, which will be led by the Hitler of our times.
Oh, yeah.
The Hitler of our times.
Netanyahu?
In the 1940s, the world united to destroy.
I mean, this is such
disgusting.
Well, it's such an assault on history, on reality.
If anyone was the Hitler of our time, it was Saddam.
Yes.
Or Assad. Assad's pretty bad too. But Assad is more power hungry. Saddam is just...
He was just bloodthirsty.
Well, he definitely wanted to rule the Arab world and stuff.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. He was King Arab, yeah.
You know what Hitler also did?
Although Gaddafi kind of wanted to be King of Africa too.
Yeah, Putin's bad too, but...
Yeah. I would argue Xi. If we're really...
Putin and Xi, they're all too reserved. You know? They get
Yeah,
enough
he's
slap on
very
the
outward
wrist
and
to continue
charismatic.
getting by.
Yeah, he was very outward and charismatic. I'm talking more actions. Like actions wise, like methodology, maybe not so much. Even with China, maybe yes. But like China has their own Aryan race. They've got ultranationalism. It's an ethno state. They're committing genocide with concentration camps. They are trying to control the world, theoretically. At least they're dissidents. They do have tentacles and tendrils and fucking arms in other countries.
The unique thing about the Holocaust, though, is the Protocols of Elder Zion conspiracy that Hitler believed. That they should have won the last war, but Jews undermined the state. That's something you don't necessarily have
in China. No, which is why
in anywhere, you know.
No,
well, Turkey's not killing Kurds because they're undermining the state. You could say that kind of happened with Saddam, but it was because some Kurds were working with Iran and some were working with Iraq.
Yeah.
So there's like they're actually fighting. You know, that's like you know, it wasn't like innocent civilians. Like he did kill civilians, obviously, but you know, it's not like the night of broken glass.
Yeah, like it's really hard to, and this is why comparing the Nazis to things
Yeah,
as a general idea is
like
easier. That was before him.
But like the specific rhetoric of this is, you see that in Israel now, the specific rhetoric of this was caused by the foreign enemy amongst us.
True.
That's
it's very Nazi-esque, isn't it?
That's scary rhetoric.
Or also the rhetoric of like they're fighters in civilian clothing. It's justifying the massacres. It's justifying the murdering of civilians. Because it's like, well, they could be a Hamas fighter. So it's like, you know, maybe you should look in a mirror.
But
realistically, we should, like, that thought experiment that we just did should not be done. It's silly. It distracts from the point, and it is completely unnecessary. But for the purposes of proving that what they're doing is kind of exactly that, we did that thought experiment. Cringe.
He said to European countries, "Look, you're not taking any of these refugees that we're
worms in your
creating
brain, honestly."
So we're going to have to do something to deal with them.
Yeah.
Why aren't you taking them?
You could call it voluntary displacement.
Countries. You're all white countries. Why aren't you taking some of your fellow Caucasians? The idea that Hamas has
a murder.
But by God, let's hope he's not. Let's force him not to be, even, you know, because then we would, learning a lesson from the Holocaust is saying never again for anybody.
Exactly.
Keep going.
Let's
destroy
play out.
A murderous regime. Yet today, with sick and twisted irony, the very body established to prevent evil is now welcoming a terror state into its ranks. What would Churchill say if he were alive today? What would Roosevelt think? They are.
Churchill would separate the country by race. Separate the UN room by race. He would employ Australia to reject Japan from the League of Nations because they're Asian. That's what they would do. That's not a good person to invoke.
Turning in their graves. This week, only this week.
Yeah, they're turning in their graves because non-white people are in the UN, you clown.
Israel commemorated Yom HaShoah.
Things, right? So the times I've heard that type of language, like we're undermined by like something that needs to be wiped out.
Yeah.
Zarqawi and ISIS was like that with Shia, right? And not so much the Taliban today, but the initial Taliban was like that with the Hazara, because historically the Hazara, because they were an oppressed Shia minority, historically they would side with the foreign governments, right?
Interesting.
Because the foreign governments offered them protection, which only led into the stereotype that they're, you know, they're always the traitors of the country.
They're feeding their own delusions because they're being so aggressive against them.
Like,
and
these
therefore
sentiments still exist in
driving them
Iraq
away.
today, but also like there was just a civil war.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly the same thing, but it's gotten close.
Holocaust Remembrance Day. And it is during our sacred week that this
like I'm being like semi facetious, like I'm kind of being serious where it's like they have all this stuff, but again, like as well, like his rhetoric, I'm not 100% certain how aggressive it is. Probably hit up Sino Talk. He's probably the best one to ask. That's who I'd ask.
shameless body has chosen to reward modern day Nazis with rights and privileges? As Israelis mourn the Jewish babies burned in the crematoria, you here at the UN usher in the collaborators of the Israeli babies burned on October.
What about all the Palestinian kids blown to pieces by Israeli bombs? You psychotic fascist fuck.
7th. How can you be so blind? Is it your political interest? Are these your distorted values? Are you being threatened by diplomatic terror of the Palestinians and their
You can call me whatever
collaborators?
the fuck you want.
There are
At
many
this
here.
point, I don't give a shit.
I mean,
I'm
him
fucking better
saying
than
you want to give Nazis rights? You want to give Nazis rights? He's referring to every Palestinian as Nazis there. And this is in keeping with the story just still. It's just people should know this. That Netanyahu has said that Hitler got the idea for exterminating the Jews from the Palestinian Grand Mufti. That is a conspiracy theory. It is a lie. But it's a way to demonize the people that they're subjugating and dehumanize them. And this was the moment that we were referring to earlier, Sam, with the prop, where he brought a paper shredder out.
So today, I will hold up a mirror for you.
There's no way. There's no way he actually believes that.
What?
There's no fucking way.
What believes what?
Hold on.
Churchill did hate the Jews. Churchill also fucking was one of the many people who have inflicted the pains that Bangladesh still feels today.
Oh my god, it's fucking real.
What? The Grand Mufti thing
Oh
with
my God,
Netanyahu?
it's fucking real.
The Grand Mufti thing with Netanyahu?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
what
God,
I
it's
say it
real.
all the
Oh
time.
my
I say it all
God.
the time. Bibi
He's
says
retarded.
Bibi said that the Mufti told Hitler, if you expel the Jews, you'll send them here. He said Hitler was a nice guy, actually. He didn't want to kill us all originally. He was only going to send us to Israel. He's literally a Holocaust revisionist, yeah.
That's fucking hysterical.
This is your mirror. So that you can see exactly what you are inflicting upon the UN Charter with this destructive vote. This is...
Is that the UN
You
Charter?
are shredding the UN Charter
small, I think.
with your own...
Is this
I don't know.
It's got to be like a spy thing to specifically shred documents and IDs and stuff, right? Like, what else? Checks?
Yeah, maybe.
That's probably what it's for, is checks.
A check shredder, yeah.
And
Oh, there it is. No,
yes,
it's like
yes,
you're doing it.
that's what you're doing. Shredding the UN Charter.
Okay.
Shame on you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I don't know. Didn't have the impact I thought it would. I feel like you might have just gotten away with saying you're shredding the charter. You're literally shredding it. Not let me bring out the smallest possible version of a shredding machine and a smallest possible version of the UN Charter and do it.
And do that, and it's like pathetic little whirring as if it's doing anything. It sounds like a child's toy winding up. But anyway, I'm gonna bring out whatever. The point is just like, this is just in crazy propaganda, crazy, insane.
Flockhart on the IM says,
if you look up what the Grand Mufti looks like, that's one of those profile pictures that you'll see online where it's like, caution, psychopath probably behind this account.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. That's a big one. Here's another one. I sent it to Ace and we were talking about it. I don't remember what it was.
what is this? A charter for ants?
Yep. Yeah. Man. I know. And when he says, like, how can you be so blind? It's just like, I mean,
there's
talk
a
about
quality
yourself.
of like, sometimes like, you walk into a sort of a room and you're like, man, everybody here is crazy.
Yes.
Everybody, every single person here is crazy. I'm the only sane person. It's so crazy that out of 100 people in this room, I'm the only sane one.
It's so odd. It's like that friend that you have that is constantly in like relationship dramas. And they're breaking up with people and they can't maintain a relationship. And you're like, okay, well, maybe just look a little bit inward. I don't know. It could be helpful. It could be helpful.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Here's Morgan.
Yes, it's Piers Morgan speaking with Israeli spokesperson Avi Hyman, just asking about the number of civilian casualties in Gaza and whether there's a specific number that the Israeli government is relying upon. Let me just cue that up really quickly.
Yeah, and I guess I haven't seen this yet.
A genocidal
perception's going.
Piers, we're fighting against Hamas, a genocidal terror organization. I've seen your coverage, your tremendous coverage of what Hamas did to us on October 7th. You and I know they want to do it again and again and again. That's their words, not mine. Now, we'll do what we have to do to go after Hamas, to avoid civilian casualties, something that we have successfully done. Out of that Hamas number that you just gave, more than 14,000 our terrorists that we took out. There's more than 25,000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists.
How many civilians do you believe you've killed?
We don't have exact figures, as you know, it's the fog of war.
Well, you've got exact numbers for Hamas terrorists you've killed. Why wouldn't you know how many civilians you've killed?
Because obviously our focus is to go after the Hamas terrorists. And
that does imply that you were putting...
Pierce is onto something. But it's funny because like the PSLers are like being like, Pierce is the #1 like Israeli simp here, and it's like, come on, guys, have you seen? He literally platforms Breakthrough News, and you're gonna do him like that? Like, come on, you guys have no loyalty. Can't trust PSLs.
Mm-hmm. A bigger premium on killing Hamas terrorists in terms of numbers and accountability than you are innocent civilians. That can't be right, surely. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed. Otherwise, you're prioritizing the lives of terrorists over innocent people.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000. Whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians will look at.
Give me a ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you killed, but you don't have any idea how many civilians you killed. I'm just bemused. Why wouldn't you keep count of both?
I don't have that information to give you, Piers. If I did, I would.
You literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
I'm sorry to push you on this. That's quite extraordinary. You're an official spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
So what? Pierce literally goes, look, I'm sorry, but I really gotta push this. He literally apologized.
British moment.
I thought you just told me that you were particularly careful about not killing civilians. But if you don't know how many you've killed, how can you say that with any certainty?
Because even if you were to go by a ratio of the Hamas figures, we would still...
And it would be like the perfect thing to do a cringe, like, meme where the glasses come down and you have the cigarette, like they're cool, like owned. If he just goes, how many civilians have you killed? He just goes 0, like
it would be funny.
It would be so cringe.
You'd be far ahead of.
Yes.
That wasn't my question. You know, it wasn't my question.
I don't have the information.
You literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not a number of civilians? I don't understand.
Oh my God.
Can you explain?
Piers, we will go after Hamas. We will ensure that we.
You want me to believe you're being incredibly careful about how many civilians you're killing, and you have an amazing exemplary
record as well, where they just stopped talking when Piers was asking questions.
Were they Israeli spokesperson as well?
I don't know. It's just triggering something in my brain.
That's so. Children, literal children, spoiled children. As you were, it might have been before the stream. You were fucking mocking them with like daddy's credit card.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. It's exactly what this is. They're just a rich girl and getting angry because daddy cut off her credit card. That's literally what this is.
Record, but you don't know how many civilians you're killing. So how do I know you've been careful?
Piers, when the dust settles, we will come out with the proper numbers. Hamas runs to the press daily.
But when the dust settles, a lot of people will have died. And you know how many Hamas you've killed, but you don't know how many civilians you've killed. And I'm just asking you why. Why is it you've kept a record of one, but not the other?
I personally don't have that information to give to you. You can ask me over and over. I'm not going to come up with more information.
He's a spokesperson. You should have this information.
I mean, he did answer the question technically.
You don't know.
I don't have that information for you.
Well, you're an official government spokesperson.
But how do you get numbers of fighters but not civilians?
He said the answer to the question was, he said it once, that he said specifically, I'm not authorized to give that information, but I do know it.
So he does know the number.
Yes, he's just not authorized to say it.
Right.
For the Israeli government, and you have no idea.
I came on here to focus on what's going on with the war.
You came on here to answer my question.
Why don't you go by the Hamas numbers, which we dispute, which was the Hamas numbers are accurate. That's literally what he said,
Yes, I think.
Yeah, and I don't have an answer for you to that.
And I didn't intend to press you on this point because I assumed that you would not respond the way you have. But I've never had an Israeli spokesman who simply said, I have no idea. Particularly after you posted about the fact you've been very smart in the way you've avoided killing civilians. How do you know?
because like I'll keep up like maybe the first like week to 2 weeks to 3 weeks when a conflict really breaks out, but like seeing all the media being posted and like just doing like general estimates, like I kept like getting within the ballpark of what the Hamas ministry would say on the daily.
Oh, really?
Give or take like a few thousand, I
mean, it's pretty good. Good place to be like, well, I got this same number or similar number, so I'd say that this is a pretty good method. And if there's a third number that comes out that's kind of around the same again, then you've got corroboration, and now you've got confirmation that your method is pretty good. So,
Got no idea how many you killed?
Because I know the way in which the IDF operates. I know the way in which we go after the terrorists in the best possible way. It's not what I've said. It's what General Petraeus has said. It's what John Spencer from West Point has said.
You fucker. How dare you say that what you're doing is what General Petraeus would do? How fucking dare you say that? First of all, you should be doing what General Petraeus' strategy was, but it's too late for that. There is no way that you can win. There's no amount of dollars you can fucking shell out to tribal families in Gaza to make them work with you. It's just not going to happen. Like, no. The hearts and minds strategy of Petraeus, like Petraeus literally, the new manual for counterterrorism is authored by him.
Well, really?
Yes. As far as like when we talk about tactics against modern terrorism, like he's one of the definitive sources. Israel is not doing what he did. He also fucking killed bin Laden.
It's what multiple British generals have said.
Can we pause it for a sec? Because that is such so many revealing things. Great job, Piers Morgan. I mean, he got that. He did not relent. When he says it's basically because we're intrinsically moral, right? Like we are intrinsically the victims, and that's why we can make this case. We are the victims, so you have to believe us, as opposed to having to demonstrate any of that. And when he says that we know what the ratio is between Hamas fighters that we've killed and civilians, and how we're the most moral army in the world and we're being more careful than anybody, I'm not a math person. Infamously,
I'm sure Petraeus.
How do you calculate a ratio, Sam?
Because he's a Zionist, of course, because he's a U.S. general. I'm sure he did say Israel's doing a great job. He's not about to criticize them.
No. Okay, it's just them talking. We can move on.
Welcome to the News Hour. A highly anticipated report from the State Department concludes that the U.S. may continue to send weapons to Israel despite apparent Israeli violations of international humanitarian law. The findings come just 2 days after the president said he would suspend shipment of 3,500 bombs to Israel as it now surges forces around Rafah in southern Gaza. The administration has said it opposes a full-scale ground invasion of Rafah City, where more than 1 million Gazans are sheltering. Here to walk through the details of this report at the end of this eventful week is our Nick Schifrin. So, Nick, tell us more about this report. What more did it say?
The National Security Memorandum number 20 that this report is based on requires the Department of State to obtain, quote, credible and reliable written assurances that Israel, as well as half a dozen other countries that gets U.S. weapons, are using those weapons in accordance of international humanitarian law and not restricting U.S. humanitarian assistance. The report is very critical, as you said, about the former aspect of that. Quote, it is reasonable to assess that defense articles covered under National Security Memorandum 20 have been used by Israeli security forces since October the 7th in instances inconsistent with its international humanitarian law obligations. It also says, while Israel has the knowledge, experience, and tools to implement best practices for mitigating civilian harm in its military operation, the results on the ground, including high levels of civilian casualties, raise substantial questions as to whether the IDF is using them effectively in all cases. The report is less critical on humanitarian aid, by the way. We do not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport or delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance. But after all that, the report's bottom line is, as you said at the top, the U.S. could have cut off weapons to Israel based on this report, but it did not. The assessment there, quote, U.S. government currently assesses the assurances provided by each recipient country, again, Israel and half a dozen others, to be credible and reliable. That is the threshold for this report, so as to allow the provision of defense articles covered under NSM 20 to continue. In other words, the weapons will keep going.
As we mentioned, a highly anticipated report. So what kind of reaction are these findings now getting?
The report makes its final conclusion that Israel's weapons can continue to go, in part because of the nature of fighting Hamas and also what Israel has done internally. So Hamas, a terrorist organization, the U.S. describes it hiding in tunnels, hiding among the civilian population, and it describes how difficult of an environment of war that is for the Israeli Defense Forces. And it says there are IDF lawyers embedded in what it does and has taken steps to hold itself accountable, including criminal actions against certain officials. And that's the context that leads former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Dana Stroll to argue the report struck the right balance.
What this report is saying is that there are instances in which Israel has not achieved or lived up to its obligations, but it's also a professional military who has investigative processes and accountability mechanisms. And when many of the mistakes have been made over the course of the past 7 months, the Israel Defense Forces and the government of Israel have taken corrective measures to address the mistakes and move forward in a way that mitigates civilian harm.
But others are much more critical of Israel and of the report. They cite specific instances, including one that the report itself cites. There you see on the Jabalia refugee camp in October, the report says it killed dozens of children and wounded hundreds as an example of a violation of international humanitarian law. The argument there is that Israel should face consequences, says Charles Blaha, who's a former career Foreign Service officer who worked in the State Department's office that monitors if countries comply with international humanitarian law.
The government's report had said that. The government's report says things like it raises concerns, and there are acts that are inconsistent with international humanitarian law. That is a dodge. The conclusions that flow from what even the report says, but certainly from what the task force's report said, is that Israel has violated international humanitarian law in its use of U.S. origin items, and that should have been the clear assessment of the department's report.
And so the debate will go on both about what Israel is doing and the report's conclusions. But again, the U.S. said tonight the weapons will continue.
Nick Schifrin with the latest on this late-breaking news today. Nick, thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Van Hollen had been pushing with other senators a letter reiterating to the president the Leahy.
What is this?
U.S. support for Israel weakens an international rules-based order.
I mean, how much
It's
majority
kind of what
report?
we just watched.
How much majority port do we want? You know.
I mean, we've had a few already. That's why I'm saying maybe we should just keep going.
We can move on.
The Israel-Hamas war continues. A huge explosion occurred in Gaza over the weekend. Israel sent tanks into eastern Jabalia in the northern Gaza Strip yesterday after a night of heavy aerial and ground bombardments. According to Gaza's health ministry, the death toll in Israel's military operation in Gaza has now reached at least 35,000 Palestinians. Israel says at least 620 soldiers have been killed in the fighting. Jabalia is the biggest of Gaza's 8 historic refugee camps, and it's home to more than 100,000.
The UN says that 300,000 people have now evacuated Rafah ahead of a promised Israeli invasion. On NBC's Meet the Press, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken told Kristen Welker that civilians are still at risk.
There has to be a credible plan for the civilians.
Have you seen a credible plan?
We have not.
Oh, we're going to look
at Claudia Lavanga, but first
we're going to look at the interview.
So Gaza are disturbing. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, according to the Palestinians on Sunday, there has been heavy Israeli bombardment and fighting in the north of Gaza, and the IDF has said that it killed several Hamas militants there, which is yet another proof that Hamas has managed to return and regroup into areas of Gaza that had previously been declared cleared by Israel since the start of the war. But a lot of focus and attention, of course, is still in the south of Gaza, in the town of Rafah, where many of the million Palestinians who are still finding shelter there, many of whom had to be moved there from other places yet.
Good. They're in the north again.
Well,
I guess
they are
the IDF can stay in Gaza now.
Yay! Invasion, despite caused by many allies, including the United States, to hold fire. Now, another person now is calling for a ceasefire.
I feel less bad for Blinken now.
A former Israeli prime minister.
I think Blinken is finally being like, now I can finally stop holding it in. You know, he's getting a little bit of outlet now.
Yeah.
Because we're done. America is really signaling that it's done fucking around with Israel. Like,
yes, it really has. Like,
and by that means it's going to be 8 months before anything serious happens.
Yeah. And Trump will be in power.
And then when it does happen, it will happen very suddenly and be very poorly done. You know, that's like the Afghan withdrawal, all of it.
Or it'll be done or it'll be done by Trump, and he'll rearm Israel and authorize a nuke to be dropped on Palestine.
Well, he can't do that.
Well, he'll try.
He'll send tomahawks, though.
Yeah, probably. But he doesn't need to drop one. Israel has them.
Yeah, I know, but he wouldn't. Nobody needs to authorize what Israel does with their nuclear arms.
No, I know, but I'm saying he would probably think he's that much of a king dipshit.
Well,
he has to authorize it.
Bro, let me tell you. I put it on the stream list.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was one of the last minute ads. Lindsey Graham is in there saying that they should drop a nuke on Gaza.
I think I added that, yes. Or I did say it, yes.
I think he wrote an opinion piece in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. Let me just quote you a part of it. Anyone who thinks that it's possible to return the hostages without a clear and total cessation of the war is deluding himself, and the Israeli public. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is deliberately and knowingly foiling any chance of reaching such a deal. Where you see important voices.
Yeah, no shit. He doesn't want the hostages. He could have had him back already.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and
Hamas
breaking
should
news
be
by
realizing
downloading
right
the
now
NBC
that they should
News
just
app.
release the hostages because holding them is just an excuse for Israel to go. They're not going to get a
The
deal
United
with
Nations
Israel.
says
Just
that more than
release them, right?
360,000 Gaza.
Yeah.
Then where is going to be Israel's excuse to continue? They could fuck Netanyahu over by doing that. I mean, it's kind of the only chip they have left. The hostages haven't worked. The fucking terrorist government, and I say that literally because look, if you watch our terrorist journalism, we show that 2 terrorist factions are actually in charge of Israel right now.
Gazans who fled to Rafah have now been forced to flee again as Israeli troops attack sectors of the city in a bid to rout
she's
Hamas.
got her commie
Also in Rafah today, the
clothes
first
on
foreign
today.
UN staffer was killed by Israeli troops. More than 100 Palestinian UN staff have been killed since
all
October
she's
7th.
missing is the
Nick
red
Schiffer
guard
has
hat.
our report.
A city that's been teeming with the displaced is now slowly being deserted. A quarter of the 1.3 million Gazans who fled here are now packing everything their cars or bikes can carry and fleeing again. Fatah Ahmed is among the last to leave.
I don't have a choice, like everyone else. Everyone left, so I am doing the same. What should I do? Stay alone? I am scared to stay alone.
Many have been displaced to what is essentially the beach, piling their lives upon a pile of sand. Meet the Zatar family. This is their third home, as it were, since the war began. The children have kept their smile, but their mother Amina's has vanished.
I can't find a tent to set up for me and my children. They are suffering underneath the sun.
How
Its
old are
heat has
you?
burnt them, and they are ill.
I thought she
Israel's
was the
ordering
older
Rafah evacuated
sister.
because the IDF says Hamas's final 4 battalions fight from there, including with mortars last weekend that killed 4 Israeli soldiers. And
Was this the really young lady with the 3 kids on the beach?
Yeah, she
looks super young, right?
I was like looking at her like she was a child.
Yeah, that's what I thought when she popped up in the news wrap earlier.
block humanitarian aid.
Let's make it clear. If we don't destroy the last 4 battalions,
I
of
love
Hamas
this 4
in Rafah,
battalions thing that
we would
they're
have lost the war.
bringing up now.
Now Israel has launched
And-
new
and
raids on what it
remember,
calls Hamas terrorist
I just want to
infrastructure
point
in
out, I
central and northern
said
Gaza,
a while
areas that
back
Israel long ago cleared.
that
What we're
if
seeing is a kind of sorcerer's
they start
apprentice type
clamping
dynamic.
down
The units devolved into
and trying to
small guerrilla
silence
teams,
them,
and they don't require any centralized
waiting
command
for the
control.
pause here so I
Retired
can
Brigadier
talk.
General Yonatan Shimsoni had a 50-year career in the military.
Sorry, man, I'm coming back and forth.
Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Someone will remind, because I did have it, but as soon as you said I forgot as well. It doesn't help.
Anyway,
I can go back.
months ago, I was saying
Battalion.
that when they scale down, they're going to do the same thing that they said about Afghanistan, where it's like, oh, we almost had them, but then they drew down the forces and they focused on Iraq.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We only had 4 left, and then the Americans stopped us, and now they're going to reproduce and be like ISIS in the future.
Yeah, that's.
Okay,
I
bro.
think you've nailed it. That's exactly the narrative they're gonna go with.
Central and northern Gaza areas. Retired Brigadier General Yonatan Shimsoni had a 50-year career in the military and is now with Commanders for Israel's Security. He says in central and northern Gaza, Hamas is able to reconstitute because there is no one there to stop them.
Israel has not created an alternative, so there is no alternative there.
I created an
And Hamas is
alternative.
exploiting
Okay.
the vacuum.
An
Today, National Security
occupational
Advisor Jake
government.
Sullivan said Israel must look beyond individual military victories to find a political strategy.
There needs to be more attention on that piece of it, lest we end up in a circumstance where
It's
Israel
crazy how we got
conducts a
like
military operation,
kills a bunch
Jared
of Hamas
Kushner
guys,
2.0
also
in this
creates some harm
advent.
to innocent civilians caught in the crossfire, and then terrorists come back, as we have seen them come back in Gaza City and Khan Yunis and other places. We want to avoid that outcome.
The Army has been saying for months now, tell us what it is that you really want to achieve in Gaza. I mean, what is the political, diplomatic outcome that you envision so we know what to pursue? So as the Cheshire Cat said, if you don't tell me where you want to go, I can't tell you how to get there.
But those strategic debates feel detached from the trauma. Today is Israel's Memorial Day, more raw than ever, especially at the site of the worst single attack of the worst terrorist attack in the country's history, the Nova Music Festival.
Said, the sky is crying with us. The rain was all around. I feel that. I feel very, very, very sad. Very sad.
Well,
what happened
it
here.
depends. I'll say that it depends on what they mean by battalions.
Today, Prime Minister
because
Benjamin
I've said
Netanyahu
multiple
said the
times
soldiers who
that like
died
Hamas
fighting died for an
has like
existential
interfactions,
cause.
and if they're talking about these interfactions and stuff, maybe.
Israel or the monsters
but
of
like,
Hamas.
yeah, it's
Its
bullshit.
existence, freedom, security, and prosperity, or annihilation, massacre, rape, and enslavement. We are determined to win this fight, but the price we are paying and that generations before us paid is heavy.
The war is heavy for everyone looking for light to pierce the darkness. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
For more on the strained relationship between the U.S.
Okay,
and
I'm
Israel,
back.
I want to bring in Weijia Zhang. So, Weijia, let's talk about this. Secretary of
We
State
never
Antony
had to
Blinken
make
and National
excuses
Security
in the
Advisor
war
Jake
against
Sullivan, they both
ISIS.
spoke to their Israeli counterparts yesterday. This is despite some
because it's
pretty
ISIS.
overt criticism of Israelis' actions in Gaza. I guess the good news is they're talking. What is the nature of the communication between the two governments?
Well, Anne-Marie, since October 7th, the two governments really have not stopped talking, and that includes constant communication between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. In fact, they just spoke by phone exactly 1 week ago. And certainly, while these conversations have grown tense at times, the U.S. has not really changed its policy with regard to fully supporting Israel, even though there are warnings on the table. And Secretary Blinken, Jake Sullivan, will continue to talk about what the U.S. would like to see in terms of a ceasefire to get a hostage deal, in terms of how they believe this should end. They do keep talking, and I think that is what's critical here, Anne-Marie. And it's not just these two principals, but also their staffs below them. They're in constant communication with their Israeli counterparts.
So, we talked about kind of overt criticism in a way that we haven't heard before. Part of it happened over the weekend on Face the Nation. Secretary Blinken was on Face the Nation yesterday, and he spoke about Israel's war efforts. Here's what he had to say.
Oh,
when
well,
it comes to the use of weapons.
We should have watched
concerns
this
about
before. They keep
incidents
referencing
where,
this clip.
Given the totality.
They're going to keep referencing this Blinken clip until we watch it. It's a good interview. I listened to the whole thing, actually. It wasn't just a screen. Like the Tom Cotton interview, I couldn't sit through.
I don't think that I put it on there because
grab
I
it.
had so much coverage of it. I just assumed that there
Oh,
would
if
be
there's enough
coverage.
coverage of it, then fuck it. Yeah.
I just assumed that there'd be enough
Honestly,
coverage of
think
it that I
think
wouldn't grab
it's
the
an
full
interview
thing.
worth watching because there's lots of comment on what he says.
Okay. How long is it?
I'll get it.
We've got a lot of coverage of this already. That's all.
Let me tell you. It is his interview and is it Face the Nation?
Mm-hmm.
10 months ago. 6 months ago.
They both are.
I don't see it. They already have shorts of the Queen. Here we go. It's 8 minutes. So it's pretty short. Because I think it's like, honestly, like most of the stuff, most of the news, I mean, besides the Ukraine stuff, but like most of the domestic US news is not too interesting. But there is.
We are learning more.
Trump said some really funny shit at a rally.
about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza as thousands are fleeing what was once a safe zone, the southern city of Rafah. The challenges facing the Biden administration from a diplomatic standpoint continue to grow too. Although the U.S. supports Israel's right to retaliate against Hamas for the brutal October 7th attack that killed more than 1,200 people, there are deep concerns about the Palestinian death toll, as even Prime Minister Netanyahu conceded that his forces have, in fact, killed more civilians than members of Hamas. We begin this morning with Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who joins us from the State Department. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. I know military experts say Gaza is as complicated and challenging a battlefield as any modern warfare has seen. But back in December, President Biden said Israel conducted indiscriminate bombing. In February, he said Israel's offensive was over the top. And then this past week,
remember that? Remember that, guys?
The delivery of 3,500 bombs. Here's what he said.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah,
civilians were killed, and that's what we're going to continue to try to do.
Deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem.
Mr. Secretary, is Israel living up to international humanitarian law standards?
Well, first, Mark, good morning. The report
I love that when they do that. Well, first of all, that's how you know they're going to dodge the question.
Throughout this period when it comes to humanitarian assistance, particularly the early months after October 7th, and when it comes to the use of weapons, concerns about incidents where, given the totality of the damage that's been done to children, women, men, it was reasonable to assess that in certain instances, Israel acted in ways that are not consistent with international humanitarian law. It's also critical to note that Israel itself has accountability processes to get at this. There are hundreds of ongoing inquiries looking at different incidents that have taken place since October 7th. There are criminal investigations that are going forward. Unlike most other countries in the world, Israel has the ability, the means, and the actions to self-correct. But we've been on this every single day.
So you have been able then to conclude that Israel has violated U.S. laws and weapon sharing agreements?
No, what we've concluded is in the case of the use of weapons, as you said, this is an extraordinarily complex military environment in which you have an enemy, Hamas, that committed the most atrocious terrorist attacks on Israel on October 7th, and then retreats to Gaza, hides behind and underneath civilians in hospitals, schools, mosques, apartment buildings. And that makes it very difficult to determine, particularly in the midst of war, exactly what happened and to draw any final conclusions from any one incident. So
I love it because
we have a number of incidents that we continue to look at.
Like in the Iraq War, they would say this, like, "Oh, the terrorists are hiding behind civilians." Meanwhile, the big incident that caused Iraq to really go downhill was Marines occupying a fucking school.
Was it really?
Yeah, because that's where the protests in Fallujah start from.
Okay.
And so, like, there's multiple sides to the story, but basically we could say that somebody threw a rock, maybe somebody shot a gun, maybe somebody confused something for a gun being shot. But there was 2 different protests where the Marines opened fired on civilians within like weeks of each other. And like you can only find this on, I've only found this on like Web Archive reporting on this, because it was just like, it was just so early that it wasn't like stuff being posted online. So like the sites that hosted it, it's like very hard to find like early news from that era. It's a weird transition era.
Very strange.
To try to get the best possible assessment. The Israelis themselves are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Our assessments will be ongoing. But
They
as I
made a
said, given the
documentary
totality
about it,
of
I think.
what we've seen in terms
The
of
school
civilian suffering,
occupation
in terms of
specifically.
children, women, men caught in this crossfire Hamas is making, who've been killed or been injured, it's reasonable to assess that in a number of instances, Israel has not acted in a manner that's consistent with international humanitarian law.
And I think
So I understand you're still
is like
collecting
done by the
evidence.
guy who embedded with Zarqawi. But also,
What was that?
I think the documentary is also like, it's the documentary on this school occupation is also like from the guy who embedded with Zarqawi's forces. So he like, he also films the not technically, he gets some of the, he films the outside of the building where the guy gets the Medal of Honor in Fallujah, because he like beats a guy to death with his plate and like kills him with a utility knife.
Interesting.
He clears a whole house. He clears a whole house.
With a utility knife.
Well, he does. It just ends in a hand-to-hand combat.
Okay.
And they're like trying to kill each other. But he cleared a whole house on his own, and he got a Medal of Honor for it.
Interesting.
But the journalist was there as well. Like, see, look at how archived this shit is. U.S. troops leave school after deadly clash with Iraqis. Soldiers acted in self-defense, is what Central Command says. They pulled out of a school 40 miles. See, there is reporting on it, but see how, like, that's some old internet shit. It doesn't even have support, you know?
Jesus Christ.
But on the policy, can you clarify? Because even the lead Democrat on House Armed Services says it's not clear. Is the U.S. slowing down the delivery of any weapons to Israel at this point beyond the 3,500 so-called dumb bombs?
As you know, Margaret, most of the population from Gaza, displaced from the north and from central Gaza, has gone to Rafah. There are about 1.4 million people there. And we've said to Israel that we will not support an operation in Rafah, a major military operation, in the absence of a credible plan to protect civilians.
And they still haven't delivered it. So are you slowing the delivery of any weapons beyond these 3,500 bombs? Are you pausing, for example, precision munitions, as some Republicans have
the answer
claimed?
to that, the answer to that is no. What the president said and what he's been clear about in private conversations with the Israelis, which unfortunately leaked to the press, so the president responded forthrightly when he was asked about it. But what we've been clear about is that if Israel launches this major military operation into Rafah, then there are certain systems that we're not going to be supporting and supplying for that operation. But at present, the only thing that we've delayed and are holding back are these high payload bombs, because we're in an ongoing conversation with Israel, given the impact that those weapons can have when they're used in densely populated areas, including an area like Rafah. So we're in an active conversation with Israel about that. We have real concerns about the way they're used. But here's something else that's critically important, Margaret. We believe two things. One, you have to have a clear, credible plan to protect civilians, which we haven't seen. Second, we also need to see a plan for what happens after this conflict in Gaza is over. And we still haven't seen that, because what are we seeing right now? We're seeing parts of Gaza that Israel has cleared of Hamas, where Hamas is coming back, including in the north, including in Khan Yunis. As we look at Rafah, they may go in and have some initial success, but potentially at an incredibly high cost to civilians, but one that is not durable, one that's not sustainable. And they will be left holding the bag on an enduring insurgency, because a lot of armed Hamas will be left, no matter what they do in Rafah. Or if they leave and get out of Gaza, as we believe they need to do, then you're going to have a vacuum, and a vacuum that's likely to be filled by chaos, by anarchy, and ultimately by Hamas again. So
anarchy would be better.
Many weeks on developing credible plans for security, for governance, for rebuilding.
But we know that you don't
that
mean
come from Israel.
actual
We've been,
anarchy.
working with Arab countries and others on that plan. We need to see that too. We have the same objective as Israel. We want to make sure that Hamas cannot govern Gaza again. We want to make sure it's demilitarized. We want to make sure that Israel gets its leaders. That's what we're determined to do. We have a different way, and we think a more effective, durable way of getting that done. We remain in conversation with Israel about exactly that.
Mr. Secretary, your national security memorandum that you signed says Israeli civilian harm mitigation efforts are, quote, inconsistent, ineffective, and inadequate. The prime minister himself said Israel assesses the IDF killed 14,000 terrorists and 16,000 civilians. Does the U.S. share the Israeli assessment that more civilians have been killed than actual terrorists?
Yes, we do. And I think the report makes clear that while Israel has processes, procedures, rules, regulations to try to minimize civilian harm, given the impact that this operation, this war in Gaza has had on the civilian population.
And yet you're still surging weapons to Israel.
Those have not been applied consistently and effectively. There's a gap between the stated intent and some of the
official stances,
because it's so complicated.
In the midst of a war. Our official stance is that America should leave Iraq entirely. You know? Our official stance is that America should have left Afghanistan entirely. You know, that's always our official stance. We say occupation, permanent occupation, is wrong. You know? Yeah. Our official stance is world peace good. Yeah. We're the peacekeepers and the peacemakers.
Civilian infrastructure hides behind civilians to make final determinations on these individual incidents. We're looking at the totality of what's happened. We think it's reasonable to assess, based on what's happened, that there have been acts that have been inconsistent with Israel's obligations under international humanitarian law, but we haven't drawn definitive conclusions. We need to pursue these investigations, just as Israel is doing itself.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time this morning.
What's his role? Secretary of State?
Yeah.
Yeah, Israeli Secretary of State?
Yeah. Anyway, so this documentary I was thinking of. If you want to see the best documentary on the Iraq War, you can literally find this on YouTube. It's called Only the Dead. Australian journalist Michael Ware experiences Iraq in the 2003 war and after. As you can see, there's 2 credits: the narrator and Abu Sakawi. This documentary is so good because it actually shows the insurgents' perspective.
Interesting.
And it shows like how Iraq falls into chaos under Zarqawi. And Zarqawi actually sent this journalist a tape and was like, I want you to be the voice of the insurgency. Right. And like they capture him. They're about to cut his head off and shit. Right. And like Zarqawi makes the call that we can use this guy because he had already been embedded with the IAI. He films them mortaring an American base in this documentary. But like he's released several documentaries of the footage he's had in Iraq. This one is just the best.
So Zarqawi freed him.
Yeah,
so
he didn't personally meet Zarqawi face to face though.
That's disappointing.
It's played up like that in the trailer, but it still is like it still shows the insurgent perspective, and it's a Western documentary though. So that's why I think it's really good. Yeah, because it's the other one is like the war you don't see, and it's just about like Fallujah conspiracies and shit.
Yeah.
Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
You just heard Secretary Blinken explain the administration's policy. He says Hamas absolutely does not abide by international law. Israel is inconsistent with international humanitarian law, but he stopped short of saying they're violating weapons sharing agreements. Does this make sense to you?
No, it doesn't make any sense at all, Margaret. It sounded like a bunch of Weasley, mealy-mouth politics. He said it's reasonable to assess. He said that like 3 or 4 times. It's like he was coached to say that as if it was some magic talisman to help them walk the political line they want between the pro-Hamas and the party.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Oh, it's rehearsed. No, you think? I fucking hate these people so much.
Pro-Israel majority of the American people. The report that they put out Friday night after news deadlines passed was very clear. There is no evidence that Israel is violating international law.
Oh, really?
All civilian casualties in Gaza are solely the responsibility of Hamas. In fact, Israel is probably doing more than any military in history to avoid civilian casualties.
No.
Well, actually, it says the U.S. intelligence.
No. Definitely not. Because they don't even come close to like the Americans. You know, not all years. There's a few specific really, really bad years of the Iraq War, mainly the early ones.
This community notes security forces in Israel have inflicted harm on civilians in military or security operations, potentially using U.S.-provided equipment. U.S. assesses Israel could do more to avoid civilian harm. But it doesn't say they're not doing it. It says they can't, for some reason, come to a clear conclusion.
No, Secretary Blinken's own report says there's no evidence that they can't reach that conclusion. Ben Cardin, the senior Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, agrees that the report says there is no evidence. In fact, he also says that Joe Biden was wrong to impose this de facto arms embargo on Israel. Again, Israel is doing more than any military in history in likelihood to prevent civilian casualties. If Hamas did not hide behind and under civilians, there would not be civilian casualties. For that matter, if Hamas simply surrendered and turned over all these hostages, there would be no more civilian suffering in Gaza.
Which is what President Biden says as well.
Doesn't have civilian casualties. I don't care how conventional that shit is. Get real.
I know you're a lawyer. You went to Harvard Law. You were an army officer. You deployed to Iraq. You deployed to Afghanistan. It has to trouble you when the Israeli prime minister says himself that they...
You know, you could call it a war. You know, ethical, precise, just. Still, civilians were killed.
Not to the extent that Israel's doing it.
Yes,
though.
but
That's
still, what is that? Oh, if this Hamas wasn't hiding behind civilians, there would be no civilian casualties.
Killed more civilians than terrorists. Thousands more civilians than terrorists.
It troubles me deeply that Hamas is using those civilians as human shields because that is their strategy. Remember,
so should U.S. But to that point though, because the United States provides billions of dollars in weapons to Israel, should it have a say in how those weapons are used? Because the needle
it should. That's what the deal is.
It was very specifically tailored in terms of withholding these large
the
bombs.
Thing that pisses me off the most is how high of a standard we're holding Ukraine to, right? like with their shit, right? Like,
Yeah.
nobody, Ukraine is underneath a fucking magnifying glass.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yep.
You know why? Because Russia has enough to actually be a threat to hegemony. Hamas doesn't. That's why they don't care.
Yeah.
Also because it's fucking Israel.
Yeah, I feel like it's more that it's Israel. More than anything else.
Didn't really care about Saudi Arabia either. They still don't, them killing the fucking civilians on the border.
But also similar reasoning to Israel.
Well, the reason Israel needs these larger bombs is because Hamas has buried tunnels where they're holding hostages and where its leaders are holed up.
Big bombs do not mean deeper explosions. That's not how it works.
Idiot. What an actual
You need
moron.
like precision, like things that like bunker bust are like Sabat
missiles.
Stuff, like things that like have a shell and then separate that shell a few times and then like a little needle hits the ground and pierces all the way through.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Big bomb make big bang.
Also, at this point, chemical weapons would be better.
Yes.
Than like the shit that Israel is doing.
Especially for urban warfare, chemical weapons would
like
fuck
at this
shit
point,
up.
like fucking just throw some chlorine tablets in there. But,
it would never aerosolize because there's no water.
Well, you throw in pool filters in there.
Delaying the kits that allow these so-called dumb bombs from smart precision bombs.
Because I haven't looked into this enough, but I wonder how their airflow is. Like they have to have vents and stuff.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Building codes still exist. They kind
of
these
are the underground tunnels, though.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine that they probably have like pipes and shit stuff.
And that's another thing is like Israel will undermine, right, and like plant charges throughout an entire tunnel and then level a whole block.
Yes.
To destroy the tunnel.
Yeah. It's insane.
And apparently, based on reports this morning, the administration even says they're withholding intelligence about the location of senior
civilians were moved.
Say it again.
Beforehand.
Say it again.
I would care less about it if we can guarantee every time the underminings happen that bulldoze buildings if the civilians were moved. I would care. Like it's still fucked up, but I would care a lot less as long as like civilians aren't in the fucking crossfire. Like losing your home is different than losing your life,
Us leaders and therefore hostages, to include potentially American hostages from Israel, to try to force Israel not to go into Rafah.
The White House denies that, and John Kirby briefed the other day that the U.S. is sharing intelligence.
That's the thing, though, is ISIS literally did, and Netanyahu literally cites the Battle of Mosul, right? He says Iraq and Mosul, they had like some shitty statistic, like 1 to 2 like civilian deaths, and it's like, congratulations, the most sophisticated army is comparing themselves to the Iraqi army that literally was just formed. Like when they couldn't even do they were supposed to lead the operation against Sadr, right? And they don't. So that same army is the one that gets hit by ISIS, crumbles, and then they have to reform it. It's like literally a brand new army that you're sending in to fight ISIS, right? And it's like the Americans really were hanging back. Like they were strategic advisors and stuff, but that shit was won by Iraq. And then like to sit there and like literally what like the movie Mosul shows it very well. Like when ISIS was cornered, they would send out civilians and be shooting the civilians from behind, like with snipers as they were like pushing out and pushing civilians towards you. They would corral the civilians and then like shoot them to make them run. So like, you want to talk about human shields. ISIS definitely did it, but still nobody was crying. They were going, they saw the white phosphorus and like freaked out about it. And the Americans were like, yep, that was all us. Nobody did any orders to order this white phosphorus. Nobody called for it but us.
Who has not been killed in the 7 months of this war.
It was in the Washington Post with 4 officials familiar with it. The Washington Post is like the message board for this administration and the Democratic Party.
You believe that the intelligence community is withholding information?
I believe that Joe Biden is willing to do that.
Fox News?
Do
you have any evidence?
All the time.
Like every fucking day? Instead of being the president?
He's imposed a de facto arms embargo on Israel and sanctions on Israelis.
They're sending weapons this weekend. It's not an arms embargo.
He just said last week that he's not going to send offensive weapons. We have no idea what he's going to withhold.
That was, as we just exchanged with Secretary Blinken, not a very clear statement in that CNN interview. Democrats have said that. But what Blinken said there was it was just that one single shipment. You're saying you do not believe the Secretary of State when he says that?
Margaret, in March of 2022, Tony Blinken came on your show, this very show, and said the United States would be perfectly fine to see fighter jets sent to Ukraine. Joe Biden immediately reversed Tony Blinken's statement on this show. So what Tony Blinken says on this show cannot be credited when Joe Biden is out there imposing a de facto arms embargo on Israel at the same time he's letting arms embargoes on Iran expire.
You know, $26 billion in emergency funding was just approved by the president. And there is not an arms embargo on Israel, and there's not a block on intelligence sharing with Israel. You know that.
Joe Biden said last week that he's going to stop supplying offensive weapons that can be used in an urban setting. That is the only setting in Gaza. That is the only setting in Gaza. And they have to go into Rafah. Joe Biden's position is...
Does this guy represent Israel? He's a senator for Jerusalem?
Can't say that. That's what the new law says. You can't say that somebody likes Israel more than America.
I'm not American.
I know. That's not what the law actually says. I mean, it kind of does. But...
I don't give a shit. Fuck this guy. This guy's got Israel's boots sewed far down his throat. I can hear him gagging.
Well, also, they can use it as a political hanging to criticize Biden.
Sure.
That's the main thing that's going on here.
De facto for Hamas victory at this point. Israel's goal is to destroy...
Look, he's so in favor of Israel, he's changed his tie color from red to blue.
Destroy Hamas, which committed the worst atrocity against Jews since World War II. Hamas's goal is to survive. If Israel does not go into Rafah and destroy Hamas in Rafah, Hamas will survive.
Well, the Biden administration says they can go into Rafah. It's how they do it. But I want to ask you more broadly, because people like Senator Van Hollen, who's going to be on here, will talk about the principle and the spirit and the meaning of U.S. law. And you know that past presidents have withheld military aid to Israel to force changes in behavior.
Yeah, like
President Reagan did that. President Bush did that. Why do you have a problem with President Biden doing it?
Well, first off, when you talk about the principle and the
because
spirit...
he's a Democrat and Reagan and Bush were Republicans. I'm Tom Cotton. Guess how I got my name?
US.
Team fucking...
Guess where the name Cotton comes from?
Law, it sounds to me like they're not talking about the letter of U.S. law, because Tony Blinken's own report concluded they do not violate U.S. law. Ronald Reagan's decision to pause the delivery of fighter jets in the 1980s was totally different from what happened here. Israel is fighting a war of survival against a terrorist group that committed the worst atrocity against Jews in World War II. In the 1980s, an Israeli ambassador had been targeted for assassination. Ronald Reagan knew that the pause of fighter jets would not interfere with Israel's fighting because they had plenty of fighters. He did not pause munitions. Joe Biden is not sending munitions in the middle of a shooting war that's a war of survival. And look at the broader context.
A shooting war? Who's shooting? Oh, Israel's shooting? Who's shooting back? Nobody?
Of survival. A matter of survival. Why? Because Hamas said they'll do it again. Okay.
Do it again.
Context. Israel knew that Ronald Reagan had it.
Time. You know who else said that? Al Qaeda. I mean, ISIS did several attacks. They said it too. Maybe Hamas should
back
be
in the
more
region.
like ISIS.
He sank half of Iran's navy. Joe Biden has consistently given Iran hundreds of billions of dollars of sanctions relief that exactly funded groups like Hamas and Hezbollah.
They dispute that, and they are still sending weapons. But last month, Donald Trump told Time Magazine, Bibi Netanyahu rightfully has been criticized for what took place on October 7th. Do you agree with that assessment? Are you comfortable with any criticism of the prime minister?
Look, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu and other senior Israeli leaders have acknowledged they have responsibility for the failures on October 7th. And they've said, as is the Israeli custom, when this war is over, there'll probably be a commission of inquiry to figure out exactly what went wrong to ensure it doesn't happen again. But President Trump said just last night that he would absolutely provide Israel with the weapons they need to finish the job. This would have never happened on President Trump's watch. It didn't happen on his watch. And if he were president, this war would have probably already been over with much less civilian suffering in Gaza because he would have backed Israel to the hilt from the beginning.
Well, that's a debate on counterfactuals for another day, Senator, but it's good to have you here in person. Thank you for your time. We'll be right back.
That's her saying you're a fucking moron. I'm glad you're leaving. Bye.
Thanks, James. Ceasefire talks have come to a stop between Israel and Hamas. Israeli Prime Minister...
Don't need this. Okay. We've got this as like a buffer. Do we care?
What is this one?
It's just Kim Kardashian's opinion and Eurovision from Vosh.
This can be saved for Friday if you throw it on the Stream Fun playlist right now.
Sure. Okay, this is just text. We're gonna move on.
Well, what is the title?
It was Palestinians flee.
Yeah, there you go. We've already heard them report that already. They've already said this.
Just civilians fleeing northern Gaza.
143 against 9.
All right, we've seen this.
I'm gonna put
Palestine. UNGA backs Palestine's bid for membership. Got it. Great. Moving on, and we're at protest. Great.
All right, and
UNC Board of Trustees voted unanimously today to move $2.3 million in university funding from diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to public safety.
CBS 17's Amalia Roy tells us today's decision follows weeks of campus protests.
University buildings defaced and clashes.
Summary. All the Israel stuff. So we talked about how America is finally at least doing something to step up to Israel, but it's not going to be enough, and it will probably go on for another 8 months. And that's about it.
In the past 2 weeks, UNC police officers responded multiple times to intervene in pro-Palestinian protests.
Did you see the cop pepper spray himself
Now the UNC Board of Directors is...
No. When did that happen?
I think Better Way 2A, I think, has a really funny Instagram story, so I'll go there and see if I'm correct.
Moving to bolster the police.
I think the $2.3 million would be an added help to our what is probably a budget issue with respect to how much we're having to spend on law enforcement right now.
But the money will come from slashing UNC's diversity, equity, and inclusion funding, reallocating $2.3 million towards public safety instead.
That's so funny. The irony.
Yeah, taking it away from diversity because they learned to protest genocide.
Member Dave Bullock says the university will still look for diversity on campus.
We can do that without a focus on DEI efforts to culturally indoctrinate a certain way of thinking.
I never did our
law enforcement agencies took part in shutting down the 4-day Gaza Solidarity encampment on April 30th. And Orange County deputies called to help UNC police on graduation day when protesters smeared red paint on a campus building.
Talk about peaceful protest. When you destroy property or you take down the U.S. flag, and you have to put up gates around it that cost money.
Today's decision comes as the University of North Carolina Board of Governors prepares to vote on the future of DEI policies for 17 schools statewide. In Chapel Hill, Amalia Roy, CBS 17 News.
Now at 4 o'clock, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and positions at UNC Chapel Hill are no more. This morning, the Board of Trustees moved more than 2.
All right, I think that's mostly just going to be the same.
Okay, you ready for this picture?
Thank you.
Yes. Got fucked up.
Seinfeld was unfazed by a walkout by pro-Palestine students at Duke University's commencement ceremony.
Jerry Seinfeld doesn't care if something
About 40
happened.
protesters were greeted with
Jerry
leaves
Seinfeld
and chanting of
unfazed by
Seinfeld's
human
name.
beings doing something in front of him. Crazy.
His wife Jessica posted, a small group of protesters walked out. They were booed by the crowd.
Jerry
You're never going to believe this.
Only
Harvard used to be a
more
great
out of
place to
touch
go to
than,
school.
Ricky Gervais.
Now it's Duke.
The jokes came thick and fast as the 70-year-old comic legend gave this tongue-in-cheek advice to the 7,000 graduates. Quit your job if you don't love it.
Quit. On your lunch break. Disappear. Make people go, what happened to that guy? I don't know. He said he was getting something to eat. Never came back.
Meanwhile, at UC Berkeley, hundreds of pro-Palestinians chanted throughout the commencement ceremony. At the Pomona College graduation, there were skirmishes with cops as protesters tried to enter the Shrine Auditorium in LA where the ceremony was being held. At Virginia Commonwealth University, dozens of students streamed out as Governor Glenn Youngkin began speaking. In New York City, cops fought with protesters who blocked traffic on the Manhattan Bridge. NYPD's assistant chief accidentally pepper sprayed himself.
Yes.
What a doofus. Wait, we have a soundbite for that one.
It was the chief.
A doofus.
Move it up. Move it up.
It's already at the top.
So there are school students and university students across the country who are walking out today to protest against the mass killing of the Palestinian people, particularly the huge number of children and students who've been killed, against the censorship, against any kind of solidarity with Palestine in schools and in universities. And I am in awe of the young people who, despite those threats, are taking the stand.
We just can't go to lectures as normal. We can't continue our life as normal when our government has not voted for a ceasefire. We have to be here. We have to advocate for a ceasefire.
Call me racist, but when I hear British people talking, I think terrorist. It's a joke.
It's not your country, bitch.
Wait,
Shut up.
Wait, what happened?
They're like, oh, our country hasn't voted on a ceasefire. Fuck you. It's not your country. Shut up.
Yeah, the UN ceasefire is what they mean, though.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think because they did the ceasefire and because the UN did actually vote something in, right?
Did they actually?
Yeah, it was a while ago. Nothing happened. Like I was like, I mean, at least it's political pressure. It's like Sam Cedar said with the UN recognition of Palestine. It's like, I guess it's some political pressure. It's literally like appeasement, right? It's part
the
of
Security Council voted 14-0 in favor of the resolution. So
yeah, because remember, because like the US finally proposed one. And then Russia is the one who vetoed that one or something.
These are British people.
And the rhetoric was like just slightly changed.
Yes,
from
these are British
immediate
people.
Ceasefire to permanent ceasefire.
Yes.
That's the only words they want to change. Yes, but Britain is on the Security Council.
Yeah, and they voted for it.
Yeah, good point. No. Yeah. No, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Which is my whole point, is that she's an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, of course.
And it's not her country, so you don't get a say. It's like Americans being like, why didn't America stop this? Not their country. It's not America.
Especially when our universities are complicit and they are silent on this genocide, we have to make our stance and not stay silent as students.
You over there, we voted, and you guys have to stop fighting. Literally, what did people think was going to happen?
Yeah,
and people would be outraged that the United States was voting down every ceasefire proposal because it didn't have the hostages in it, right?
Where'd you get the scarf from?
China. Uyghur slaves made it for her. Britain doesn't have the embargo on Uyghur cotton like we do.
We should actually just start that as a conspiracy theory, just for the fuck of it.
The thing is I don't want the thing. I think it's important to know that it's because it's so used as a symbol of solidarity.
Yeah.
But the thing is that if we let too many people know and the right wing starts using that as a narrative,
yes,
I'll fucking hate my life. I don't want to hear it from them because they already go, hey, homo, don't you know that Hamas hate homo? It's like being gay means people should be denied human rights if they're anti-gay. Okay.
Well, because my only concern is that because this is where I come into conflict, because if I look into it, right, if I look into it and it actually happens, it's actually is in the Uyghur slave labor trade. Sort of.
I mean, it's got to be.
It has to be, right?
It's textile. But if we actually look into it from China.
Exactly. So it's like chances are pretty fucking high, but I don't really want to look into it just in case it is, and it's very linked, because that's very bad. That's very, very bad. So it makes me nervous. But as a journalist, I'm also like,
it depends how many companies in China are handling it. Because if it's a lot of companies, then you have more of a chance that there's blood cotton.
Yeah.
thinks it's acceptable to talk about Ukraine. It condemned and deplored the war on Ukraine, but it won't talk the same when it comes to Palestine. So now we have to ask our university, why do you have a racial preference when it comes to war victims?
So I have to be at university, but I'm here because, well, I can always go back and get my education again, but I can't miss out on this. The Palestinian people may not always be here if we don't stand up for them. We have to stand up for them now.
But that
Otherwise,
you're going to have.
it might be too late.
Did you ask earlier? Did you ask what's TRT World?
Yeah,
it's the Turkish media.
Oh, okay.
It's basically Turkish Al Jazeera.
Oh, okay.
If the university board would like to demonstrate that they want to regain the confidence of its staff and students, then they should start by cutting ties. They want to regain the confidence of its staff and students, then they should start by cutting ties and establishing shared governance.
Hold on a second. Is anybody else seeing something funky here?
The helmets?
Looks like a fucking wicker basket. The shield.
Oh, the shield?
We want to condemn the police violence that was unleashed upon the students. And we want to call upon the university's board.
It's also like minimizing the gay struggle in Gaza. Like that's why I like love projects like the queering map and stuff. Like I have a friend who literally all she does is, well, not all she does, one of the things she does is art based off of like prompts from entries on that map.
Interesting. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, she's like an art activist. I've tried to get her to do an interview, but she wouldn't do it. Probably because she thinks we're too right-wing and pro-American.
Okay. Sure.
We enter negotiations and discussions rather than immediately calling the police.
International law is being taught here.
To be fair, anyone can write there. That's true. Anyone can write there.
Studies on this campus. These are things that as scholars we teach our students, and then when there is a genocide unfolding, there is impunity and no response. So we as staff, we say we need our institutions to step up, stop doing harm, and stop being complicit.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Now, students protesting across the country have multiple demands, but one common cause demanding schools stop doing business with Israel. Yes, it's a chant we're hearing a lot about because many of those universities are in command of a multi-billion-dollar endowment investment. Students have demanded that these universities withdraw their investments from companies that do business with Israel.
It's a good way to do it, honestly. It's a good non-state way to attack Israel.
Oh, that's why the BDS movement has always been a college movement. I mean, IRGC knows. IRGC used college kids to fucking do their revolution. Those college kids who held those Americans hostage, you know? It was largely a college kid revolution, the Islamic Revolution of Iran.
Yeah.
Same with the struggle sessions, you know?
Yes.
We've been watching Three Body Problem.
So good. Such a good show.
There's like a mainland China version.
Yes, it's as soon as they found out Netflix was making one, they made one.
Oh, really? Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Oh, because I want to see. It's like it's not necessarily anti-China.
No, it isn't. That's the thing. It shows the reality of the revolution, which is inherently anti-China because the CCP doesn't want you to know it. But it shows the actual. And more
have you seen the Chinese version? I'm just so curious about it, like the differences between them, like how they handle the Chinese stuff.
Yeah, it would be very strange. Yeah, exactly. It pretty much just shows what happened. It doesn't really exaggerate anything. It's just sort of, it's very raw. The show is very raw when it comes to that sort of scene. Like, I've seen the real footage. I've looked at the pictures. I've studied the history. Like, I literally studied the revolution.
I just love that they put the big dunce caps on them. It's funny.
Like, I literally studied the Chinese Revolution, and like, wasn't far off it. It really wasn't.
Well, protesters at the Ivy League Brown University are the first at an elite school to reach an agreement with their school. They ended an anti-war encampment by convincing the administration to hold a vote on whether to divest from companies that do business with Israel. Now, last week, the student body at Barnard University voted in favour of a divestment referendum. 90% of those who voted did so in favour. But most universities have refused to act in spite of student votes. And furthermore, about 30 US states have adopted laws that effectively punish companies that boycott Israel. Omar Barghouti is founding member of the Palestinian Campaign for the Academic and Cultural.
For me, when it comes to Cosmic Horror, I don't want to read it. It's one of those specific genres that I think is like so much better to adapt to TV. Like, I love the fact that like making Annihilation, Alex Garland was just like, I read the book once a few years ago and I'm basing it on what I remember of the book. You know, like, I think that books run a thin line because cosmic horror should be confusing and unexplained. You know, and people like hate Annihilation because things aren't explained in it. And I'm like, that's the point. That's the horror.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
why
the
do you
fact
think
that you
Alien...
break the fact that the core thing of these cosmic horrors is just breaking the laws of physics and reality.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Stranger Things where it's like it's the upside down. It's like it's like actual scientists being like, what the fuck is going on? It's, you know, it's like how The Martian is like about math and botany, and that's what makes the fucking story good. Except that one that one as a book is great.
Yeah, it's kind of like I mean, especially with cosmic horror. I particularly like Alien, just the way that they do the fucking alien itself. Like the way that they have this thing that you've seen once, and you see glimpses of it. I don't know if I'd call
that cosmic horror, though.
I would call it cosmic horror.
It's more
or
sci-fi.
Are you specifically talking like Lovecraft sort of shit?
Well, yeah, Lovecraft is like the epitome of cosmic horror, but it's really supposed to, like, Lovecraft, it's like things. There's monsters in Lovecraft where it's like I can't even describe it. It's so hideous and vicious. You know?
Yeah,
it's that type of thing.
There hasn't been a good adaptation of anything made by Lovecraft yet, I don't think.
There's a Call of Cthulhu that they made recently. That's kind of cool.
Like a show.
And also, I believe Alien. No, I'm thinking of Geiger. Geiger designed the Alien thing. But yeah. The Call of Cthulhu, it's like a movie, but they shot it like a 1920s movie.
Ah, interesting. That sounds pretty cool. Because there was a HBO show called Lovecraft Country or something like that, which was a fine show. It just didn't have much to do with Lovecraft at all.
Yeah, Lovecraft is like okay. I just think I just like more of like the physics stuff.
Yeah, it's also such a weird genre that it's kind
of Arrival is kind of cosmic horror in a way. But it's more of just it's kind of Christopher Nolan-y in a way as well, because it's a jumbled up story that at the end you realize the like linearity of the story. It's like, oh, we told you bits and pieces to like play it up to the end, and then you get surprised at the end, even though like this was actually the future, not the past. And I'm like, okay, Christopher Nolan.
I think people should rewrite Lovecraft stuff and
they do
rename it.
They do.
Because fuck that guy. He wrote good stories, but fuck that guy.
I didn't see only news.
He's also the co-founder of the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions Movement, also known as BDS, and joins us now from Ramallah. Good to have you with us on the program,
sir.
You
mean a racist
Students at colleges around the country in the US have, for some time, voted to divest from Israel, and the vote at Columbia, you might say, passed after 2 previous failed attempts. Why do you think that mood is changing?
I think that Israel's televised genocide against 2.3 million Palestinians in the occupied and besieged Gaza Strip has been the most important factor behind those uprisings on US, UK, French, Australian, and Canadian, and other campuses. Basically, this is the first time in history that a state is live streaming its genocide, starving people to death, killing children, destroying hospitals, universities, schools, committing scholasticide, and so on.
Pointless Twitter drama of the last week was sex at protests, and all cops are bastards, including the morality protest police and stuff. And like the commies are like you're porn addicts. Why can't you just And it's like, and then every time the cops raid something, they go, the anarchists are like, good thing nobody was having sex. That would make the cops do what they were already doing.
The second point.
I haven't seen that one. I've just been fucking with the tankies that reply to my one that I responded to one post. And I was like, yeah, they're fascists. What do you expect, basically? And none of the tankies like that. So I just been responding to them with fucking umpire memes, and it's been driving them insane. I should have been doing this the whole time.
No way.
It's very funny.
Wow. He also had a dog. Okay, the dog isn't as badly named as the cat.
Oh, did you not know the cat's name?
No, it's like that one. It's like that one nut. It's a big nut. I think they're Brazil nuts. Let me know if I'm right. If anyone knows the history of Brazil nuts and they know where I'm going with it.
What are you talking about?
I'll show you.
Point is that solidarity movements in the United States have been planting the seeds, building grassroots power to affect policy change. So
no jokes detected.
Okay, it is this. It is Brazil nuts. So just check out on this wiki. Look at the last section in common names. There's 3 sections. It's the last sentence in that third separate section.
Jesus Christ.
And like there's the I just learned from Lena that there's a German candy that's called it's not as bad. I can actually say this one out loud, but it's called a Moor's Head. And it's a marshmallow covered in chocolate. Right? And a Moor is like that means like a black person, like the Moors were a black empire.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, and then there's also the Belgian hand chocolates.
Yeah, not cool. White people atrocities.
So BDS is not new in the US. We've been calling for boycotts. We've succeeded with some boycott campaigns. Divestment has been around for quite a few years. And with this live stream genocide, student leaders with their fearless, creative tactics are now saying enough is enough. Our institutions must end their complicity in genocide.
Oh my God.
Takes the shape of divestment.
The Canadian version of that German racist candy has an even funnier name. Canadian Whippet. It's there. You can't see it. It's underneath you. It's underneath your picture. But it's there. It's right there. Canadian Whippet. That's fucking hysterical.
Let me just jump in there, because pictures and the story of occupation, Israeli military shootings, settler violence, they've been there for years, and the pictures have been broadcast globally. What is it specifically, do you think, about the narrative now that's awakened, you might say, students globally?
Yes, with Israeli military occupation forces shooting Palestinians, it's been going on for decades. In fact, 76 years of settler colonialism and apartheid. But we've never seen a televised genocide before. No Israeli forces dare to commit live stream genocide before. The International Court of Justice has ruled.
I mean, I guess burning Yazidis didn't make it to television uncensored, But I guarantee you Al Jazeera showed ISIS throwing people off buildings.
Yeah, probably.
Guarantee you. So we definitely have had televised genocides before. Also, Vietnam, we could even say that about.
Yes.
Because it's not like it may not have been the army's agenda. It may not have been the United States agenda to commit genocide.
But it was the actions.
But they did not prevent their people. And
Exactly.
that's what the convention specifically says, is that it's the state's responsibility to prevent the crime from happening. It can be one individual, like a monk in Burma.
Plausible genocide. And tens of UN experts, hundreds of international law experts are saying it's a textbook case of genocide. That is very different. And it's not just a genocide that's committed by some pariah state. This is a very important point. The United States is a partner in genocide. So those students are recognizing that
it's textbook as in it's an
complicit.
example that will be used in future textbooks. But when we talk about textbook case of genocide, it's Rwanda.
Yes.
So you have a scenario where students now want divestment from Israel. They want it clear. They want it transparent. In one particular case, as we've just mentioned, it's going to happen.
Problem?
Is it going to be hard to police and oversee, in your opinion?
It is always hard to make sure that universities actually implement what they commit to. But the first step is to get them to commit. We can't, jump from A to Z. It's a gradual process. It's a longer process, takes patience, takes perseverance, but most importantly, takes power, building grassroots power to make administrations do no harm, end their complicity in Israel's genocide and underlying system of apartheid, which is not just about divestment. Now it's divestment. It's also academic boycott, ending projects
I would
with
say it's
complicit
more
Israeli
textbook
universities.
apartheid.
Definitely, at least, at minimum.
Do you also think that big business is going to hit back, really? You might be able to take money away from universities that don't agree with Israeli policy, but then you get the statements, as we're hearing in the last...
pile on Pornhub real quick to see if something comes up. I'll report back in a second.
Great.
Hours by the likes of a presidential candidate, Donald Trump, calling these students, lunatic lefties, and that they have to be got rid of. I mean, these are the next generation of thinkers, educationalists, doctors, even politicians, perhaps, in the US.
Yeah, it's a badge of honor for every student activist in solidarity with Palestine today when you have fascist politicians in the US calling them with such smears. I will take that as a badge of honor. It's a testament to their effectiveness. They're shaking the stagnant pond of US politics that has been so complicit for decades in Israel's settler colonialism and apartheid and now genocide.
Mr. Bucket, you just briefly and just finally, I spoke to our senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara, on Wednesday evening, and he said really that the American politicians and European politicians just don't know how to deal with Generation Z. They're an unknown quantity, yet they are...
It had everything. It had everything. There's stepsister stuff in there. There's there's kink stuff. There's interracial stuff. It could have been any page. It did not know how to respond to God pile.
Mixture of all of the experiences of post-war World War II onwards, that grandparents, their uncles, their aunts have all been telling them stories about what it was like to work through Vietnam or the civil rights movement. They're an unknown quantity.
Well, when I was at Columbia in 1985, I was a tiny little part in the blockade of Hamilton Hall to call for divestment from apartheid South Africa. It was the same story again. Repression, horseback police forces hitting at demonstrators, peaceful protesters. But 5-6 months after that immense blockade led by Black students, Colombia did divest. It will take longer with Israel, we understand. The lobby groups, whether Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists, the military industry, are immense. Yes, we understand that. But it sounds impossible until it is possible. We make it possible with our principles and strategic plans. And I think those student leaders are strategic. They know what they're doing, and they're very creative.
Okay, we'll see what does happen then for the moment. Omar Barghouti, thanks so much for joining us from BDS. Thank you.
Joy Lynn Van Hassel. Bixia Chen. Zainab Harbin Khan.
Well, that was silly, because now you're just going to have to pay them more money to get another one, you fool. I think we can call this stupid.
I mean, they got heart.
Sure. They got passion.
Yeah, like a sheet of paper.
But now they're just going to have to pay more money to get another one.
Says who? I fake my credentials all the time to people. You know, I'll tell them I graduated. Like if in the field, I'll be like, oh yeah, I graduated here and here.
Mm.
What are they going to do? Look it
question
up and while we're in the field?
See, I like this. This is good. Like they can't kick them off. They can't say no. They can't stop them. This is good. I like this. Also, fuck these ceremonies. Give me my piece of fucking paper and fuck off. You already cost me enough goddamn money.
Thanks to our everything app, you Chinese.
You know they fucking you know they charge you money to attend this shit?
No. I never attended
Crazy.
a graduation ceremony.
Because they've been.
I think my mom made me go to my brother's, but I think that's the only one.
Because I've basically finished. I just owe money, so they won't give me my transcript. And I'm poor, so I can't pay it. So they sending me graduation shit, and they're like, "Oh, it's like $300." I'm like, "For what?" For graduation. I'm like, fuck you.
I thought
Give me
the
my piece of
Ukrainian
paper.
DIA, isn't that the crypto coin?
Based.
Welcome back. Well, new here tonight. He spent his entire life living and working in the United States, but when it came time to collect his Social Security benefits, one Florida man says he has not received one penny.
Instead, he got a surprise reality check. The government told him he's not who he says he is, and now he's been fighting to prove them wrong. I-Team investigative reporter Katie Legrone shares his story tonight.
Outside Jimmy Class's
Two
mobile home in
American
Clearwater,
flags.
symbols of American pride hang not just front and center, but on the side of his home, in the back.
Oh, my
America is,
God.
after all,
My
the only
God.
home this 66-year-old has ever known.
I moved to the U.S. in 1959.
How long have you been here?
64 years.
But after more than a half of a century in the U.S., where he's lived, worked, went to school, got married, had kids, paid his taxes,
Mr. Class, you will be entitled to retirement benefits.
even voted, Class says in 2020,
Instead of receiving my first check,
he discovered
I didn't have any thoughts.
he's not a U.S. citizen.
I just was like blindsided.
Class says it all came to
So,
light after
wait,
he
wait. No. Hang on. Okay. They take, it's not like, it's mandatory. They take that shit out of your paycheck. Right? So, where is the money from his paychecks?
Yeah.
It's linked to his Social Security card. So the government is honestly, really just taking this guy's money.
Yeah.
That he worked all his
that's
life
what's happened.
for.
Yep. He should sue the government for all the money that they took from him
Yeah,
and the taxes.
Well, he's not a citizen. He's not entitled to that.
But they took his taxes. They took the taxes, and he's not getting any benefit because he's not a citizen, right?
Well, he has fucking Social Security.
Yeah,
it's
that's
such
the wild
bullshit.
thing.
It's such bullshit. Like, suddenly when you have to give him money, suddenly you realize he's not a citizen? Fuck you.
It's exactly like Centrelink here with like the social benefits and shit. It's like you overpay them, they don't owe you shit. They overpay you, you have to pay them back. It's ridiculous. So you can like pay back more money than you owed them, and they don't pay you shit. They don't give you extra at all. They just take your money. But they overpay you just a couple cents, and they find out it's all that money has to come back immediately. It's fucked. It's actually fucked.
Social Security benefits he paid into his entire working life.
You got to be kidding me. 1 month you tell me I should expect my first check, second Wednesday of 2020, but instead I get a letter stating that I haven't proven to them that I'm here legally.
You see, Class was born in Canada, his mom Canadian, but his father American, born and raised in New York.
This is Dad? Yep, that's Dad.
The family moved to the U.S. when Class was 2 and stayed here.
That's me as a Boy Scout.
In America.
In America.
As he got older, he says he just assumed he, too, was American, a dual
That's
citizen.
so wild.
Documents he laid out for us are a glimpse of his deep roots in the U.S.
This is when you know you're old. when the old driver's licenses were paper.
Roots, he says, were never questioned. Not when he got his social security card, driver's license, or voter registration card.
I've been voting for over 40 years. I guess I'm in a lot of trouble.
Class was even approved to serve as a Marine for the U.S. military.
That's hilarious. Defend this country.
And work for the New Jersey State Police. His citizenship status, never an issue, he says.
The only thing they asked me for was my social security card and my driver's license.
After he learned he wasn't really a U.S. citizen, he formally applied for status, but was
he's a
denied.
cop?
U.S.
I care
Immigration
less now.
Services wouldn't share details with us, stating they don't talk about individual cases. But in this 2022 denial letter, the agency stated Class didn't provide enough evidence to prove his father lived in the U.S. for 10 years before Class was born, a requirement.
I've seen a handful of cases like this. They don't come around every day.
Indira Demine is a Fort Myers-based immigration attorney. She says Class's case is a reflection of a large, complicated, and changing U.S. immigration system that can't always accurately track who's here legally, illegally, or somewhere in between.
For many years, the DMV, the different agencies didn't necessarily communicate with each other. And so the documentation that you need to renew your driver's license or for the Social Security benefits.
It takes about 3 years to get a citizenship, I think. So, I don't know. Peggy just got hers. When she
as
comes.
they are now.
How did you get issued a Social Security card, though?
That's a good question. Quite possible that back then, the requirements they have a social is just not the same as it is today.
So is it fair, though?
I was in America for over 6 months.
Look at the fucking Emmys behind her. Compensating for something here. And a Peabody, I see as well.
He got his Social Security taxes withheld. He worked all of his life. He paid his taxes.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
I don't know what any of those are.
Well, the Peabody is a specific press award that's like better than an Emmy. An Emmy is just television stuff.
I just couldn't care less about awards. You know what I mean?
Well,
like, I'm gonna produce shit that I produce. If you like it, great.
For
If not-
journalism, it's important to be able to cite that you've won a Peabody.
I'm sure.
But like those aren't given out like Emmys are given out like candy.
Yeah, true. Is it more of like a, if something comes up, they'll give it out sort of thing? Like a
Well, it's like I remember it's funny because like there's a thing with Stephen Colbert. And they were like basically like insulting him like for not being a journalist. And he's like, "Oh yeah, tell that to my Emmys." And he pulls out 2 Emmys, and then he also got a Peabody as well. And he pulls that out. Yeah, I think.
For what?
I don't know.
Because if he's got one, that probably lessens the impact of those ones significantly.
Absolutely not.
I worked my 50 years. And
Well,
I paid into my Social
the
Security.
Peabody still goes out to
They should be paying me.
television.
What happens
and
if this
stuff.
doesn't get resolved?
Ah, okay.
Well, I guess they get to give my money to someone else.
Will it make you look at America differently?
I'll probably move back to Canada.
You would consider leaving?
Yep.
That's
Said
so
bye-bye, America.
funny.
Class says he contacted Senator Rubio's office, hired an immigration attorney, even a genealogist to dig up records to help him in his fight. A fight that continues. I'm my team investigator Katie LeGrone taking action.
What an insane story. So they just stole his money. Very cool.
Tragedy striking Biscayne Bay Saturday near Nixon Beach in Key Biscayne.
A juvenile female was water skiing when she was struck by another vessel, and the juvenile died from her injuries.
FWC says a girl was hit and killed by a boat while water skiing around 4:30. Boater Johnny Fernandez says he was out on the water with family near Nixon Beach around the time of the tragedy.
We just saw like a helicopter flying around, big chopper, like when it was.
So he didn't see anything. You just interviewed him because he was
Now,
around.
FWC officers are searching for the boat and the boater responsible. It was last seen speeding westbound from Nixon Beach.
The striking vessel is described as a light blue center console with possibly blue or dark blue bottom paint with 3 or 4 white outboard engines.
I can't believe that they would drive off like that. That's pretty messed up, man. It's like you hit a kid water skiing, trying to have a good day, and you just take off on him. That's pretty messed up.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
That's pretty
breaking
fucked
news
up.
and top.
They're not going to find that guy, I reckon.
So here's the thing about breaking barriers. Breaking barriers does not mean you start on one side of the barrier and you end up on the other side. There's breaking involved.
Here we go.
And when you break things, you get cut. And you may bleed.
So this
And it is
they got a
broken
few
every
Peabodys, but this one specifically they got for their election coverage in 2000.
Ugh.
Which is like an important election year. That was like one of the most important elections coverage.
Yeah, okay.
So
involved. And when you break things, you get cut. And you may bleed.
She's so
And it is
cringe.
worth it every time.
I know, right?
Every time.
Never let
And
them see
so
you bleed.
too, especially the young people here, I say to you, when you walk in those rooms, being the only one that looks like you, the only one with your background, you walk in those rooms, chin up, shoulders back. Be it a meeting room, a boardroom, a courtroom, a hearing room. You walk in those rooms knowing that we are all in that room with you, applauding you on, and expecting certain things from you, including that you will not be silent in those rooms. And that we expect that from you because we also expect that you will internalize and know we're there with you. And so your voice can be strong. It is, as Alicia said, my mother would say to me, don't you ever let anybody tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
Where is it?
Don't
Come on.
ever carry as a personal burden your capacity
Oh
to
my
do
God, why is
whatever
it
you
2 minutes
dream and
long?
aspire
Just give us the fucking word. I don't give a fuck what she has to
to
say.
do based on other people's limited
I wanna see her
ability to see
swear.
who can do what. This is part of what's involved, is that
Really?
we have to know that sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't.
Has she said anything yet?
No.
And you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
They were like, come on, we need to look edgy compared to Trump. We're gonna need you to say a swear word.
So cringe.
That was her listen, motherfucker moment. I will say there is some specific Daily Show things that I remember distinctly, and one of them is really funny. It's like George Bush, he gets on like a forklift and starts like driving around, and he's like doing an impression of the Secret Service, be like, no, Mr. President, please don't get on that.
Our WTF lead this week was jam-packed with news, including the trial of the former president, a revealing CNN interview with the current president,
Did
and a
Taffy
presidential
just say
candidate
to me,
announcing that a worm ate
your
part of his brain and
WTF
then died
lead?
in that noggin. You would think other stories couldn't
Oh
hold
my
the Stormy
God.
Daniels altar candle to that, and yet coverage of one particular story went by way too fast for us. Way too fast. WTF. So let's slow it down. South Dakota's Republican
Oh,
governor,
that's what
Kristi
it's
Noem,
called, way too
may have
fast?
shot her political goals in the foot by revealing
Yeah, the
she shot
NY
her
in
dog
Chicago
in the head.
pizza is just
She's been
like
playing defense ever since an
a
excerpt from her book
notorious
No
thing.
Going Back went viral, where she admitted to killing her 14-month-old dog Cricket, saying the dog was untrainable and dangerous.
The
and
sus
less than
on
worthless
top,
as a hunting dog.
naked,
I hated
cold.
that dog, she wrote. Kristi Noem put Cricket down by shooting Cricket in
not
a gravel
pizza.
pit after Cricket attended
It's
a
a
local
fucking
family's attacked a local
casserole.
family's chickens and bit her. And if that's not enough controversy, Kristi Noem's book also contained a bizarre and really highly unlikely claim that she somehow met North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un.
North Korean dick.
Now, when pressed on that claim, a spokesperson said that was included in a list of world leaders and shouldn't have been, saying that the story would be
Freudian
removed from future
slip.
editions of the book. Still, Kristi Noem will not straight up acknowledge that she never met with Kim Jong-un. She seems to be leaning into this pretense
I like
that she learned of this
Detroit
excerpt
pizza
when
over
staff brought it to her
Chicago.
attention, despite the fact that Governor Noem herself narrated the
But the
audiobook.
whole point of
So here's
pizza
just some snippets of her
is that
disastrous
it's
media tour.
supposed to be $1 for
You
a
asked me a month
ginormous
ago,
slice.
who's at the top of the list to run
It's
with Donald Trump?
supposed to
I would
be
have said
like
your
a
name.
shitty
If you asked me
street
that same question
food.
this morning, I don't even think you're on the list.
Really?
So my question
And
for
why
you,
is that?
yes, really, and it's because of things that have come out in this book, like your claims that you met Kim Jong-un, and then over the last week,
It's like kebabs. You know, you can take kebabs to a really high level, but they're supposed to just be a food stand
I talk to
thing.
President Trump all the time.
Did you bring up
Yes, enough,
Trump?
Stuart.
With Trump? Did you
This
bring up the
interview
dog
is
with Trump?
ridiculous what you were doing right now.
When you recorded your own audiobook, you didn't notice
I'm
this
not going to
passage?
discuss about my meetings with world leaders.
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you about recording the audio.
Did you want to talk about something else today?
I mean, all of those perfectly legitimate questions.
I hate
On
this.
Sunday, Governor Noem took the even more curious step.
What is this,
You're not going to believe me
CNN?
when I tell you this. If you
They're
miss this,
trying
but
so hard
took the
to
even
be
more curious step of suggesting
Daily
that President
Show
Joe
right now
Biden's
with
dog,
Tappies.
Commander, should be shot because of multiple incidents of his biting Secret Service members.
Yeah.
So how many
That would be
people
funny, though.
is enough people to be attacked and dangerously hurt before you make a decision on a dog and
Well,
what
he's
to do
not
with it?
living
And
at the White House
That's a
anymore.
question that the president should be held accountable to.
You're saying he should be
That's what the
shot?
president should be accountable to.
Silly President Biden decided to find a more suitable home for a commander instead of grabbing the White House Luger and showing that mutt who the real commander is.
The
With
White
damage
House
control
Luger?
spiraling out of control, Governor Noem then canceled an interview last minute with CNN Stand-Up Ash and another one with Greg Gutfeld at Fox.
I don't believe it.
Why would they have a Luger though?
I'd hope she'd reconsider, but I'm not going to sit up.
Oh,
and
now
go.
we're cutting to Gutfeld jokes.
Governor Noem appears to have
This
underestimated
is the
fact that
worst.
America's
Why
love
did
for
you leave me
dogs
alone with this?
transcends politics. Here are my dogs, Bear and Moose. and
Nobody
Clementine.
fucking
Here are all the
cares.
dogs the lead team loves and has loved. Ginger and Lucky and Louie and Gypsy and Sienna.
Oh
Isla,
my
Lucy,
God.
Phoebe, Charlie, so many more.
Shut
So our very
up.
first WTF.
Who
Stories that flew by
cares?
way too fast is Governor Noem writing herself off the Trump VP shortlist. Here's
I
Megyn
hate
Kelly
Jack
this week
so much
suggesting
right now.
that dog won't hunt.
He likes her because
that
she's been
dog
in
will
his
hunt.
camp since very
And you
early
got a lot
on,
of them.
16.
I love dogs.
And he
You
likes
love
that.
dogs.
But Trump, say what you will about him, is not dumb. And he knows she's a loser and she will hurt his ticket.
Ouch. If there's anything that Governor Noem got right in her book, it is the title. Because for Kristi Noem, there truly may be no going back.
Welcome back to What Was That? I'm Gabe Sanchez. Do you remember Katie Britt, the Alabama senator who gave the most cringy and abysmal State of the Union
now
rebuttal?
we're gonna have to sit through this Midas touch, huh?
What
Right now,
happened?
That was the worst thing that I might have
What-
ever sat
what-
through.
what
That was like worse than Gutfeld, bro. That was awful.
I was pissing myself laughing. That was great. Quality content.
American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families.
You know, the one who was caught in a huge lie regarding a sex trafficking victim.
We have a name
my
for
God.
fantasy realized. It's called
Look at this
Nightmare.
shit, right? I'm just gonna like do this so we can see how many cuts there are from him to the video.
I know. Well, it is Midas touch, right?
I
Isn't it?
hate this.
Isn't this Midas touch though?
Look at this. There's not 10 seconds without him interjecting. Fuck
Yeah, that's
you.
how they make it.
Not only smoke,
Fuck this video.
They make it so you can clip it.
The idea that you see
For tech talk.
non-violent, peaceful people in UCLA minding their own business
How
in
old
an
is this
encampment,
video?
they get attacked by pro-Israel counter-protesters, both
Okay.
on Sunday and on Wednesday night.
Didn't we look at this already? Media
I
sound
don't
on this
believe
show?
so. No.
Jewish professors like David Myers, distinguished history professor at UCLA, Dov Waxman, chair of Israel studies at UCLA, are coming out and saying, it's the counter-protesters. It's people shouting stuff in Hebrew, right, attacking us viciously. That happens, and the New York Times says, well, we're not sure who did it. CNN are like, both sides attacked each other. Are you joking? It's on camera. We can see them throwing fireworks into the encampment. And this is a moment where social media is so invaluable for all its many flaws.
Yeah, sorry, Maddie. I just wanted to, like, in The Guardian yesterday, it was buried a little bit down, but it was talking about footage showed mostly male counter demonstrators, many of them masked and some apparently older than the students. Quote, I saw a woman as young as 18, women as young as 18 and 19 punched in the face by 25 or 30-year-old men, Aidan Doyle, a member of the student encampment at UCLA, said in the student protest on Wednesday. Bear mace potentially
A lot of those
sprayed.
student journalists were attacked.
Exactly. Bear mace was allegedly sprayed in the face of a student wearing a hijab. I mean, this is just like a massive blackout. And then it's like Biden coming out and saying, well, you have to be peaceful. Well, you have the right to
play this
speak.
clip.
Yeah,
let's
go
play
ahead.
this clip by Joe Biden. This is from yesterday.
Before I head to North Carolina, I wanted to speak for a few moments about what's going on our college campuses here. We've all seen the images, and they put to the test two fundamental American principles. Excuse me. The first is the right to free speech. and
The
for people to
second is
peacefully
our
assemble
support
and make their
of
voices heard.
slavery
The second is the rule of law.
and
Both
apartheid.
must be upheld.
Us being one of the
We are
original
not an
apartheid
authoritarian
states.
nation where we silence people or squash dissent.
Okay.
American people are
Stand with
heard.
nations
In
that,
fact, peaceful protest
build themselves up in our image.
is an
of
And only
apartheid.
our image.
best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But
destiny
neither
there,
are
like,
we a
argued
lawless
that it
country.
wasn't
We're a
apartheid?
civil society. In order
Specifically, is that I'm asking chat, but I think specifically Destiny argues that it wasn't apartheid, or is something else that he's arguing, or it
It
wasn't
must prevail.
genocide. Maybe is what he argues, that the American South slave movement.
Throughout our history, we've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking. Okay, we don't need any more. We get the gist of what's going on. I mean, just the idea that he came out to give this speech at all in recognition. What is the calculation here? Like, I just want to walk through this because we have this situation where the Republicans in Congress bring Ivy League presidents into Congress for hearings, beat them up over supposed intimidation of Jewish students. I have a Jewish college student that I am very close to. In fact, she's my daughter. And she was asked the other day by by a relative who doesn't, who's just watching the news, do you feel safe? And she's like, what are you talking about? Like if you're on these campuses, the idea that there is some, and yes, have there been incidents? Of course.
Yes.
But
My
when I was a
favorite
kid playing
thing
basketball in high school,
is how people worry when people come to America that their kids are going to get shot. Like when their kids are like doing school here and shit.
Oh, it's insane. The amount of people who ask me that was stupid. I'm like, stop it.
And like that, oh, was it violent? Did you see people die there?
Yeah, it's so insane. And this is why I say, and this is why I first turned at the media, being like, maybe the media is to blame for the mass shootings and shit, because they fucking are. I mean, if that's the reputation internationally, how bad is it domestically? You know what I mean? Like, that was my train of thought, and I was right.
You drive by somebody, someone says Jew. This has been, there's anti-Semitism in the country, and it's maybe on the rise. But the idea that this is the story is just fascinating to me, because they leave those hearings, and that's why they crack down at Columbia, because that was one of the most ill thought out strategies I've ever seen. And then it's like everybody has a license to do it.
This is what nature abhors a vacuum, Sam. And for years, Democrats have allowed Republicans to define the terms of debate when it comes to free speech, college campuses, anti-Semitism, Israel, whatever it is. And so, the culmination of all of that is calling in these college presidents and berating them. Stefanik does that. Democrats, again, AWOL. And then you get to this point now where, don't forget, this all kicked off because Minouche Shafik, the president of Colombia, calls in the cops Thursday before last, or Thursday before this one. Why? Because she's trying to appease Elise Stefanik. You can't appease Elise Stefanik. Stefanik calls for her to resign anyways. The whole thing is a disaster from start to finish. And yeah, the idea that it is really a moral panic. I can't blame your relative for asking your daughter if she's safe. What would you do if you just watched endless cable or read the New York Times and just see this manufactured hysteria about Jewish students being in danger? The Jewish students who were most in danger this week were the ones who were in Hamilton Hall where a policeman's gun went off. Yeah. That was the most dangerous moment for Jewish students. You know what the second most dangerous student was? UCLA, where we just discussed, where people were attacking them.
I remember that specifically.
Or maybe you watched it.
He said Jim Crow wasn't apartheid.
Or maybe you watched it and not on stream.
Maybe.
Because I haven't seen this.
Night while the police stood aside. You know what the third most dangerous moment was? At UPenn, where a pro-Israel protester arrived with a big knife in his belt and turned up in an encampment. We haven't heard about any of that. How many Americans know that a guy with a knife turned up on the pro-Israel side at a pro-Palestinian encampment at UPenn?
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I would expect it.
It's just propaganda. I've taught about media studies at university. I've written media criticisms, but I've not seen it. I've not been part of it in real time, watching propaganda in this way. It is so manufactured. It is so deliberate. It is so relentless. Look at Dana Bash on CNN with that monologue that went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Amazing.
News host, basically pushing completely one-sided picture of what's going on. False in many cases in relation to UCLA. It's easy to say Fox and the Republicans, but it's the entire media, left to right or liberal to conservative. It's the Democrats who have been House Democrats turned up at Columbia, a group of them, Josh Gottheimer, Jared Moskowitz, a bunch of them turned up to do a walk around in solidarity with Jews. Have they turned up at UCLA to do that? Have they turned up at UMass Amherst, where Arab American students say they got kill the Arabs threats, right? Have they turned up on any of these other campuses where black, brown, and yes, anti-Israeli Jewish students have been attacked? No, it's just complete one-sided propaganda.
The Gottheimer and Goldman doing these things, I get it from their political calculation and maybe their, from their ideology. But that Dana Bash thing, and maybe the Dana Bash thing, I also.
Okay.
A lot of Sam Seder today.
A lot of Sam Seder. No more Sam Seder, I don't think.
Turning now to an unexpected wartime shakeup as Russian President Vladimir Putin has replaced his defense minister, instead appointing him to lead the country's National Security Council. It comes less than a week after Putin began his historic 5th term in office. Sergei Shoigu is the now ousted minister. He's a longtime Putin ally who oversaw the 2014 and 2022 invasions of Ukraine. But just last year, he faced a revolt from the Wagner mercenary group.
2022 invasions.
Leader of that group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who died in a plane crash last summer, blamed Shoigu for failures on the battlefield in Ukraine. Putin has since nominated an economist and a former deputy prime minister to succeed Shoigu. But the reshuffle comes amid fierce fighting, particularly in northern Ukraine. Yesterday, Russia's Ministry of Defense claimed to have made tactical gains in the Kharkiv region. Joining me now on set is former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine and Vice President for Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace, former Ambassador Bill Taylor.
Interesting. When they say, you know what tactical gains means, Russian
no.
Jack shit.
Yeah.
If they're not strategic gains, they don't think they can hold them.
Yeah.
Military leaders like the back of our hand. What does this mean that this minister has been replaced by Vladimir Putin?
Right, of course, as you say, the decision maker is President Putin. And Shoigu has not been particularly successful. It was a disaster at the beginning of the war, as you point out. And what this might mean is, with the appointment of the economist as the Minister of Defense, it might mean that Putin realizes that he's not doing particularly well. I mean, he's making some gains around Kharkiv right now, and they've got more weapons that they're pushing in. But the Ukrainians are now providing they're moving the weapons that we've now finally provided to the front. And so it looks like it may be longer for Putin, and he's got to get an economist in there to help him worry about resources.
And because economist doesn't necessarily mean money, right? That's the study of scarce resources, right? It's using your weapons the most efficiently, right?
Weapons and other resources like manpower, defense production is all part of what he's worried about. Rightly so. The sanctions,
they're really playing this up,
have certainly complicated the economist's work in Ukraine, in Russia.
And what does this mean for Shoigu? This is a demotion, right? That he's being moved to the National Security Council?
Well, it's the National Security Council, and so he's still in the inner circle. The person who left, Patrushev, is getting a demotion, we guess. They haven't said where he's going.
Out a window.
But Shoigu has been with him for a long time.
In a plane.
Will still be there.
To be
and now have a little bit broader
mysteriously taken down.
Oh,
it was Boeing.
National security things, not just the defense minister.
Okay, so we talked about this before we went on the air, but that $61 billion aid package finally approved by the United States, headed for Ukraine.
You know what would be a good idea for Russia to do? Or even Ukraine, actually, now, is Ukraine should make once the war's over and Boeing's going to shit, they should turn Antonov into a commercial jetliner. They have those massive fucking planes.
They used to.
Well, they used to, yeah. Now it's just a smoldering corpse on the runway.
And does it help Ukraine's morale that they know this is coming, or does it really need to get there in order for them to kind of hold off the Russian push?
Both. It helps their morale, no doubt. Their morale went way up when that passed, but it does need to get there fast. It needs to get there in quantity. It needs to get there in particular on the air defense. I mean, the problem that the Ukrainians have is they're out of air defense missiles, and so the Russians are able to dominate the skies, in particular around Kharkiv. That's just as you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And will there be new weapons?
This
and new
is why I
capabilities
said.
that
This is
Ukraine will
why
be able
I'm
to take
mad
advantage
that
of
they
now
didn't
that they have
send
this
a more
additional funding and
Patriot
resources?
platform.
There are new capabilities. One of them we talked about last time is these long-range ATACMS missiles that actually just before this 61 billion was passed started to flow.
The greatest
into
snack.
But that's new. That is only
Attack Yums from Wonka.
And the Ukrainians can use these long-range weapons to disrupt the back. Deep into occupied territory.
And we mentioned the gains that Russia has seen. Ukraine's even admitted that they've made gains in the Kharkiv region. How do they turn the tide now? Are they able to go on the offensive? Are they still just holding off Russia's front line, or can they start to push them back at some point?
At some point they can. At some point they can. They have to build up. They have to get the weapons that we're providing in. They have to retrain. They have to get more soldiers. They also have to be able to go deep actually into areas where the Russians are launching their attacks. The Russians are launching their attacks from Russian territory into Kharkiv. Kharkiv is close to the border. So in order to
Good
stop
thing that there is an insurgency there.
The Ukrainians have to shoot into the Russian territory, and that the United States and others have not allowed them to do with weapons.
No, wrong, incorrect. The position is now do it.
Turning now to an unexpected
He
wartime
said they need to attack inside Russia, and the United States and others haven't let them do that. No, they may not have. They gave them the green light. They're allowed to do it now.
And continuing the fight.
So we talked about the need to get this $61 billion in aid.
It's more of like, look, if you do it, you know there's going to be consequences from Russia. So like, make sure you're making the right shot.
Yeah, like make sure that they're good shots and effective shots. Don't fuck it up. Is basically what they would have said. Yeah, because it's like we're not helping you. Don't fuck it up.
But like what they have attacked is like stuff like drone infrastructure. You know.
Yeah.
The bridge.
Yeah.
Which isn't Russian
Russia claims
territory.
its forces have captured 5 villages in a renewed ground assault in northeastern Ukraine.
5
The
villages,
lie in the
population of
gray
40
zone in
between
Ukraine's
them.
Kyiv region bordering Russia. Ukrainian journalists report the villages were destroyed by Russian airstrikes. Police and volunteers rushed to evacuate more than 1,700 civilians. Russian troops are trying to break through Ukrainian defensive lines in an effort to cut supplies.
Now, are you telling me that Russia is bombing civilians? Interesting.
City of Kharkiv, where more than 1 million people live.
To the war in Ukraine, officials say Russian troops are making significant gains in the northeast as both sides trade accusations over an apartment complex explosion that reportedly killed at least 15 people. Our foreign correspondent James Longman is in Kyiv with more. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, Michael. Ukraine is facing possibly its most dangerous situation since this war began, with Russia making a new push in the northeast of this country. This as the death toll from that apparent missile attack in southern Russia is climbing this morning.
Overnight, an apparent direct hit on an apartment building in southern Russia. Moscow blaming Ukraine for the attack on the city of Belgorod, though Kyiv has not taken responsibility. At least 15 people killed and more than a dozen injured, according to local authorities. During the ongoing search and rescue, part of a roof collapsed, sending emergency workers fleeing. It comes as just over the border in Ukraine's Kharkiv region, a new Russian offensive is underway, forcing thousands to evacuate. The Russians are erasing Vovchansk from the face of the earth, says the head of Kharkiv's regional police. They're using the scorched earth method. President Zelensky says reserve forces are en route. For months, the Ukrainian military has been rationing ammunition.
I mean, look, if Russia wants to complain about civilians being hit in their territory, maybe they shouldn't have started a war in their neighbor's country. Yeah, I really don't have much sympathy, to be completely honest. Yeah.
Fuck
I really don't.
Fuck them.
Like, I really, really don't.
As much needed US aid was tied up in political gridlock.
We urgently need Patriot systems and missiles for them. This is what can and should save lives right now.
3 weeks ago, the US Congress passed a $61 billion aid package, but the delay seems already to have given Russia a significant advantage.
And Vladimir Putin has fired his longtime defense minister, Sergei Shoigu. He's been replaced with an economic expert. That's seen as an effort perhaps to modernize the Russian military. But big picture, while the West has faltered in its commitment.
Modernize the Russian military?
They really We saw this footage.
To Ukraine now, Russia ramping up its renewed ground offensive there.
The Russian military is targeting towns and villages in the northeastern part of the country as it closes in on Ukraine's second largest city. Thousands of citizens have fled towards the city of Kharkiv in the hopes of escaping the violence. But now there are growing concerns that the Russian military could make it close enough to be able to attack that city.
The latest advance coincides with a shakeup in Russian President Vladimir Putin's war cabinet, where he reassigned Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu as the new secretary of Russia's security.
Shoigu! It's Shoigu! That's the worst one so far. Shoigu!
Council over.
Hang on, I gotta type Shoigu on Pornhub real quick.
Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu as the new secretary of Russia's Security Council over the weekend.
Let's bring in Ambassador William Taylor for more on this. He's a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine.
It's this fucking guy again. Get fucked. I don't give a shit.
No. Send me that link so I can make a reminder to pull Shoigu.
And the vice president for Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ambassador. Can you talk to us about what we know about this push on Kharkiv and what would it mean?
All right. He's going to say the same shit. All right. And that's all for Ukraine, I think.
Since the fall of Roe v. Wade, Republicans have banned
I'm
abortion
still
in 14
laughing
states.
at the dude who left a comment saying, like, no, the guy who left a comment was like,
from the
but you'll
oldest
never
video.
admit America's at fault. It's like, did you watch that video? It was literally a video about, it was the...
Was it the one where we cut up just a podcast?
No. It's like a second thought reaction. That's like an old one.
Okay.
I had to look at what the topic actually was. But it's like, I can't think of anyone who has done more like pro-Iraqi insurgency stuff. And like both sides. Like I speak very highly of the II especially. And like, you don't see that even the axis of evil propagandists and stuff. Like they don't know what the insurgency's positions were.
No.
And how they're arguing that their media being blocked by America is like against their constitution and America's constitution for free speech and stuff. Yeah, bro. It's me, the American stooge.
it, and more. But when given the chance, voters have overwhelmingly supported ballot initiatives to protect access to the procedure. This election year, abortion will again be a defining issue. Laura Barone-Lopez reports from the battleground of Michigan, where Democrats plan to keep reproductive health care front and center.
You found it? Great job. Raised in a deeply religious and conservative household, Annie
It's
Sharkis
the
stayed
Johnny
out of
Harris
politics
American coup
until
video
the Supreme Court overturned Roe v.
from
Wade.
a year ago.
Gather signatures. We, helped organize like a rally. I gave a speech at one. Started going to like coffee hours and things like that with our local politicians.
Bro,
Just
this
getting more
dude
involved
left.
because I didn't want my
The
kids to
same
look back
dude left
at this
like
point in
5
time and
comments
say like,
on
okay,
that
well, what
video.
did you do? And I couldn't tell them that I did nothing.
Now, abortion access is protected in Michigan, but voters are still thinking about it. Even though it's not on the ballot in Michigan this time around, do you still think that it is a top issue for
This guy left multiple comments. He did watch the entire video, bro, because literally, like, the comments go from 14 hours to 15 hours. He watched the entire video and did live commentary in the comments for it the whole time.
That's amazing. That's hilarious. Does his opinion change the entire time?
No.
Interesting. Screen share it. I want to see these comments. I'm wildly interested.
Well, it's like it's Johnny Harris just doing the CIA's narrative. So it's like, and the fact that you guys tried to deny U.S. involvement, saying that there's not enough evidence in Chile, is crazy.
We never said that. I don't think so.
Isn't this one that's like the one where they like the 9/11 one where they bombed somebody? Once every country's realized that America aren't serving any real purpose except leeching on every other country's, there will be a war, America against the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, bro.
Okay, whatever you say. Will never admit its fault. That's what you guys love to do. And this is the one that I saw and replied to. Literally worked for the people fighting the Americans, bozo.
He's not even saying the US is the only bad guy, but he is, though. That's the thing. And what? Oh, he's not the only bad guy. There's also the UK.
The US has their hands in almost all caps every countries in the world. Do you think their people will forget that? Remember, Rome wasn't supposed to fall. Okay, bro.
Rome. All right.
Okay,
buddy.
bro. Rome.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna listen to the Rome
Crazy.
guy.
Guess what other countries have their hands in almost every country?
Every other country.
I mean, there's specific ones like China, you know?
Oh, well, China, yeah. Name a country, they've probably got something there.
He's not saying the U.S. is the only bad guy, but rather the U.S. play dumb. You guys love to put dictators in power, and what happened next? Their country went to shit, okay?
Oh my god, yeah, we literally criticized that, you fucking dumb. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think one video explains our position?
Does he think we're Johnny Harris? I don't know what's going on.
Holy shit. The thing that I just don't understand is how someone can be like, watch a single video of somebody and then criticize their opinions, not what they said in the video. Right? It's like it's just it's a tanky thing. It's an extremist thing, I think, is that they just they assign a single belief to an ideology, and if you have anything related to that belief, they assign that ideology to you and then project their insecurities upon you. And it's very funny calling them out, because that's all that is.
People are using to gauge how they're voting.
The stay-at-home mom of 2 who lives in the suburbs of Detroit
because I'm sure
isn't
in this
excited
video,
to.
I said something about, hey, guinea pigs. I'm sure this video I said something about Iran. This is so far back that I might not have been too familiar with Chile yet, because I'm still like studying South America at this point.
To vote for Joe Biden, but Annie thinks he will ultimately make access to abortion safer.
With voting for Joe Biden, it is hard because I'm not a single issue voter. I don't specifically identify as Democrat or Republican. While I will vote for him, I wish that there was another option.
Do you think that you could ever vote Republican again?
I don't think that I would with the current direction that the Republican Party is going. I am so far from identifying with what they want to happen that I don't see it ever happening.
Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin wants to keep women like Annie
squarely in the Democratic column. Her message to voters: abortion will always be on the ballot.
The other side has made this a central issue for them for 50 years. Their actions speak louder than words. And their actions are currently, like as we speak, trying to threaten a woman's right to choose, and people see that.
When voters turned out for abortion rights in Michigan in 2022, it was a victory for Democrats. In 2024, they're trying to replicate
The
that
abortion
success
issue
here
is such
and
an
in
easy
states across the
W for
country.
fucking Democrats.
Slotkin,
It really
now
is.
running for the U.S. Senate, is one of many.
Like, exactly what they just said is all that they need to say, really. It's like, look at their history over the last however long, and tell me who you would vote for on the issue of abortion. It's a very simple answer.
Yeah, but still, poll after poll, like it's showing Trump is still ahead,
Which is insane. So I don't know whether the polls can be believed.
I just think the American populace is really stupid.
Possibly. It could be that simple.
Any down ballot Democratic candidates trying to maintain urgency.
We have to understand that most people see this as a kitchen
It's
table issue.
because they
A
think the
decision about
economy
whether
will
to
be
have a
better
child or
under
not
Trump.
is the most profound
And
kitchen
because the
table issue
Well,
that we have.
what's the joke? It's the economy, stupid.
I don't know.
It's the only thing that fucking matters.
Well, like that's the
Separate
thing
from
is,
an-
is like tax cuts to the rich isn't going to help you.
Nope. But they don't know that.
They say that they think the economy was better under Trump. Yes, prices raised. You know, like they're not going to go back down again.
Yeah,
and
no,
Trump
they're not.
is not going to get you a raise. Prices
Nope.
will not lower.
Trump is going to get you even less money, actually. You'll
Like
be
sometimes
even
gas
worse off.
prices go down,
Mm.
but like they're never going to go back to the like way they were pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Actually, they did drop a significant amount at one point, I remember.
That being said, there are ways that I think you can lower petrol prices without like impacting too much, because I don't think the petrol prices, especially in Australia, there's no fucking way that they're not making 100% profit on it.
Inflation. It's not separate from the economy. It's like your whole family trajectory and whether you're going to be able to afford that life.
What happened in Michigan became a blueprint for how to organize around abortion effectively. Ohio followed suit in 2023. Now, the right to an abortion will be on the ballot this November
Are you trying
in
to
3
hit
states,
on me at an
including
abortion
Florida,
rally?
which currently bans any kind of termination after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And similar initiatives could end up on the ballot in up to 9 other states this year, including the battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada.
What happened in 2022 wasn't an anomaly.
Back in Michigan, state activists like Shanae Watson-Whitaker, who works for the nonprofit Reproductive Freedom for All, were instrumental in mobilizing voters in 2022. 2 years later, she's sharing that strategy.
Michigan, for a lot of folks, has been like a North Star. We specifically and intentionally had conversations.
The best way to fight
clergy,
higher
the
prices
clergy from other
is to make the middle
denominations.
class not a fictitious class that supports the meritocracy. That's my big thing. I care less about if a dictator rules a country and more about, is their middle class fake?
Pat them down and talked about reproductive freedom. What people forget are that clergy are humans. They've experienced loss, miscarriage loss. They've had abortions. We believe in God and we believe in Jesus. And at the same time, we believe that government should not interfere with a woman's right to choose.
I don't know
Meanwhile,
where
Republicans
specifically in
who
the
cheered the
Bible
Supreme
this
Court's
whole
reversal of
anti-abortion
Roe
thing
are
comes
struggling
from,
to find their
because like they
footing.
do
In March, the
abortion in
presumptive
Old
GOP
Testament.
nominee Donald
Asking the wrong dude.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just asking out loud. Somebody might know. So
Trump spoke
'cause I'm
favorably
pretty
of
good
the
on
national
Bible
15-week
stuff, but
abortion
this
ban.
one I specifically don't
People
know.
are really, even hardliners are agreeing. Seems to be 15 weeks.
It was never in
Seems to be
my
a number that people are agreeing.
Doc-
on.
Then last
indoctrination
week, he
education.
flip-flopped, saying states could decide for themselves.
The states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both. And whatever they decide must be the law of the land. And in this case, the law of the state.
Still, some top Republicans in Congress support the national 15-week ban and measures that would make it a crime to transport minors across state lines for an abortion without parental consent.
Thank you, Wisconsin.
More recently, Trump told Time magazine he'd allow states to both monitor pregnancies, and prosecute those who violate abortion bans.
Republicans keep handing Democrats this issue every election cycle. It never seems to be out of the political
Yeah, I
picture.
haven't watched some
Nolan
more
Finley
news in a minute. There's certain periods where I'll be sick of somebody because they just like they're gonna have just really. But I remember it's like I remember the abortion one. I think Katie comes in and hosts that abortion one. That's really, really good. I remember that one. And that's about the time that I stopped watching. But that episode was really good. I just love they do the Marvel Cinematic Universe episode. That one's funny too. But it has nothing to do with politics, really.
Is the conservative
I think we need a
editor at
puppet.
Detroit News.
What exactly would you like to see either the presidential nominee Donald Trump lay out or other Republicans across the board in terms of the specific policies
Well,
with abortion?
I would like him to stay away from a federal policy. I think that was the point of the Dobbs ruling. But I think the Nikki Haley solution of let's all sit down and find out where we can agree in terms of a point in the pregnancy where we're going to say, you've had time to make your choice.
Whether it's 6, 15 weeks.
15, maybe 20.
Again, you can't
somewhere in
ban it
that range.
because complications can happen.
I know.
And then
I know.
doctors can't do anything about it because they're scared
I know.
to get sued.
Reinstate Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
That would solve all of these problems.
Where people can settle and say, this is fair. This allows people time to make their decision. This allows you to deal with rape and incest, etc. But it also
I'm
prevents,
waiting. I'm
you know,
so shocked
something
they
I think
haven't
most people
overturned gay
would
marriage
be,
because that's also something
opposed
that
to, and
wasn't
that's
voted on by the
abortion in
Senate.
the
It was
last
a
month or
Supreme
so
Court
of
thing.
pregnancy.
That
For
Obama
voters
took
we spoke
credit
to in
for.
Lansing,
They'll
they're
try.
heeding calls that abortion is an issue to turn out for in November.
Michigan voters, they recognize that this is an issue that goes beyond the borders of the state of Michigan.
I think we have all found out that we cannot rest on our laurels, that we must come out and vote for the right people.
Ultimately, Roe was a wake-up call for Democrats like Congresswoman Slotkin, one that she says exposed their party's complacency.
I think we let ourselves get comfortable.
Yeah, they're not going to
that
do
we didn't
overturn gay
believe
marriage
the other
now
side
because
when
that
they
will
said we're coming
definitely lose
for
them
Roe
in
v.
the
Wade and
election.
we want to overturn it. We saw all that happening, but we just had a failure of imagination.
It'll
what
be
I want to
next.
do
It'll be the
is
next
say
turn of Trump
publicly
news.
to the whole country that we have a 10-year plan to get back to a federal right to an abortion. We're not going to let it just be a state issue. We're actually going to organize and mobilize to do the thing we didn't do for 50 years, which is pass a piece of federal legislation.
Well,
to
also
codify Roe.
the
result in November could determine if
specific
Slotkin
passage I know in the Bible that says the like do not lie with a man as you would a woman. That would be an abomination. Abomination isn't a sin. It doesn't actually say that it's a sin in God's eyes. Actually, an abomination specifically means something that would be like weird to society. It's saying it's like that's like a taboo thing and you should avoid it because it will like be taboo in your society.
plans take 10 years or another 50.
They might say
For the PBS
abomination in
News
the
Hour,
eyes of
I'm
God,
Laura Barone-Lopez
which
in
is
Michigan.
kind of more not great. Because it's like, okay, you can do it, but I don't approve, is what it says, if that's the case.
Well, I think it was quite radical. It's a world first in the sense that it was the first pig kidney transplant. There were 2 pig heart or cardiac transplants in 2001 and
I got a pig
2022,
heart.
respectively. So it's not the first ever so-called xenotransplantation of a pig organ into a human, but it's the second of its kind all up in the world ever. So it was very revolutionary. It's not just the xenotransplant either. This was an edited organ. So again, it's the second time this has ever happened. So quite a cutting edge attempt.
And let's talk about that a moment, because this is an edited, gene edited. So the problem with animal organs is that
we can get
the
animal
human
organs-
body will reject them or they will counter them, and there's also the possibility of disease. So what had to happen
like,
for
actually
this
be functional
kidney
and
to
stuff?
be transplanted into a human?
Yeah, so obviously with a lot of the technologies that arise out of these kinds of procedures, you have hospitals and general practitioners who do.
Because there's like that one movie, I think it's called The Island, but they're like human farms they're like clones that they'll take organs from if the real human needs a transplant. And it's like they're there.
Sounds familiar, yes.
And then they fall in love and they have to escape I didn't watch it, I just remember the trailer. But it's like that human farm thing, like the pigs
Yeah.
growing human organs in them and like that type of stuff. It's gonna
Mhm.
be some pretty inhumane shit. But imagine if you don't need to wait for a transplant list to do an organ transplant. Like that's definitely
Would
going
be
to be the
handy.
case in a decade or so.
For the ultra rich, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you can always get a organ if you go to China, especially kidney. They're readily available there.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Can't
It's
imagine.
weird.
The actual transplantation.
How is the
But
transplant rate 3 times higher than the donation rate in China for kidneys?
so-called technology, the actual organ, is developed by a private company. And so unfortunately, we don't have very, very specific details about the commercial,
fucking capitalism.
the commercial and confidence nature of the product. But from the
Fucking
reports that we
capitalism.
have, this was a
We got to keep the
most likely
Coca-Cola
a pig
secret.
organ from a cloned
Look at
pig,
all
first of all.
the
So that's one thing, that
they
it's a
have like
cloned pig.
literal
Secondly, they have
separate
used the so-called
colored trash bins,
CRISPR-Cas9.
and one is like bio waste, right? Because that's the point of like the
Yeah.
2 different colors. So like one is just every station has like a bio waste trash.
Genome editing technology to make 69 discrete edits to the pig organ, to the kidney, before it is then transplanted into the human. And as you say, those edits are to stop the rejection of the organ in the human body. So they actually remove some of the pig features. They knock out those genes. Secondly, they humanize the pig organ by adding in some human genes. And then thirdly, they also edit out the retrovirus genes. So genes that would cause a virus in a pig, but the pig might tolerate that virus, but a human body won't tolerate the pig virus. So they knock out those viral genes as well.
But to your
69 of those were done.
69. So that's quite.
And there were
69.
only
The sex
10
number.
done in the hearts previously. So that's what makes it quite a new and promising step.
So that's upping the ante. But now, from my understanding, the transplants of the heart lasted a little bit longer than this kidney did. The kidney patient.
Yes, that's right. They weren't as predicted. You know, they didn't last as long as we would hope, of course, which is, you know, to the extent that a full.
I mean, were these people literally dying when they put these organs in them?
I mean, they signed up for it.
Fair enough.
Life is lived following the disease, but they only by a matter of days, I think. I think the longest xenotransplant we've had in a human is 61 days, and this one was just shy of I think 60 days. So we haven't seen a massive improvement here, despite having so many more edits.
Is this going to get?
Now, of course,
claimed?
the patient was, didn't have many other options left to him other than going down this path. Doctors say there were no indications that it was the transplant, but I guess will we ever really know why he passed away?
That's the thing. Is like
it's hard to say whether
that's the thing. Is like these cases, these people are so sick that it's
Yeah.
not necessarily the transplant that's killing them.
Yeah, exactly. It could be the recovery from the surgery.
Yeah, that stuff too.
that we will know. I'm sure that there can be some very good scientific studies as to the cause, but that might itself be elusive. But one of the conditions of the investigational new drug license that was given for this treatment is that the practitioners have to report adverse events to the Food and Drug Administration, and that would include the cause of death in this case. I also note that the same company and hospital is attempting to start a clinical trial. So it will be so imperative for the FDA, the American equivalent of the TGA here in Australia, to understand the causes, if any, of death as they're associated with the xenotransplant here.
Yeah. Chris, I'd like to now come and talk to some work that you've written about, and that's looking around.
And I don't care. Next.
Jury selection began today as Democratic Senator Bob Menendez is set to become the first sitting senator ever tried for conspiracy to act as a foreign agent. The case is expected to last several weeks. Lisa Desjardins previews what's to come.
In Manhattan today, a powerful New Jersey senator arrived to face everyday New
That's
Yorkers
epic.
who will decide his fate. The start of jury
Long
selection is
time
the start
coming
of
for
Democrat
Gold
Bob
Bar
Menendez's
Menendez.
second bribery
Yeah.
trial in 7 years.
Second in 70.
The senior
in
senator
7
was
years.
accustomed to calling the shots from his perch atop the Senate
Like
Foreign Relations
everyone knew
Committee.
this
He
guy
stepped
was
down as
dirty, and it
chair
took
when
that long still.
Wait, seriously? Like it was like an
Yeah,
open secret.
They've already took him to. They already took him over corruption 7 years ago.
And nothing happened.
Yeah, he got away with it. And then this time there was like the gold bar scandal, and then something else immediately came out after, I think, after the gold bars.
Charges came last fall, but Menendez refuses to resign from office.
I recognize this will be the biggest fight yet, but as I have stated throughout this whole process, I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey.
It's also his wife got in trouble for
Lawmaker is
something as
charged
well.
with becoming a lawbreaker.
Basically, that's I think that's how he got away with it
in
in the 7 years ago. Is it wasn't me, it was my wife.
One of those.
I think that's what happened. Well, because the one judge does that, blames it on his wife.
And then greasing billions in weapons and other deals, passing along information and pressuring officials.
My office remains firmly committed to rooting out public corruption without fear or favor and without any regard to partisan politics.
Prosecutors say they found what Menendez and his wife got in exchange: a Mercedes convertible, and inside their house, gold bars worth $100,000 and wads totaling more than $480,000 in cash. Menendez offered this explanation.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba.
Prosecutors paint Menendez's wife Nadine as a critical go-between, but Menendez's court filings have hinted he may try to pin all the blame on her. Her trial is set for July. 2 businessmen charged will be tried alongside the senator. All 4 defendants have pleaded not guilty. They may have been friends, but Menendez is expected to stress they were also constituents.
You cannot prosecute a lawmaker for talking on the floor and for acting as a lawmaker, including helping constituents.
Jonathan Salant covered Menendez as the Washington correspondent for a group of New Jersey papers for nearly a decade.
That's a funny
the senator's
defense.
last trial.
To those who were digging my political grave so that they could jump into my seat, I know who you are, and I won't forget you.
Menendez survived that bribery case in 2017. Prosecutors alleged that he took nearly $1 million worth of gifts in exchange for helping a friend's business. The DOJ did not retry the case after jurors deadlocked.
It was a victimless crime, I think. I didn't see a smoking gun.
Salant says in this year's case, there is a change in Jersey political cycles.
It was outrageous enough that the delegation
That makes it okay then. Okay.
The governor called for his resignation. So this goes, in the opinion of those folks, goes beyond normal rough and tough New Jersey politics.
Congressman Andy Kim is the prohibitive favorite to win New Jersey's Democratic primary this June. Menendez is sitting out that race, but could run as an independent in November.
If Menendez runs an independent, that could scramble everything.
Democrats face longer odds to keep the Senate if New Jersey becomes a battleground. But for Menendez, much more than his political future
I swear
is
to
on
God,
the line.
Menendez.
If convicted on all charges, he could face a sentence of over 200 years.
Nice.
New York and New Jersey.
Happening now in
that
another New
whole
York
region.
courtroom, jury selection is underway in the federal corruption trial
Get out.
of New Jersey Senator
I'm
Bob
glad
Menendez.
AOC's there, and
Prosecutors
she's like
say in
pretty hard
exchange
to
for
corrupt.
political favors, the Democrat and his wife took bribes from Egypt and Qatar. Prosecutors say Menendez raked in hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund his lavish lifestyle. He denies any wrongdoing.
FBI field offices across the country have reported an increase in youth sextortion cases where sexually explicit content is used as blackmail. Stephanie Sy reports on the concerning trend and preventive efforts to protect minors.
Social media has become fertile ground for scammers to target young people, and in some cases, the consequences have been deadly. In a 2-year period between October 2021 to March 2023, the FBI received over 13,000 reports of online financial sextortion of minors. It impacted 12,600 victims and led to at least 20 suicides.
Damn.
FBI Special Agent Emily Steele joins us from the Phoenix field office with more
looks
on
like
what
an
the
Emily
dangers of
Steele.
sextortion are and what parents can do to prevent it. Agent Steele, thank you so much for joining the News
Agent
Hour.
Steele.
First of all, give me a sense of how
It's fucking
prevalent this
metal.
crime has become and why the FBI is especially concerned about young people.
This crime has become significantly more prevalent, especially with younger children's access to technology. So whether it be receiving an iPad,
They
or
keep
a
taking
Chromebook
pictures
from
of their
school that has
cooters
internet
and
connection,
uploading it.
or even just availability of getting on a parent's phone and using social media, kids are learning younger and younger how to navigate through the internet and online social media world, and that's creating more victims for predators.
Okay, so this is happening, I understand, through social media. How exactly are these people luring children into these
so
platforms? How
I
does it
this is
work?
happening
You know, it
from
can be
what I
described in a
understand through
long or
social
short
media.
process, but the short
Yep.
process is children are vulnerable, and children are everywhere online, and
Children
not
are
using proper
vulnerable.
security techniques
Great.
on their social media.
Thanks,
So say for
Agent
instance they
Steele.
have an Instagram, it's not set to private, and anyone can follow them and see what they're doing on their day-to-day activity. So if a child posts on their Instagram story, for instance, that they're in school and they're taking pictures with their friends, well, then a predator instantly knows that this is a minor because they are in school. From there, it can just be as easy as sending a direct message and complimenting the minor, or pretending to be a minor from the opposite sex and asking for nude photos. And unfortunately, it happens very quickly. It's not a long process or a long drawn out relationship. It can happen in a matter of minutes that they are convincing these children to send nude or explicit photos and videos of themselves.
So it's an adult that's often pretending to be a child, and there's no way for the kid to know that. And then they get the kid to send some sort of nude compromising photo to them. And then what do?
There are two situations that can happen. I like to kind of separate two different sextorters. The first one is going to be the money-hungry sextorter. Typically, that's going to be an individual from overseas. We see a lot of African countries, or specifically coming out of Nigeria, that there are these huge schemes to target children because they're vulnerable and scared. So once an individual receives the nude photo, they then tell the child that, hey, I'm not who you thought I was. You better send me $50, or I'm going to send this photo to everyone on your followers. And what this individual has done is they have already screenshotted who this kid is following. So it doesn't even matter.
Pedophiles.
No, they're just extortion. Children, because you're going to get so much money from
like,
kids.
there's always the narrative of like, diddle kids, get your balls cut off, right?
I think
what if
this
they're not
might
in
be...
it for the sexual thrill, and they're doing it because they can extort children for money?
I think it's just as bad.
Well, I'm not saying it's better or worse. It's like, enslaving children for work versus a sex slave,
Yeah. It's a hard thing to combat. It's like, what do you do? Education. Teach your kids. Be a parent. It's a pretty good start.
If the kid blocks them, they still have access to all that. So that's kind of the first type of predator who, if they can do this to 10 kids and 5 of those 10 kids send them $50, it's a pretty easy payday for them. The other side of it is an individual who is asking for this type of content simply because it's a child. So that's who they are attracted to. Children, they are attracted to that type of content, and is not just a get rich quick scheme. So it's two very different mindsets, but both of those categories fall under sextortion.
Is it boys and girls, Agent Steele, being equally targeted? Are there certain age groups they're targeting?
So it is both boys and girls. We have seen a rise in the amount of male or boy victims in the last few years, but it is still largely female. And typically what we're seeing is boys, the ages are between 14 and 17, and girls are a little younger. The female victims we're seeing anywhere from 12 to 17, and I've had a victim as young as 7.
That's because the 14 to 17-year-old boys just want to whip their dicks out and show as many people as possible. So that's the easy one. Want to make money? That's how you make money.
Targeted for sextortion. So it can really be any minor that has access to the internet, but it is both boys and girls.
And you mentioned Instagram. What are the other platforms that people need to be aware of?
I swear to God, if they don't talk
is it
about
also
educating
true
your
that
fucking
sometimes
kid
the
and
predators can
being a
get to
parent,
kids
I'm
via
going to be
games
very
such as
annoyed.
Roblox? Yes, so Roblox is one of the major platforms that we see victims come from. Actually, my 7-year-old victim that I just talked about, that started on Roblox, and the individual was
Roblox is so nuts because there's even there's actual labor scams inside Roblox as well. Yeah, they make children into developers for their Roblox games and don't pay the children.
That's fucking hilarious. What the fuck?
I've seen something on it. I've seen somebody who made a video on it.
Crazy. People are fucked.
To send him stuff on Snapchat. So you have Roblox, you have Snapchat, you have Instagram, and then Discord. Discord is also a big one. Discord is an application on the phone, or you can access it from just a regular computer. And it is...
If I ever have kids and this ever comes up or I have to tell them about this, I'm going to be like, send them a very, very, very close picture of just the wrinkles of your asshole.
Yeah, that's pretty illegal to tell your kid that.
Huh?
I said that's pretty illegal.
But it's hilarious.
If I ever have kids, I'm going to give them to monkeys to raise.
What?
I'm going to give my kid to monkeys so they raise by monkeys. Yes, that'd be cool. Then I have a monkey
would be
kid.
Cool.
And then he can swing around the house and do dishes with his feet and stuff.
Big in the gaming world. A lot of them like to get on Discord and get in these gaming rooms to talk about the game. These predators...
Or better, tell the child to come to me when it happens, and I will.
Roblox has like a weird criminal network attached.
It
to
does. It's like
You know,
super
it's like
pedo, right?
Runes. Well, not necessarily, because there's fucking like there's been like cartel who have like recruited people through there. And other games too, not just Roblox.
That's so fascinating. What the fuck? Why are people so dumb?
Well, they're children.
Why are kids so dumb?
Why are stepsisters such sluts?
Know that these kids do this, and they will jump into these rooms and catch them that way as well.
I know that
A
you yourself,
doofus.
as an FBI special agent, have been going out to schools to try to educate parents and students. What is the one most tangible thing that a parent or educator can do to protect their kids from this?
Specifically on the parent side, I always say the parent pays for the phone. You should know what is on that phone.
Yeah,
and that
look,
includes knowing
be a
the pin
parent.
to the phone,
Okay,
as well as knowing
so-
the passwords for accounts.
There you go. You should have got it.
The games that it cites here is Grand Theft Auto and World of Warcraft that have been used by cartels to recruit.
Hmm.
And that's how they'll literally recruit them, and they'll make them a drug mule. One of the, and you know how it's like, you know how like a lot of times for the drug mules, they literally don't tell them. They're like,
That they're
yeah,
moving drugs.
just drive this truck over the border. That's all they like basically tell them.
Yeah.
The person is just, you know, dumb
But they
enough
pay
to
them.
be,
They pay them a lot of money, right?
yes, yeah. So, but then the thing is like normally here's the thing. So like it's like electronic smuggling. That's another big one, right? You like buy electronics here, you can sell them for more in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first time you'll get through, right? And then you'll keep going back because you're like, it's just easy money. And you start becoming aware of like what's really going on here, right? And eventually you get to a situation where it's always one more and I'm out. One more and I'm out.
Yeah. Because you're
And that-
spending money faster than you can. You can get it.
And the thing is, and then you have to like basically have to snitch on fucking cartel or you know with your defense and shit because it's all happening inside. That's like the American side though.
Yeah. I mean, do they have the option to stop?
Yeah. Because they're just like freelancers that they just hire to mule.
Okay.
They never use
Okay.
their own guys to mule.
Yeah, fair.
If you know the child is starting to act off or weird or extremely attached to their phone and they can't leave it for even a second, it's not a bad idea to be able to go in and see what's going on, see why
Criminals
what is on their
recruited
phone
the
that they're
girl
so
via
scared to leave
online
behind. So
multiplayer
I
game
think if I
Free
had to pick
Fire,
one-
which can be played for free on a cell phone.
just one measure to take, it would be having access to your children's social media and knowing what applications do they have. Do they have Snapchat? Do they have Instagram? Just checking that every once in a while.
Agent
Snapchat
Emily
is like,
Steele with
I think, you know how they're like, Australia's
Welcome to
like,
the
no
news.
social media under a certain age, right? I think Snapchat is one of the ones that we could argue an age cap on, you know? Like,
Probably, yeah.
you're out of college, no more Snapchat for you.
I don't know. A lot of people in my generation use it. I still
Yeah.
use it to talk to a lot of my friends.
Yeah, I know.
News Hour. On the stand today for the fourth week of testimony in Donald Trump's hush money trial was the prosecution's star witness, Michael Cohen. Trump's former attorney and fixer implicated Trump, testifying that Trump directed Cohen to pay adult film actress Stormy Daniels to bury her story on the eve of the 2016 election and was then involved in the cover-up of those payments after he won. William Brigham was in court today in New York, and he joins us now. So, William, it's fair to say Mr. Cohen is arguably the most important witness for the Manhattan District Attorney in this case. This is the man allegedly at the center of those hush money payments and reimbursements. What did he testify to today?
That's exactly right. Now, prosecutors needed Michael Cohen to do basically two things today. First, as you were describing, establish that Donald Trump directed Michael Cohen to pay Stormy Daniels to be quiet so that she wouldn't spill her story and hurt Trump's chances to win the 2016 election. And then second, to clearly implicate Trump in the scheme that prosecutors allege that they cooked up to falsify business records to then cover up the repayment of that money that Cohen paid to Stormy Daniels. And on both those fronts, Cohen delivered somewhat dry but pretty compelling testimony on both of those fronts.
So let's take each of those in turn then. Mr. Cohen has always said all along that Mr. Trump told him to pay Stormy Daniels to bury that story. What else did he testify to today that added to that story?
That's right. Cohen today really detailed the very elaborate attempts that Trump and his associates spent trying to keep stories of extramarital affairs from coming out during 2016 and the run-up to.
What?
Last time I tried to upload a dick pic, it said the file was too large. You gotta probably maybe do some compression, maybe do a zipped file.
Stoff, you told more detail about the payments that Trump and Michael Cohen and David Pecker, the head of the National Enquirer, paid to Karen McDougal $150,000 to get her not to tell her story of having an alleged extramarital affair with the former president. Trump was heard again on audio tape today saying that he knew how that payment was meant to
one of
go,
the things that
and
Stormy
he would pay the
Daniels said is
money
that Trump told her that him and his wife sleep in separate beds.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, of course they do, but
yeah.
She hates him. Nobody hates Trump more than Melania.
How they would work out the checks. Jurors heard that again from the president's mouth. Then during the campaign came that infamous Access Hollywood tape. And Cohen most clearly thus far has explained to the jury just how terrified the campaign was and the chaos that descended on them when that tape came out, and how they tried to then, brush it off as this, quote, locker room talk. Then, in the midst of that chaos, Stormy Daniels' story reemerges. And Cohen described talking with Donald Trump at the time, asking him about this alleged Stormy Daniels story that was brewing in the background. What did he know about it? And Trump said this would be a disaster for his campaign if it got out, how it would hurt him severely with women voters. Cohen said that Trump told him that men will think it is cool, but women are going to hate me. So we got a lot more detail on that front, how Trump directed Cohen to pay Stormy Daniels to bury that story.
And then, of course, we all know what happens afterwards. Mr. Trump goes on to win the election. Michael Cohen then, according to this narrative, is still owed that $130,000 for the payment to Stormy Daniels. And the core of the prosecution's case, William, is how Michael Cohen was repaid and how the business records were falsified to hide their true intent. What did Michael Cohen testify to about that?
That's right. This is the core of the case. The 34 charges that Trump is facing of falsifying business records is how they repaid Michael Cohen that money and how they allegedly falsified those records. And Cohen was worried and told a great detail about he was worried that he was never going to get repaid this money. Trump had won the election. Cohen was not being given a job in Washington, D.C. as he says he wanted. And he was worried that he was going to get left holding the bag for this. And he described this one meeting where he blew up at Trump's chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, and said, look, none of you guys stepped up to pay this money to protect the now president. I'm the one that did, and I need to be repaid. And he and Weisselberg at that meeting then cooked up this scheme. And jurors again today saw this quite striking document. I want to pull it up for viewers to take a look. It's a little bit confusing to understand what's going on here, but this paper is a copy of the wire transfer that Michael Cohen sent to Daniels' lawyer. And then you see all that handwriting at the bottom. Again, there's a lot of figures and other terms in there. The details are a little bit Byzantine here. But in this document, in Michael Cohen's handwriting and Alan Weisselberg's handwriting, is exactly how they figured out in that meeting how Michael Cohen would get repaid. And this document so far is the clearest piece of evidence yet of the whole alleged scheme the prosecutors say is going on here.
You're taking notes on a criminal conspiracy?
Came up with that scheme. Does Cohen say that Donald Trump knew of or approved that scheme?
That's right. Cohen says that right after that meeting with Weisselberg, that he and Weisselberg went into Trump's office with that document. And Cohen said it seemed to him like the two of them had already discussed this plan.
My
because
friend
Trump seemed
wanted to do this scheme where we roll our own cigarettes and then sell them.
Okay.
Right. And he's like, yeah, we'll sell them for like this much money. And like, I was like, okay, so you need an initial investment. And like, I wrote down all these notes to like basically show him that his idea is like not a profitable idea. Not even bringing up the laws in it. Right. Because we were like both in high school. And my dad finds it is like, I found your drug dealing notes. And I'm like, okay, bro, it's literally me explaining to somebody how they won't make a profit on cigarettes. Like I'd fucking take notes if I on my fucking drug dealing. Like, come on, bro. All my you can find text messages maybe about drug dealing, and then even then I would not even like respond if they ask for the specific drug by name.
Yes.
Familiar with the details, but they went over all the details again, how Trump Cohen would get repaid in monthly
Okay,
payments,
Walter,
plus
look,
a bonus,
bro.
plus some money he owed to a technical services firm. And that in that process, Cohen says Trump clearly knew what was going on here and approved of the entire plan. And so this is the essence of the argument, that the prosecutors allege that they falsified these documents to pretend this was all legal fees to Michael Cohen because they were trying to cover up that they were hush money payments.
Big day of testimony today. What about tomorrow, William? What should we expect?
Look, if they
We're
didn't
supposed to hear more from Michael Cohen.
there
There's a
would
little
be
bit
no
more
profit
more
behind
direct
these drugs,
examination.
these prescription drugs. If there was not controlled substances, if there
Mhm.
was not a
Yes.
Controlled Substance Act, I would have no street value of these drugs.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Of him by the prosecutors. And then the cross-examination begins. And this, as you and I have discussed, is where Michael Cohen will again get truly attacked. Because remember, he is a convicted felon. He has several times pled guilty to lying under oath, to lying to Congress.
Oh
He's
my
accused
God.
of election fraud. He has changed his story about Trump's role in this alleged scheme multiple times. He has also displayed a very clear animus to Donald Trump and has said he relishes the idea that Donald Trump will end up in prison. All of that is likely to come out as the defense team tries to poke holes in this star witness. We'll see all that tomorrow, maybe Thursday as well.
All right, that is William Brangham reporting live from New York tonight.
We'll take a look at this newly released poll to show former President Trump leading President Biden in several important swing states.
Fox 8's Sharon Crowley joins us now with a closer look at these numbers. Sharon, what's the big
I mean,
picture?
if I was my
Yeah, when
dad,
we
I
talk
would
to
be
NPR,
proud
the
that I
pollsters
was able to break an entire business lesson down for another kid. You know, to explain to them why their plan is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Are telling me voters are still extremely concerned about President Biden's handling of the economy. Younger voters also objecting to the war in Gaza. Former President Trump also facing challenges, including finding a way to win voters who are not part of his base.
A new poll showing former President Donald Trump leading President Biden in 5 of 6 battleground states. The New York Times Siena College poll putting Trump ahead in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, Georgia, and Nevada. Biden is beating Trump right now in Wisconsin.
Voters are extremely concerned
really
about the
is.
economy. That's the number one issue. Twice as many voters tell us that's the most important issue as compared with everything else. And
Yeah.
right now,
and
by
we're
about
still
20
dealing with a
points,
post-COVID economy. This is going to be the dumbest reason to vote for the downfall of a country in history.
Yeah. Yep. You're 100% correct. This is fucking stupid.
they say that Trump is better on the economy than is Biden.
Don Levy is the director of the Siena College Research Institute. He says Biden is losing younger voters who are upset about the war in Gaza.
The Israel and the conflict in Gaza, that's certainly eating away at Biden's support. It's fractured the Democrats. We're seeing a growing number of younger Democrats start to peel away from Biden.
Pollsters warn it's still early and a lot can change.
Yeah, Joe Biden is actually very good. Considering that he's coming in, I disagree with plenty of his policies, but considering he's coming in post-COVID, like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which should just be called "Choke on My Dick," the Joe Biden bill. There's people who think that that Trump did the bipartisan infrastructure act. How? Because they just keep repeating this thing. People think Trump is better on the economy. How? Who told them this?
Yeah, nobody. Nobody
It's
actually
they
thinks
feel and they just feel it that things were cheaper 4 years ago.
Yeah, of course
I
they
wonder if
fucking were.
something fucking happened to prices in between that time. You fucking
Dipshits.
morons.
I do not endorse this endorsement of Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden. But fuck Donald Trump more.
Provost and political analyst David Birdsell says Biden still has time to turn things around, but he must move quickly.
It has to happen really before the summertime because those attitudes are going to get locked in.
His bills are mostly good, and that's because the reason why his bills have been so good is because he has so much Senate experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Gaza is going to hurt him that much.
No, once it ends, it'll be.
Yeah, he looks old as fuck, but Trump's the same age.
Yeah.
In the few weeks between Labor Day and voting day.
Birdsell says the challenge for mend fractures within the Democratic Party, find a way to appeal to both the far left and moderate Democrats. He says Trump must also widen his support beyond MAGA voters to win in November.
And here's another interesting fact. Pollsters say the outcome of the presidential election may actually be decided by a group of voters known as double haters, voters who don't like either candidate. The double haters living in these 6
I don't care.
We do not need to call them that. That's dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
Double haters. Okay, buddy.
Also, but would love to do that. Thank you, Julianne. Great job you've done at the party. I also want to say Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in America, and especially
There's probably louder versions of this as well.
Probably.
But God, this Trump shit is so funny.
Because we are going to officially play in the state of New Jersey. We're going to win the state of New Jersey.
An absolutely rabid crowd of Trump supporters was cheering these Castro-like ideas. The rest in there's, I may be misspacing, rather than
Republican Party, because what they do is they raise so much money through different groups that are not groups that are on our side.
right. The money is coming in from groups that are not groups. Would Trump did a really weird film. Trump refers to, I don't even know what this is about.
Has anyone ever seen The Silence of the Lambs? The late great Hannibal Lecter.
Yep.
He's a wonderful man.
Treated so unfairly, never gets credit because the fake
come
news
on.
media wouldn't
Fuck
tell you
this.
what
Find somebody who doesn't
guy.
interrupt the Hannibal Lecter shit that Trump says.
I don't want to blindside you, but we have some breaking news coming in right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Trump's
This is funny.
son, Barron, apparently now will not be a delegate at the RNC this summer. Barron has come up quite a bit during this trial, and he is apparently declining to go forward. Any idea, any insight into this?
Wednesday elected as delegate at large, getting a
I
statement
got it.
from
It's
Melania
next.
Trump with
Okay.
regards to him dropping out and saying, and I quote, while Barron is honored to have been chosen as a delegate by the Florida Republican Party, he regretfully declines to participate due to prior commitments. And just want to reiterate here, Tom.
Good. He should stay as far away from politics as humanly possible to preserve his mental health and to just be a normal fucking person.
Yeah, like look at Ivanka now. She's like
Mm.
got involved with that, and now all her New York friends hate her. That could
Don
be
Jr.,
him.
Kimberly Guilfoyle,
He
who is
looks
Don
like
Jr.'s
Lukashenko's
fiance,
son.
Eric
No,
Trump
it's still
as
my
well,
favorite video.
along
It's
with
the
Tiffany
one
Trump,
where
her husband,
they
all
go to the
serving
they
as
find the little tiny flag in the planter, and Lukashenko's son goes out of his way to pull it down. That's one of my favorite videos of all time. And they're walking around without a mag in the gun, like badasses
Seriously?
and shit. Yeah, it's. I've shown it to you. We've laughed at it.
Probably. And it's
United States in his run-up to re-election as the Republican presumptive nominee for
Yeah,
president.
you wonder if his mom stepped in and said, no, I don't want my 18-year-old kid doing this, at least not yet.
Thanks for
Oh,
watching.
did
Stay
his
updated
mommy
about
say
breaking.
no?
For the world. They're emptying out their jails into the United States. They're emptying out their mental
This is-
institutions into the United States, our beautiful country. And now the prison populations all over the world are down. They don't want to report that. The mental institution population is down because they're taking people from insane asylums and from mental institution. You know what the difference is, right? An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids. Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever
Okay.
seen Silence of the Lamb? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man. He oftentimes would have a friend for dinner. Remember the last scene? Excuse me, I'm about to have a friend for dinner. Is this poor doctor one night? I'm about to have a friend for dinner, but Hannibal Lecter. Congratulations, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country, and they're coming in totally unchecked, totally unchecked,
What?
and we can't let this happen. They're destroying our country, and we're sitting back, and we better damn well win this election, because if we don't, our country is going to be doomed.
A showdown for the stand. Former so-called
Our
fixer
country
Michael
is
Cohen
going to be doomed, he says.
Oh my god.
We got rid of.
Did
the
you
Doom.
remove Doom?
We decided on removing it.
Fuck.
I remember we
his
discussed
old
it.
boss testifying
That's
against
fine.
Donald Trump in the former president's hush money trial. That is where we start this afternoon
Right.
at 4 o'clock. I'm Natalie
Hopefully,
Castro.
And I'm David
this-
Ushery today in
the
court.
scene that I'm referencing, they don't cut it off, and it's in this clip right here. Right, so this is after the protest, right? So they just cleared this whole area, and now he's walking around like he's a badass with this rifle with no mag in it for this propaganda video.
Who is it?
His son is also here
Ah, it's Lukashenko.
during the protests. Nope, cut it off. It's right after that. It's so funny.
Cohen sat just feet away from Donald Trump as he answered questions about payments made to Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. News 4's Chris Glorioso in Lower Manhattan with more on what Cohen said today under oath. Chris.
Well, some of Cohen's testimony actually characterized Melania Trump's reaction to all of these stories in 2016 involving other women. And Cohen tried to cast her not as a wife who might have been angered by all this, but actually as a political partner. Cohen even testified that he believed that it was Melania who came up with the idea for Donald Trump to respond to the Access Hollywood tape with the famous line, locker room banter. Now, this is important for prosecutors because they want to cast the hush money as a political payment, not as an effort to shield Melania from stories of infidelity.
I've got no evidence, and I'm innocent. This is a political witch hunt.
Outside the courtroom, standing behind the former president, a cast of Donald Trump loyalists, including Republican Senators Tommy Tuberville and J.D. Vance, and Eric Trump, who posted on X, "I have never seen anything more rehearsed," just as Michael Cohen began his testimony.
Michael Cohen is the prosecution's star witness. This guy is a
Wow, you
convicted
mean he was
felon
briefed?
who admitted in his testimony that he secretly reported his former employer.
On the stand, Cohen testified about that now infamous recording he made.
Yes, okay, I got it.
Discussing with Trump a payoff to silence Playboy model Karen McDougal.
It's right at the beginning of this one. Because like they do like an alternate flag to support a free Belarus, right? So that's the free Belarus flag right there in the planter.
Mm-hmm.
And this is his son right here.
Okay.
Hang on, you're kind of covering it. We got to move you. He's like so mad about the flag being there. And he's like, yeah, I showed them. I took the flag and threw it on the ground from this flower box. Like, okay, bro. Oh, you got him.
About how to set the whole thing
Yeah,
up.
no, because they like, it's like literally, you know, the cops swept through and we're supposed to remove all the protest symbols, you know, and they got one of those symbols in their fucking propaganda. And it's funny that like, it took me a while to find the one where that isn't edited out, you know?
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
Yes.
Cohen also told the jurors about his links to Trump's
Yes.
2016 presidential campaign, including that he had a campaign email address. That small detail could prove important because to win a felony conviction, DA Alvin Bragg needs to prove not only that 34 records of Trump's payments to Cohen were falsified, but that the false bookkeeping was a campaign strategy to hide Stormy Daniels' story of an alleged sexual encounter with Trump from the American voters. Did you have any conversation about strategy? The prosecutor asked. Cohen answered, Trump told me, what I want you to do is push the story out as long as you can. If I win the election, it will have no relevance. And if I lose, I don't even care. Trump's lawyers have denied the hush money payments were political, calling them monthly legal retainers.
We have records, and they talk about bookkeeping. The only thing down in the bookkeeping is that we call a legal expense a legal expense.
Back live at the courthouse where Michael Cohen continues his direct examination on the stand. A short time ago, prosecutors tried to short-circuit the defense argument that Michael Cohen's testimony is really motivated by sour grapes, that he never got a job in the White House. Cohen directly responded to that, saying he didn't even want the White House chief of
Sour
staff
grapes?
position. For now, we're
Yeah.
They're off? I don't fucking know.
No, it's a story.
Oh, no.
So basically, the story, it's really short. There's like grapes hanging from a tree, and they look delicious, right? And a fox is like, oh, I really want those grapes, but he can't reach them. And then he's like, I don't want those grapes anyway. They're probably sour. Those are shitty grapes. And that's what sour grapes means.
Okay.
So he got left holding the bag, and he's like, I didn't want to be a part of this anyway. I hate these guys.
Live at the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, Chris Glorioso, News 4, New York.
From melting pots of luxury chocolate, this boutique enterprise has been creating delectable treats for 25 years, many with a distinctly Melbourne flavour.
Yeah, chocolate
But
needs
the
to go.
skyrocketing
Sorry.
price of cocoa
Sorry.
is putting the squeeze on small operators like Drew Madison.
There's really what we need to be doing is figuring out how to synthetically make it, which wasn't one of the people we saw was doing that. They made it out of something weird, like beetles or something. You remember that? They were doing a synthetic chocolate. Like
God, what do they make it out of? It was something.
It was grapeseed oil.
That's right. Yes.
Which is a fucking also carcinogen, I believe. Grapeseed oil.
Great.
But it is like there's this whole anti-seed oil conspiracy.
Mm.
Like grapeseed oil is fine, just like any oil is fine. Like in moderation.
Yeah.
A lot of the businesses out there are just struggling. They're looking at closing up or selling off.
Last year, his business lost a quarter of its revenue and had to cut his staffing by half.
What are we going to leave for our kids? Where is the industry going in Australia?
Well, we're going to use Wonka
almost
candy
tripled
and
in the
shit
past
like
year,
nerds.
mainly because of deforestation, wet weather, and crop disease in West Africa, where more than 70% of the world's product is grown.
Some of the smaller boutique or high quality chocolate makers tend to have a higher cocoa content in their chocolate. It gives them a kind of a double whammy then.
Small chocolate making businesses like Drew's rely almost entirely on cocoa from overseas, but Australian local cocoa growers could offer a glimmer of hope.
Lawrence Marmora is one such farmer who's been growing cocoa near Cairns for more than
There
a
you go,
decade.
Australian
This
cocoa.
is a very good region for growing cocoa. There's no two ways about it. Certainly, there's an opportunity for the cocoa growers here.
I love
in
that it shows
Australia,
him doing the work
in North
himself.
Queensland to get their backside smoothing.
You don't do that. Come on.
Growers say if more
Who's
local
your
farmers make
employees?
cocoa, it could eventually push
You
down
got
prices
fucking-
and strengthen the domestic market.
Who's your big immigrant class that they export to islands? Where are they coming from? Sri Lanka and shit.
Not really. They're kind of Middle Eastern, but that's kind of stopped now.
In a strange and roundabout way, it is actually good news.
I'm
for
not actually
Australian
sure where
cocoa
the
growers.
migrants are mostly coming from.
But as it's still a tiny industry and crops can only grow in specific environments, there's a long way to go before the beans will be bought on a larger scale.
To see more cocoa grown in Australia would be fantastic.
No sweet relief yet for small businesses. Mieta Adams, ABC News, Melbourne.
Yeah, more chocolate problems.
Now, time for the riff. Wildwood used to be known as a lovely summer vacation beach resort down in South New Jersey. No more. It'll be forever known as a place where Donald Trump drew 100,000 people at a rally this past Saturday.
Oh my
which is
God.
a record rally in the history of the state of New York.
Jesus
Formerly,
Christ,
the state
bro.
political record for rallies was 11 people. Well, that was a joke, just a joke.
And
Just
you definitely
kidding.
have
Sort of.
a really,
But President
really
Trump
large
carrying
dick.
New Jersey
Your
this
pee-pee
November
is
5th is no
gigundo.
joke. Recall that in the 2021 governor's race against incumbent Phil Murphy, the GOP candidate lost by only 3 percentage points. His name was Jack Ciccarelli. Nobody ever heard of him. He was an obscure former state assemblyman. His biggest campaign issue was opposition to the COVID statewide shutdowns. Basically, it was a protest vote against Governor Murphy. But the point is, 100,000 Trump supporters in a beach rally in Wildwood should be a warning to Joe Biden that Donald Trump could conceivably carry red New Jersey. Trump wowed the folks with his issues. All right, sealing the border, stopping the invasion, and the sanctuary cities like Newark and Philadelphia, drill, baby, drill, tax cuts, stop the inflation, business red tape deregulation, law and order,
New
Democrats,
Jersey.
anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
Like the amount of infrastructure stuff they're getting, like the New
Mm.
Jersey's getting like the offshore wind farm stuff that's coming into their economy. They're also backpacking off New York. It's a fusion of their economy. Like, come on, bro. They're not flipping Trump. Like, they'll vote for Chris Christie and hate him the whole time.
Trump's strong support of Israel and a strong America first around the world.
America
Could
first.
Trump carry New Jersey? Of course he could. The Wildwood rally officially put New Jersey in play. And that's not the only blue state. Take a listen to President Trump in the Wildwood rally.
As you can see today, we're expanding the electoral map because we are going to officially play in the state of New Jersey. We're going to win the state of New Jersey. We're also looking really great in the state of Minnesota, which hasn't been.
Oh
won
my
since
God, yeah, bro.
1952, and we're leading at the
Minnesota?
polls in the state of
Minnesota?
Virginia.
There's no way.
All right. An updated New York Times Siena poll shows Trump leading Biden in 5 of the swing states. Of course, these are polls, not votes. But it is interesting that the former president is maintaining his lead.
Nevada,
Okay, I'm
yes.
bored of you.
Nevada, Arizona, Georgia could go red, yes.
Yeah. Will they? I don't know.
Doesn't matter if Florida flips blue.
This is true.
Which
They're
I
trying
know
their
that-
hardest.
That would be really funny, but that's
It
like New
would.
Jersey going red.
Yeah.
They'd have to do a
And it's
really
so
good
good to be
campaign
with
in
so
New
many
Jersey
dear
for that to
friends and
happen.
so many extraordinary leaders. And of course,
Yeah,
at the front
like
end-
this is I've said multiple times. That's the commie state. That's where the commies
and
live.
welcoming
Yeah.
everyone to the White House. And Joe Biden, as everyone here knows, is a leader of courage and conviction and a fighter for freedom, justice, and equity for all Americans. Yes.
North
First Secretary of
Carolina.
the United States, who I know is here, but I don't see him at the moment. My husband, Doug Emhoff. Day. Tell them what to
in order to have a
So-
stronger sense of belonging. Now,
Is that Lucy
Gaza
Liu?
honor this heritage. President, who is
Okay, anyway.
There he is.
What's the caption say?
I asked you to be my vice president, but I knew I needed somebody smarter.
Biden delivers remarks at Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month reception.
Oh, so because Kamala's half Indian, she gets to get a participation trophy.
Sure. Does that count as Pacific Island?
Asia, didn't he say Asian?
Well,
India's
sure.
Asia.
Folks, happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Speak
Here
up,
in the White
Grandpa.
House. And thank you, Lucy, for that introduction and all you do for the community on and off the screen. Kamala, our historic vice president, who represents the community with such great pride. And Doug, I know you're here somewhere, but wherever you are, Doug.
Oh yeah, that's so funny. That's such a good point. Our new Somali flag. It's funny because it's true. It is kind of like the Somali flag. I didn't even think of that until now. I made a joke that they're ripping off my city's flag, and then I looked it up and I found out my city has their own progress flag,
And other members who
which I think is
represent
pretty
the growing
cool.
number
We also have an
of
Irish
selections.
variant of our city
Kamala
flag.
mentioned, that includes the family of the late Norm Mineta, who was a great friend and a great leader. In fact, this year marks the 25th anniversary of the creation of the White House Initiative on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, and Norm supported it. And by the way, I was educated by a guy who, if I can rest for just a moment,
Here's the
one of
flag.
people
You
when
can
I
see the
first got
old
here, I
one.
didn't want to be here.
Why can they never just fucking no. Next.
So this is the old flag. It's one of those generic ones with a seal. It looks like a South American country, right?
Mhm.
And this is the new one. And I don't remember what everything means, but the 6-pointed star is the 6 Iroquois nations. But like, I think this one is better because this one, the tree represents the Great Tree of Peace. And then like these are the 4 finalists, and I think these bottom 2 are just awful. You know, like this one is just a snowflake. Do we want to be the snowflake city? But yeah, here's our variant
Do
of
you want me to be the cat?
pride flag. Isn't that crazy? Who else got that?
It's
Justin
fucking
Newton,
gay.
right? And then this is the Irish one that they have. And I saw one that's like also like a black and indigenous. Yeah, this one, Pan-African
Nice.
version. And these are all like synthetic markups. It looks like, but
Mhm.
like they are. I don't know if I've seen this one actually flown at the town square, but they'll also fly the Irish flag underneath the American flag there, and it's really funny because like there's like an intercity war between the Italians right now because we tore down their statue of oppression.
Democrats are openly questioning the president's decision to pause weapon shipments to America's ally. As Sinclair national correspondent Matt Galka tells us, the decision is rubbing some of his biggest donors the wrong way.
The backlash.
Oh,
over the
actually, you know what
president's
else?
decision to
What
delay
other
weapons
flag
to
we
Israel
fly
over
downtown?
concerns
That's
of
not
Rafah-
not the Italian flag. Yes, the
What?
Statue of Columbus. Yeah, it was literally called Columbus Square, but the statue was built by an Italian, so the Italians were crying that we moved to tear it down. But also, we've been flying the Ukrainian flag ever since the war started in the town square. There's a lot of Ukrainians here. Poles too.
invasion has been swift from the GOP.
It puts Israel's national security interests
gotta
at
pull up
risk. This
Minnesota's
is
new flag.
insane.
But now big Biden donors are pushing back. Axios reports Biden mega donor Hayam Saban
It's
reached
so
out to
funny.
the
It
administration.
literally is
criticizing-
Somalia. It literally is the Somali flag. Like, that's so funny.
saying in part, let's not forget there are more Jewish voters who care about Israel than Muslim voters that care about Hamas. Saban held a fundraiser for Biden in February. Pro-Israel Democrats questioned the president's decision on Capitol Hill.
It demonstrates to Hamas that they're winning the PR war and things. And also, the president cares about the casualties, innocents in Gaza, and Hamas doesn't.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Dr. Phil this week the weapons pause was a mistake.
I've known Joe Biden for many years, so 40 years and more. We often had
our agreements, but we've had our disagreements. We've been able to overcome them. I hope we can overcome them now.
The country is now preparing an expanded operation in the southern Gaza City, where more than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, we'll let it
Well,
play
they just
out.
said that it's a Twitch raid.
Israel has ordered civilians.
Is what?
They just said they're doing a Twitch raid, so somebody, I don't know who.
I don't know who that
Dumped
is.
people.
Oh.
To evacuate. Another influential group, the Democratic Majority for Israel, also criticized the president's decision.
I think he did make a mistake, in my view. But the real issue is what happens from here. Does this wedge get deeper? Does the divide get wider?
Wow.
Majority Leader Steve Scalise
What a
said
face
Friday
that guy
Israel
had.
would have strong backing.
I mean, look, at the
He
end of the
looks like
day,
the fucking South American stone heads that they would walk
yes.
around and
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's what that dude's head was like.
In the House chamber.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Oh yeah, Colin Blockhead.
if Twitch doesn't start getting annoying, we'll just fucking turn
No,
Twitch off.
it's like streamers will raid, but they'll send all their chat to somebody else. That's what happened.
Ah, okay, weird.
Hamas. He seems to want to go after Israel every single day. And
What's the why?
That's just a feature Twitch has.
That's weird.
Turn his back on our strongest ally in the Middle East.
Florida Republican Congressman Corey Mills announced on social media that he was drafting articles of impeachment against the president because of the weapons pause, calling him quid pro Joe. Reporting in Washington.
That's
I'm
Quid
Miguel.
pro Joe. Epic.
Critics now slamming President Biden for more than just withholding military aid to Israel. The Washington Post reports the Biden administration working
Netanyahu
urgently to
could
stave off
stab
a
Fetterman
full-scale
in the
Israeli
daylight
invasion of
and
Rafah,
probably
offering Israel
Hamas.
valuable assistance in an effort to persuade it to hold back, including sensitive
Y'all see
intelligence
that
to help the Israeli military.
Fetterman had the lump on his neck removed?
No. That's funny.
Location of Hamas leaders and find the group's hidden tunnels.
This is extortion. We're saying we can help you locate your victims who have been kept under just horrible, horrific conditions, the worst anyone can imagine. We will share that information with you, if and only if you choose not to defend yourselves. Yet another reason why Joe Biden is unfit for office.
House Republicans now putting a plan in motion to push back on President Biden's threats to withhold an already authorized weapons shipment to Israel.
A very influential politician in the United States has called on Israel to use nuclear bombs in Gaza, where more than 2 million Palestinian civilians are trapped in one of the most densely populated areas on earth, including more than 1 million children. This is a clip of the U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham from the Republican Party calling live on TV for Israel to nuke Gaza.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That we decided to destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese. We decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was
After 3 years of fighting, and only because they wanted to show it off to the Soviets. You fucking dumb cunt.
the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose. Can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do.
Historical revisionism. You are doing historical revisionism as a sitting U.S. senator. Fuck yourself.
To survive as a Jewish state.
Senator, again, military officials say the
Whatever you have to
technology
do.
has changed.
I'm going to respond to a few things there. In particular, the myth that the U.S. had to use nuclear bombs in order to end World War II.
Right.
In fact,
thanks for the clip.
Census Bureau data says America's population is older than it's ever been. About 18.
That's what I'm saying. It was never okay. What are you talking about? You psycho.
% of Americans are 65 years old or older. In 30 years, it's projected they'll represent 28% of the population. And as that demographic grows, some of them are reimagining retirement. Ali Rogan's report is part of our series, Rethinking Aging.
76-year-old Shelly Malinoff doesn't go to work anymore, but she doesn't feel retired.
Retired?
The exercise class.
She's
And I
retired.
leave it a little early to get to water aerobics at 9 o'clock. And then there's Tai Chi. And then I'm taking
Is that
3 classes
aged
on
Kamala
top of
Harris?
this. So I do need to have time to do my homework. The hardest thing is not to do too much.
You have a busier schedule than most
Probably.
millennials I know.
Yeah, which is great.
Shelley lives at Mirabella, a luxury apartment complex for older adults right on Arizona State University's campus in
I
Tempe.
wonder how much she pays
She
for
has
that.
access to ASU classes and facilities, and most important to her, access to the community.
No, Thursday's a busy day.
That's actually pretty cool.
Charity Morrison is a graduate student here studying music, and she's part of Shelley's regular social group. She's also one of Mirabella's artists in residence who perform for and with.
Oh, I'd play cards with grannies all day. You kidding me? Great idea. This is a great idea. I support this.
Their older neighbors.
One of the things that I really admire about Shelley is the moment we met, she speaks so positively of the people around her and the experiences around her. That's a characteristic that I really would love to emulate.
You meet people that you had never, ever met before. I mean, how Charity comes to dinner. We're going to be cooking. Where would I have met someone like Charity?
University-based retirement communities are popping up at campuses countrywide. But Mirabella
That's
Lifelong
such an
Learning Director
interesting
Lindsay
idea.
Beagley says fewer is integrated into everyday campus life as ASU's model.
These folks are really kind of pioneering the new retirement, which is a lifestyle that's centered on learning and deep purposeful engagement.
Studies show that intergenerational relationships are mutually beneficial. Young people gain
And
self-esteem.
you know what else the benefit of this is? Universities get another way to make money off you. Awesome. So you give them money in your 20s, and then you give them all your money at the end of your life. Great. I changed my mind. Fuck this idea.
have better attitudes about older adults, and interacting with young people boosts the mental and physical health of their older counterparts.
Okay, my friends, these are the preschoolers coming in, so they've got a lot of energy.
One case study is the Benavia Community Center for Older Adults in Arizona's West Valley, where many members are in the early stages of dementia. One of its biggest draws is an on-site preschool. Activities with Benavia's grandmas and grandpas are built into the curriculum.
I stay out too late. I'm nothing
Music.
We had one little boy, and he was just sobbing, and I just kind of patted him, and then pretty soon he just slid right off my lap, went with the other kids and started playing.
Peterson has mild cognitive impairment, which led to depression and anxiety. Her daughter Kathy says that children are a powerful antidote.
I think the best treatment is socializing, and working with those kids is so cheerful. And I think that has really helped.
An added bonus, the kids benefit from these intergenerational interactions too. Alina Smallman's 3-year-old daughter Luna attends Benavia's preschool.
She's had so much fun in a couple of the different activities that they do that she'll just tell me about it for days, or she'll ask me when she gets to go and see them again.
Do you like being with the grandmas and grandpas? Do you have favorite grandmas and grandpas?
Luna didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, so she didn't name names. Arizona is a popular retirement destination, but all across the country, there are plenty of programs for people who prefer to stay where they are.
Literally, I did
Here in the nation's capital, and
diagnostics, and it was possible solution: reset your router. And I was like, okay, that's right, because I already reset the one next to me, and then I DM'd you just DM me the link and I'll join on my phone. And I turned around and the router was already resetting itself, and it was on the third light, right? So I was I'm just gonna wait, because potentially if I don't unplug this, it will come back on sooner. And I was right. That's what happened.
A number of neighborhoods are bridging the generational divide for far less money. 77-year-old Fred O'Regan first moved to Washington, D.C.'s neighborhood 40 years ago.
With 3 children, they grew up on this street. They went to public schools here in D.C. They were walking to school.
That's weird.
His kids moved out long ago, but O'Regan is still a fixture in the neighborhood. He pays $50 a year to be part of his neighborhood's village movement. It's a grassroots initiative that helps older adults stay connected to their communities. There are 270 villages.
It's cutting out again. He's gone. He's gone.
It's nationwide, with dozens more in development. The first started in 2002 with a group of older neighbors in Boston.
They wanted to change the paradigm of aging, and they didn't want to move. They love their community, and how to do that.
Barbara Hughes Sullivan is the executive director of the Village to Village Network, which connects individual communities.
They looked at the resources that were available to them. What are the things as they're aging they are going to need, such as possibility of transportation, most certainly social programs and more interaction, but also the capacity to volunteer.
Watch out for this guy here. Hold on. Get these kids out of the way.
Fred O'Regan volunteered volunteers with the village's Safe Streets initiative, a collaboration with the DC government.
See,
Every school day in front of the local elementary is closed during drop-off.
I don't know. I'm pretty.
Fred's job twice a week is to
I'm
guide
pretty
students
off
to
the
the
grid.
school's entrance.
I didn't join the
Even
village
if they
because I
wanted
was
to.
I
It's
joined
like-
the village because of its involvement in the overall community.
Principal
The tracking that they'd have, knowing that they're agents to like specifically find out my information and stuff, like, you know, it's pretty difficult. Because like even in Syracuse, I'm not actually in Syracuse, so they'd have to know what also like place I was there from there, and then like not even packages arrive to my house if I try to ship them to my address. So I think I'm gonna be okay.
Jessica Morales says the school needs the villagers.
Without our volunteers, we
I wish I was in a place where I could get assassinated. It's
reciprocal
fucking
kind of
isolated
relationship.
out here. It
They're
sucks.
keeping us safe, and we're also building relationships with everyone.
Some villages charge up to $900 a
Can't
year
wait
to
to like
support a small
actually
paid staff,
be able to
but that's still
afford like
far
an
less than
Uber
other
just to like go somewhere.
Dude, this is amazing. I just had someone respond to me on Instagram saying it's literally CNN propaganda and opinion pieces that RFK had worms in his brain. He literally said it. You
It was
fucking idiot.
one worm. It was only one.
Yeah, and it's starved to death. What does that tell you?
for seniors. The average annual cost of adult day
The
programs
only
is
thing that breached his blood-brain barrier was the fucking worm.
$1,000, and full-time living arrangements can range between $50,000 and $100,000.
There you go.
We have a very large population of middle class folks in this country, and they are not poor enough to receive state, local governmental support services, but they're not wealthy enough to pay for those services either. Villages appeal to all
This is
spectrums,
what I'm
all
talking about,
economic
a
and
fake middle class.
socioeconomic
This is what I'm
communities,
talking about.
because it's
This is what. Oh. So you're actually just as poor as the poor people, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
it's there for everyone.
There are younger members of the village, which is great, and there are older members, and together that's the melding that really takes place, and that's the sort of dynamism. So, and it's good for younger
This
kids
guy
to
in his
interact with
commie
older people,
hat.
to see that these aren't just stuffy old people waiting for their wheelchair. There's an integration process to this as well. So it's meaningful to me.
Back in
I
Arizona,
agree with
Shelley
this policy
Malinoff
only
often
to
winds
get
down her day in the kitchen.
Grand
She was
out
solo
of the
when we
house and interacting with multicultural people.
So they're less racist?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, the grumpy old lady who's mad about people touching their lawn because they
Because they don't have pure white skin.
No, because they cut through their yard. There's just this old lady. We used to literally bully her because like we were punk skateboarders. But like,
and she would get mad as soon as you.
No,
touched
she
her grass.
started the beef. Okay, she started the beef. So like, there's like a manhole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the way it's like paved, it's almost like you can like kind of like drop in from the manhole. Like it's like a short
Okay.
little like drop ramp, the way the road is paved. And so like you can like do like you can ride up onto it and like do like stalls on the manhole cover and stuff. And like that's what we were doing. And because they're like loud, it's loud kids and skateboards and stuff. She came out and she's like, I don't want any more rollerblades on my lawn. Right. And then she also, one time she asked me about, somebody egged my house. Do you know who it was? And it wasn't us. This is like, she's like, I yelled at these kids for cutting through my yard. And it's like, why do you care? That's why you got eggs on your house. Shut the fuck up. Like, you're in one of the nicest neighborhoods. Like, oh my God, lady. And like, she would like go for walks every day. And we would just be like high as fuck in the garage. And and I'd tell people like kids were like smoking for the first time. And I convinced them that it was a zombie walking by.
He visited, but she often entertains.
I don't want to be in a place with just older people because you're really limiting yourself. So I feel it does make me feel better, really, being with younger people. I never had kids.
Yeah,
so
it's so
for me,
important.
I could adopt them. And I don't ever feel like they think of us as these old folks.
Malinoff doesn't think of herself that way either. For PBS News Weekend, I'm Allie Brogan in Phoenix.
Epic PBS story.
More
again.
than a year of
Oh God.
brutal war in Sudan between Sudan's army and a rebel paramilitary force has killed tens of thousands of people and forced more than 8 million to flee their homes. Some 5 million are now at risk of starvation. As Nick Schifrin reports, there is new evidence of ethnic cleansing. Nick?
That's right, Amna. This
New
week, Human
evidence.
Rights Watch provided that evidence of not only ethnic cleansing, but also war crimes and crimes against humanity against the paramilitary rapid support forces in Western Sudan's Darfur. It's there that the RSF and this new war have produced the world's largest...
It'd be much easier if you just called them the Janjaweed.
Well, they're not just Janjaweed anymore.
Now
it's
new
Janjaweed.
They've merged.
No, it's like how like Al Qaeda in Iraq merged with 6 other groups to form the Mujahideen Sharia Council, which was like just Daesh at the time. They just there's like, and then like then that immediately went to shit because like they were like, these are our leaders, and then the U.S. killed those people. It's like it's mostly Janjaweed.
Hundreds of thousands still at risk.
I'll be back in a second.
Darfur's El Janina, they lived to tell the tale of what happened here, of history being repeated.
History being repeated.
Beginning last summer, local activists bore witness to what Human Rights Watch and the U.S. government label ethnic cleansing. They recorded how their city of 500,000 was burned, where there used to be homes and schools that became shelters for the displaced. There is now only ash.
The targets were members of the Masalit tribe, many women and children who suffered looting.
That's literally human remains. That's cool.
Violence unleashed by the paramilitary rapid support forces, or RSF, and other Arab militias.
The RSF descends from government-backed Janjaweed militias.
There you go.
Thousands brutally crushed an uprising and killed hundreds of thousands of non-Arab. The U.S. labeled it genocide.
What the fuck?
These 2020.
I called it. No, because they said history being repeated. I said when they said history being repeated, I said they're going to say they're the Janjaweed.
Yeah.
But also they said other Arab militia, and that's why I say like they still incorporate those Arab militias under the RSF banner.
Yeah. Like how fucking good is PBS though? Like realistically, we're looking at it as like an objective. You want a story. What you're being told is factual. Nothing you're really being misled. I think PBS is probably pretty fucking up there,
I know.
honestly.
Frontline is also like one of the best shows ever made for news. Frontline is awesome.
Honestly, every single time we watch something from PBS that's covering a very complicated...
You should watch the PBS Putin Files.
They almost always fucking nail it.
The
It's
Putin
crazy.
Files is like, it's like an entire series of interviews with all the people in the state apparatus of the United States, right? And it's like a multi-hour thing.
Okay.
There's a lot of it.
Interesting. That does sound... What's it called? The Putin Files.
Yeah. And
I'll write it down.
it's just talking head interviews with all these people. But it's done very well. It flows together very well.
Okay. By the NewsHour last summer, are part of a new Human Rights Watch report released this week. The Masalit will not come home.
Tens of thousands of them have been forced to flee and are now refugees who fill camps in neighboring Chad. Human Rights Watch says this is what the RSF's violence was designed to do, drive them from their homes permanently.
For the past year, the people of Sudan have suffered slaughter, crimes against humanity, sexual violence, ethnic cleansing at the hands of the rapid response forces.
Tom Perriello is the U.S. Special Envoy for Sudan.
Yeah, I couldn't
UN
even
now
tell
warning
you
of a new RSF
how
assault
many
on
fucking
Al-Fasher, home
hours
to Sudan's largest
there
camp
is
for
of
the
this
displaced.
series. Like it's
Doctors
its
Without
own
Borders
series
says
that
some
they kept
15,000
producing.
children there are suffering
Did
from
you
acute
notice that he got the
malnutrition.
name of the
RSF
RSF
and its
from?
leadership are rooted in the Janjaweed.
What did he
militias who
say?
committed genocide 20 years ago when I first went to Darfur.
You
and in
missed it, huh?
particular, if we see the fall of...
I was too busy
Special
looking
Envoy for
at how
Sudan.
many Putin
We
Files
and the UN
episodes
are now
there
warning of
are.
a new RSF assault on El-Fasher, home to Sudan's largest camp for the displaced. Doctors Without Borders says some 15,000 children there are suffering from acute malnutrition.
The RSF and
RSF
Reported by the NewsHour last summer, are part of a new Human Rights Watch report released this week. The Masalit will not come home.
Tens of thousands of them have been forced to flee and are now refugees who fill camps in neighboring Chad. Human Rights Watch says this is what the RSF's violence was designed to do, drive them from their homes permanently.
For the past year, the people of Sudan have suffered slaughter,
Yeah.
crimes against humanity, sexual violence, ethnic cleansing at the hands of the rapid response forces.
Tom
Yep.
Perriello is the U.S. Special Envoy for
That's. I
Sudan.
think you can actually call them that as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but also
Okay.
they call them like because they're a quick reaction force. but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I have heard somebody call them that as well.
Okay, it just stuck out to me because I haven't heard them called that before. That's all. Okay, that's clarification. That's all we needed.
Now warning of a new RSF assault.
That's fine. That's fine.
I don't
It just
know.
stuck
I
out
don't
to me,
know.
so
It
I'm like-
still is wrong. It still is wrong. Great.
I would say it's wrong as well. But
Because the thing is, so if you type in rapid response forces on its own, it comes up with rapid reaction force, rapid response force, quick reaction force, quick response force, immediate reaction force, rapid deployment force, or quick maneuver force is a military or police unit capable of responding to emergencies in a very short time frame. And if you're referring to them as that being what the type of unit they are,
sure, then you're technically correct.
yeah, but no, I agree. He was wrong.
Okay.
On El Fasher, home to Sudan's largest camp for the displaced. Doctors Without Borders says some 15,000 children there are suffering from acute malnutrition.
The RSF and its leadership are rooted in the Janjaweed militias who committed genocide 20 years ago when I first went to Darfur. And in particular, if we see the fall of El Fasher, we will see a new level of suffering for this war.
The other side of this civil war, which has turned residential streets into battlegrounds, is the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF.
Dude, there's
which the US
so
is
much
specially used
PBS
for war
Putin
crimes.
stuff. Because there's that's
This
just
week,
one. The
USAID
Putin files is
Administrator
just like the
Samantha Power
start of
accused
it,
the
right?
Sudanese
Then
Armed
they have
Forces of,
Putin and the
quote,
presidents,
humanitarian
and they
aid
got
from
John
region
Bolton
Darfur.
on
And
here.
she said nearly
Like, there's
900,000
so
of
much
Darfur's
PBS
most vulnerable
propaganda
have
on
received
why
no
Putin
assistance
is
at all
bad.
since early April, ahead of what she called looming famine. To discuss the situation in Darfur and Human Rights Watch's new report, I'm joined by Tarana Hassan, Human Rights Watch's Executive Director. Tarana Hassan, thank you very much. Welcome to the NewsHour. You guys collected 221 witness statements from the worst hit parts of Darfur.
What's
What did those
interesting,
witnesses tell you?
I think the most interesting thing about Sudan
and documented grueling testimony
is
from
specifically
survivors,
the
eyewitnesses of the attacks
first
on
military
the
crackdown that the
massacred
military
and
uses
non-Arab,
against
populations
protesters by
in
sending
El
the rapid
Geneina.
support forces
What we
against them.
documented, as you noted in your report,
It's like
reportage, was that
extremely
there's most definitely
documented
been all indications
because
that,
it happened in this period of time. You know how people are the idiots, like I don't know what tea they're drinking, where they're like, how come there's no footage of this Ukraine war, you know? But it's like,
yeah.
But like people are blown away. It's like, wow, you know, the Ukraine war is the first war in HD, the first war that's being fought online.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it's not. So like the Sudan crackdown came in this period when like we were pioneering the open source like journalist network. And they like I don't know who, I think it's BBC, and it's like the live stream massacre or something, but they literally take like hundreds of sources of like cell phone cameras and all that stuff, and they compose like a timeline of events of like the massacres and genocide that takes place when this army crackdown happened. You know, and like and these guys, the rapid support forces, they're posting this shit. They're posting their war crimes and shit.
Yeah.
It's extremely online. They're posting through it. Like they have guys in Qatar and doing their fucking stuff, you know. Then they have guys in Doha doing negotiations. Like it's crazy how online it is. People just don't care because it's Africa.
No. Yeah, exactly.
is taking place, the violence and the targeted killings and attacks on the Masalit and other non-Arab communities has been shows all the hallmarks of ethnic cleansing, but we have also documented war crimes and crimes against humanity that have been committed by the rapid support forces, as well as
Nothing to say here, YouTube.
allied militia across
Definitely nothing to
Darfur,
say here.
particularly in
They're
El
just
Geneina.
camels.
So you know this
Yeah,
campaign
yeah,
has
it's
been
just
absolutely
camels.
brutal. Our researchers have been on the ground and speaking to people inside Sudan for the last 10 months, and we have documented a
They're
comprehensive
just
account
sleeping.
of the large-scale atrocities that have taken place. We are talking about you know, houses and entire neighborhoods
man,
being burnt to the ground.
this
and
is
looted.
not
We have documented
subject to
thousands
joke
of
about.
people that have been killed, but we really don't know what the true death toll is. It could be
I don't know
much, much
myself.
larger. And as you noted earlier, 500,000 people are now driven from Darfur into Chad, you know, by the violence. And even
How much?
on their
500,000?
journeys, they told us that they were continued to be hunted down,
Crazy.
targeted, and attacked, women raped on the journey to safety in Chad.
As I noted, the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, descends from the Janjaweed militias, which in the 2000s were accused of genocide. Do you believe, does Human Rights Watch believe that it's possible
that, and remember,
genocide is happening?
I just want to point out from the start of our reporting, I said that people will come around because the genocide was going to be, but that's
which?
not important. The important part is from the start. I said
Sudan.
there's no way to tell this story without acknowledging that the RSF is the Janjaweed, because it culminates from that genocide that did not get prosecuted. So that's why we are so critical on nobody recognizing it at first. But now the worst has happened. They literally said in the start of this package, he said, where history is repeating itself. Literally, the same people who did genocide here before are back again doing a second genocide. And nothing is being done about it. And the first one was sponsored by fucking oil companies, right?
And we were, what, a year ahead of it?
Oh, no, this one. Well, I remember we're looking, if you look at a Christopher Hitchens thing when we were making fun of Hitchens, we actually bring the RSF up there. Ace is like, they call it like Rapid Response Forces or something, because they talk, James brings up the Janjaweed in that video. And it's probably the first time we mentioned them.
Interesting.
And like, I was like, what the fuck? Where have I heard that before? And it's only like after, when I was editing, I was like, oh shit.
Interesting. Yeah, this is
The only thing that they can do better is connecting them to Gaddafi. That's the only like thing they could additionally add at this point. They've pretty much hit every angle that you need to.
Yeah.
Happening again.
What we have been able to conclude from our current research is that there are most definitely war crimes and crimes against humanity have been committed. We also believe that there is the possibility that some of the acts that we have documented were genocidal in nature. And what that really means is there needs to be an investigation and a collection of evidence so
and
that
here's
an
the thing.
international court
Darfur,
can actually...
before, it was so disconnected from the world. Like, you literally couldn't get there, right? Journalists literally, it was like Gaza. Journalists couldn't get in. You would have to literally like go across the border. You would have to like sneak into the country to cover Darfur. Go look up, see if you can find documentaries of journalists going there when the war is going on. I guarantee you, they all start with, we stuck into the country over the border. So like now there's actual like forensic evidence that they've posted themselves. There's so much more evidence.
Interesting.
And it's not like anyone denies that the genocide happened before.
Are they denying it now?
No. Oh,
No?
are they that they're doing genocide now? Probably. They're probably saying, nope, we're not. It's the other guys. It's both sides.
Gather evidence to be able to see if the crime of genocide has taken place.
It has.
This isn't just, though, about if it has taken place. We are now at a point where these same forces, the Rapid Support Forces and their allied militias, are currently surrounding the town of El Fasher. So we should be talking also about genocide prevention. We know where we are on the cusp of mass atrocities if the international community doesn't start to mobilize to ensure that there is some sort of force, some sort of mechanism to ensure that there is civilian protection. What we have seen in El Janina is a very grim snapshot about, and indicates what could happen and the atrocities that could unfold in El Fasher in the coming days or weeks.
You just said some kind of mechanism. What does the international community need to do? What does the United States need to do to try and help prevent
UN peacekeepers
further
need to be
atrocities,
there
especially
yesterday.
El Fasher, which, as we noted, is the location
Even though
of
UN
the largest
missions
collection
have
of
not
internally
been
displaced.
looked at very favorably.
That's right. I mean, the population of El Fasher is approximately 1.5 million people, if not more. So the level of urgency that we need to see from the United Nations,
like, what was
African
Kharkiv,
Union,
8 million?
is that they should urgently deploy a mission to Sudan to protect civilians, and they should start in locations where the most are at risk of these deliberate attacks. But on top of that, we need to track back and look at where are the weapons coming from. So there are arms embargoes already, but we know that they are in place for Darfur. They need to be expanded to all of Sudan, because outside of the Darfur region, we also know that there are possible war
So what
crimes
happened
being
to
committed
Kenya's
across the
peacekeepers
country.
that were going to go to
And
Haiti?
one of
Well,
the
I
reasons
mean, the
we
government
are
fell.
seeing this
So. And also,
sort of
Kenya
level of just
going
uncontrolled
into Darfur is a little dicey.
Yeah.
violence, and the Rapid Support Forces
Because
committing
like
these atrocities
Kenya,
town after town is
Kenya has business interest with the oil in South Sudan because they border South Sudan, of course. So like here, wow! It took me. I just had to type in Kenya, Sudan, and I got a picture of it. So,
kids and teens.
Like when we talk about Belt and Road and American infrastructure investment, this has long been kind of like a plan. I constantly say that like this region is a future economic region. Like if the planet can hold together with climate change and stuff, and like South Sudan is in such dire need of economic and infrastructure investments that this would be like so good for the region. But like this is a very hostile region with Darfur being right over here, and then you have like the DRC insurgency is along this border. Then you, like Joseph Kony's in here, and like I think he's over in DRC. You know, he was like upper Uganda, and then like Rwanda's like right down here.
Teenagers under 14 in South Australia could be banned from accessing social media platforms. The SA government has brought in a former High Court justice to examine legal pathways to impose the ban, but at least one expert has questioned whether it's a good idea.
Remember when South Sudan's president pissed his pants?
No, that's funny.
A ban would help young people improve their mental health.
The excessive use of social media within of itself is actually doing harm to our young people's mental health. And then more.
What if they install happiness meters? Like it's like the iPhone's already constantly scanning your face. It should scan you for smiles, and it should have like a smiles per minute thing. And that way we put it on the company's algorithms to make kids smile and make it incentivized to show kids happy things.
That's funny.
By completely being invasive of their privacy and everything.
Illicit content having a particularly bad effect.
It is Australia. It's on the books.
Is it amounting into some real world statistics? We're seeing
you couldn't get
in childhood depression.
You couldn't get a background without the fucking cockatoos and shit, bro.
And
like,
impossible. Impossible.
I think we're sort of at the point now that governments have to act. You know, as governments, we regularly.
That's funny. That's actually really funny. Did you see what came up?
No.
And it's broken.
That's YouTube.
Spike in childhood depression, childhood anxiety at its most extreme end. We've seen evidence of youth suicide. And I think we're sort of at the point now.
Is that wake up?
Just wake up.
Now that governments have to act. You know, as governments, we regularly intervene in, you know, regulating products and services where we determine that it's doing children harm. I just don't see social media being
zooming in on the Facebook icon.
Classic B-roll, like trained perfectly B-roll.
The Facebook icon.
Yeah.
Without being a troglodyte or anything, but I think
he said troglodyte.
B-roll of a cell phone.
Yeah.
It's about making sure that, you know, for children under the age of 14, they're not getting access to these platforms where we know it's doing them harm. And then for 14 and 15 year olds, we say it should occur with parental consent. And I think that's within our capability. I don't want to be naive about the fact that there are going to be difficulties.
They just got, they're just that doesn't mean we shouldn't try and do something about it. They just had the footage that they
I think we're
needed to
past
cover.
time now where we could just sit on our hands and cross our fingers.
This is just lazy now.
That the altruism of big, massive tech giants is going to see us through here. I just don't believe that's the case. I think
Australian broadcast.
How many times do we want to see them tap the Instagram
notwithstanding the difficulties, and we're going to start working our way through the issues. Now, we've made clear what our objective is. We think it's motivated by not just an emotional response, but rather as we've got a problem.
This is bad. Is this national or locally?
This is national.
Because, like, you know how, like, we'll have
government
like,
Fox
news. 5, you know?
This is ABC. This is national ABC.
Funded. So this is technically like your PBS.
Mm-hmm.
Epic.
I also, you know, would draw your viewers to the fact that
I love that it's like, what do we got that's like to remind people of kids? Let's put them by the slide.
And Florida's passed legislation signed into law coming into effect on the 1st of January next year to do exactly what we want to do in South Australia.
This is the stand-up. What do we do for the stand-up? How do we do online?
Did you hear that? I think you missed it again.
And we're going to start working our way through the issues. Now, we've made clear what our objective is. We think it's motivated by not just an emotional response, but rather evidence that says we've got a problem. And I also, you know, would draw your viewers to the fact that other parts of the world are now doing this. And Florida's passed legislation signed into law coming into effect.
Florida. Referencing a Florida law.
Yeah.
That That sounds
the best
like
source.
Move it up.
On the 1st of January next year to do exactly what we want to do in South Australia.
Uh-oh.
Now, it's going to be legally difficult. It's going to be technologically difficult. But we've got to
It's
start.
gonna be difficult.
Otherwise, we're just putting ourselves in a
It's
position
going to
where
violate the Constitution.
tens of...
We don't have a constitution.
I know.
We have a Commonwealth promise that they won't fuck us over, but they do.
Thousands upon young people aren't experiencing childhood in the way that is most healthy to their development.
I kind of agree with them. Touch grass. Touch some grass, kids.
Yeah, but like
go
the
outside,
iPads are
stuff
so
your
good.
knee.
You just put it in front of baby, and they just fucking tap on it and shut the fuck up.
Like go scuff your knee on the concrete. Go climb a tree. Fucking.
Yo Gabba
Do
Gabba
something. Pick up
babysits my kids.
caterpillars, huh?
Yo Gabba Gabba babysits my kids.
CPS should be fucking babysitting your kids if that's the case.
You
Parent.
know the Russian monk guy I told you about, who's like, you work for the government, why don't you kill yourself? So like,
Yeah.
we let him. Yeah, also, I'm pretty sure we stopped talking to him because he was a sex pest. I don't know, because I only was associated with him through my girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
And I think like years later, I came back and she said something about that. It just
Uh-huh.
obviously vibes. Anyway, I
Mm.
can tell that he was a
Mhm.
weirdo like that. Anyway, his kid was there because he's got like joint custody or something.
Mm.
And the kid's watching Yo Gabba Gabba, and he goes, "That shit is like mind control." He just keeps the kid completely like focused on the thing while he can like be in the background, literally dealing us drugs.
Catherine Page Jeffrey is a media and communications lecturer at the University of Sydney, and she joins us now in the studio. Dr. Page Jeffrey, thank you. Can I get your reaction to this proposal?
My
What do you think
reaction
about
is
the stand-up desk?
It's fine. I think
don't
it's better
think
for
this is a
morning
great
shows. I think you should have standing desks in morning shows.
Okay.
idea.
Any
While it
or
may seem
anything
like an
that's supposed to be
obvious
casual.
Yeah, okay.
solution to
Or like a couch thing could work too.
Not for the
morning
news.
shows. No, for morning shows, I mean.
Yes.
Mm.
Interview
this
shows
issue
always
into
couches.
addressing online
Yeah.
risks,
Because that
outright
way you want
bans
the
are
guest to look laid back.
Mm-hmm.
And
rarely
relaxed.
the right approach. Young people do have a right to be online. They have a right to connect.
Speaking of
with
which, did you
peers
see
and,
Conan on
and with
Hot
various
Ones?
communities of interest.
I did, yes.
It
Very funny.
might be the best Hot Ones ever made.
Putting the bones in his pocket. Hysterical.
Well, also like he had one of his writers come in as the doctor,
Yes, so funny.
and I was listening to some of his podcasts, and he was talking about like the ability to commit to the bit to like just eat the entire wing.
Yes,
You know,
yeah,
like he was,
yeah.
and then he put the sauce on his nipples.
He drank from the second hottest hot sauce. He drank it from the bottle.
Yeah,
Insane.
And then he put hot sauce on his nipples and shit. And he said he was just talking about how much it hurt after and how much he was paying for it.
I
after.
bet it did. I was so surprised at how well he was able to handle how hot those wings are.
He's just that committed to the bit.
He's that good. He's
Yeah,
that good.
He's so
He
committed
really
to
is
his
one of
craft.
the best. He really is one of the best.
Coco Melon is Al Qaeda propaganda. I'm not sure what that is, honestly. I've heard it,
Coco Melon should be banned.
but I don't think I've ever seen it.
Mm. No, the new kids shows should be permanently banned from television. They are awful. They really are. They're terrible.
Through social media
Bluey
and
won a
It's
Peabody.
lazy.
administering
It's lazy, cheap, looks
Bluey.
garbage,
Bluey.
written like shit.
What
Like,
about Bluey Dog?
awful. All of
I'd
it.
fuck that dog.
There is no exception. Every single kid
The
show
dog dad?
made for
I'd
the last
fuck that dog
15,
dad.
15 years is awful. Dog shit.
this sort of blanket ban denies them all of those benefits and opportunities.
So some are arguing
And
it
you got a lot
simply
of 'em.
won't
I love
work.
dogs. You
That's
love
the
dogs.
reason it shouldn't be implemented. You're not saying that. You're saying in and of itself, you don't think this is the right approach. You want that flipped on to the companies essentially with those parameters. Tell us about that.
Well, I think there's probably many reasons why it won't
God,
work,
this
including
brilliance.
ones that others have cited.
Jabbering at each other like this, so hard to listen to. The birds I got more out of, honestly.
really the responsibility should be on platforms to make sure that these services that they are providing are safe for all users.
Yes,
and
there will be no
but fundamentally, I
responsibility
think
without regulation from the government. And I just want to say, like, one of the funniest things was when Elon was allowing politicians to be basically impersonated, and the one guy is like, "Fix your companies or Congress will." You know, like, you need to be able to do that, right? And then he's like, "Are you
Yes.
suggesting you're going to use your political power to threaten me?" And it's like,
Yes. That's adds up.
yes,
Yeah, that's literally the government's
yes.
job.
If
If it
you're
has to
breaking the
exist,
law,
it's
yes, we
to
will.
stop companies from fucking people over. That's literally the one job a government should do, if it has to exist, is to regulate corporations so people are not getting fucked over. It's that simple. But they can't even do that because lobbying exists.
But yeah,
So you
because
take lobbying
they
away.
benefit from the corporations.
Exactly. So you take lobbying away, and the politicians go back to being politicians, actual definitionally politicians, instead of what they are
the
now,
pussy
which is
phone.
corporate sluts. That's all politicians are. They're sluts for money. They get paid and they put out. That's it. They're politicians.
the issue here
It's
is
very simple.
that young people
And
do
you
have
pay
that
them
right to be
too with your
digitally
fucking
engaged,
taxes, and
and
you
to
get
just
nothing.
put that ban to
You're a
deny
pay
them that
pig.
is really putting the emphasis in the
You're
wrong
a
area.
cunt.
I think the answer to this is not simple. It's not straightforward. There's no silver bullet. There is this multifaceted approach
Oh, look, we're
that
back
needs
to
to
the
be taken
B-roll.
to addressing online
Fuck
risk.
yeah.
The social media companies, though, really have dragged their feet on this. So I mean, the operative word there being
Is
should.
virtual
They
biz?
should be doing this. Would
No.
a ban like this being proposed
Joe
put the
Biden is the pimp.
pressure there? Because we heard from Peter Malinauskas, the SA Premier, this morning saying
Trump is
to
way
the
more
companies,
of
you've
a
got a choice.
slut.
You can work with us to see this change being effective and practical, or work against us and face a tidal wave of concern.
Yeah, look, I think that is the key question.
Yeah, he has a type,
how do
specifically
we
men named BB.
put that pressure on these extremely powerful platforms to be more transparent?
Okay, that's just saying the same thing. Goodbye.
Birds. That was crazy how birds were just mainly all I heard through the whole thing. You know, the first part birds, second part birds.
Hundreds of people have been killed and more than 1,600 injured in flash flooding in northern Afghanistan, authorities said on Sunday. The Taliban-run refugee ministry says thousands of homes have been damaged and livestock wiped out following heavy rain. Meanwhile, aid groups warn of widening havoc as healthcare facilities
And their
vital
fucking ovens
infrastructure
are in the
also
ground
being
too, aren't
damaged.
they?
For those who
Generally?
survived, like Mohammed Yaqub,
Don't they have the ground ovens?
Yeah.
In most places, so they can't even cook.
the bread in the oven that way.
They couldn't even cook. Not not with that anyway. So that's interesting. Yeah, interesting. It's only north, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Northern
it's gonna
Afghanistan?
because
Yeah.
like it's so mountainous that the flooding often is isolated to certain districts,
Yes.
is burying the dead.
and it's also
The flash floods
devastating.
destroyed all our houses.
Yeah.
I lost 13 members of my family, including women and children. So many livestock have been destroyed as well.
Crazy.
But moving forward isn't simple, and people are struggling to cope.
We have no food, no drinking water, no shelter, no blankets, nothing at all. The floods have destroyed everything. Out of 42 houses, only 2 or 3 houses remain. The floods have destroyed the entire valley.
In a statement, the Taliban's economy minister
What a
urged
fucking
the
country,
United Nations
man. Just like look at that.
I mean,
That is wild.
You'll often see that with a lot of places. Like the sometimes they'll only be like a white sheet, and they'll be carrying the body by hand.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
and private businesses to provide support for those affected by the flooding. Afghanistan is prone to natural disasters, and the UN considers it one of the countries most vulnerable to climate change. But following the Taliban takeover after foreign forces withdrew in 2021,
that's the
sparkled
thing.
a shortfall in aid.
Like
That's
the
because development
Afghanistan really needed was the fucking Taliban to be put back in power. Honestly, like climate change is gonna be so bad. There's like, it's just basically it's gonna get to the point where there's gonna be no people there anymore.
Yeah,
I mean hunger.
aid
Already, like is doing ravage. Like, it's so bad.
Own of government finances was cut. This has worsened in subsequent years as foreign governments grapple with competing global crises and growing condemnation of the Taliban's curbs on Afghan women.
The last time I got a message from him was May 2nd, telling me that he wasn't coming home.
The wife of U.S. Army soldier Gordon Black, who was arrested in Russia earlier this month,
The wife.
told Reuters in an exclusive interview that she witnessed his Russian girlfriend stab him during a video call to his 6-year-old daughter months before his detention. Megan Black became
So you knew he
emotional as
was
she explained
fucking
that they were
somebody
finalizing
behind
their
your
divorce
back.
when he was arrested.
That's
Her attorney, Jeff
this
Linnick,
gets
detailed the
weirder.
fight that broke out
This
during the
is
video
weird.
She got a call out of the blue from him, insisting on speaking with his daughter. She was not expecting the call. When she got it, he was
oh my
apparently in
God.
a taxi cab of some sort. But at some point in the midst of this, a woman entered into the picture and apparently started yelling something at him in Russian. She doesn't speak Russian, so she doesn't know exactly what was stated, but she was
Russian.
obviously in the vehicle with him. At some point, this escalated into where she actually pulled a knife on him, and the altercation escalated dramatically, which I believe, at which point I think you had cut off the call at that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Gordon Black could not be reached for comment about the video call.
Really?
He did not respond to a request for comment about his case. Reuters was also unsuccessful in reaching Black through the State Department.
Damn.
POC Gordon Black.
Black, seen here in video from 2009, had been stationed in Seoul, South Korea. The Army Staff Sergeant was arrested on May 2nd in Russia's far eastern city of Vladivostok and is being held in pre-trial confinement accused of theft after an argument, according to Russian authorities. Megan Black says the case has hurt their daughter's image of her father.
She's very upset. She now looks at her dad as a bad man.
She said she met her husband in
He
2014
was.
at a bar in Killeen, Texas, and recalled that he was charming at first.
He was good to me at one point. He said to me as I was different because I had this speech impairment.
Things began to sour in 2018, and he initiated divorce
He
proceedings.
said you were
shortly-
different because you had a speech impediment.
he knew
Okay.
that he
Not
looked like a
necessarily the
person.
pickup line.
Yes, I don't think so.
I'm not sure. Are you saying there's a dispute over lifestyle issues? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Look, I think they had some disputes as to how they were to continue their personal lives and personal relationships.
She said she first learned of the Russian girlfriend around January of 2022, when she saw pictures of them together on Facebook. Black broke Army rules by traveling to Russia without authorization and flew through China to get there, according to the Pentagon.
Bro,
Neither Russian authorities, the Pentagon, nor Black's
he's
wife
gonna
has
get back to America and go straight to jail. They're gonna throw him straight in military prison. He's fucked. They're gonna get him for desertion, probably.
I mean,
that's gonna be epic. What a doofus. What a fucking dickhead.
Search and rescue operations continue in Indonesia's West Sumatra province on Monday after deadly flash floods and mudslides. Dozens were killed over the weekend, authorities said, while rescuers carried on searching for missing people. 400 personnel, including rescuers, police, and military, have been deployed, helped by at least 8 excavators and drones. Torrential rain on Saturday evening triggered floods, landslides, and cold lava flow in 3 districts in the province. The cold lava flow is a mud-like mixture of volcanic ash, rock debris, and water. It came
There, I
from
gave you
Mount
all the best
Merapi,
PBS
one of
playlist
Sumatra's
about
most
Russia.
active volcanoes.
Yeah, I just saw.
In December, more than 20 people were killed after Merapi erupted. A series of eruptions has followed since. In Agam district, over 150 people were evacuated to nearby schools.
The flooding was sudden, and obviously the river became blocked, which resulted in the flow of water everywhere. It was out of control.
Almost 200 houses were damaged in the floods, and a large area of land, including rice fields,
VOA
were affected,
or
according
Reuters?
to the National Disaster and
What do you
Management
mean? This is Reuters.
There's only
Agency,
2 places that will
ENPP.
actually have reporters with accents, you know?
Elaine Bartels was sitting on the end of her bed when the tornado slammed into her house without warning.
Next minute, I heard this bang in the bedroom, and I just sort of stood up, and the whole roof has caved in.
No birds.
just missed me. And there's a
No
massive
birds.
beam across the bed, isn't it, with nails and that in it.
She went outside to investigate.
And then
Nails
it was all
in there,
coming
innit?
towards me. There was a roof, there was glass, there was timber.
Elaine took shelter under the doorframe until the danger passed.
Felt like it might have been a couple of minutes, but someone said it's only 8 seconds.
That's all it took for her home to be ripped apart. Her husband, Doug, wasn't home when it struck. When he saw the state their house was in, he was relieved to find Elaine safe.
The next thing that struck me is all our debris off our roof had been scattered pretty well all over the suburb. And the one thing that I was real concerned about, that somebody was going to be hurt by it. And we're really glad that no one was actually hurt by it. That'd been bloody awful.
Yeah.
Eh? Friday's freak tornado saw winds so powerful, they picked up this steel beam from the roof of Doug and Elaine's car garage, throwing it into bushland across from their house. The tornado damaged 220 homes in Bunbury, 16 severely and 9 deemed uninhabitable. Authorities are continuing to warn people to stay away from asbestos.
This is Australia.
Obviously, with the tornado, there's damage to properties, fences, etc. that contained asbestos materials. It's been scattered around the area.
They are also warning of more bad weather this weekend.
And although the timber looks pretty bad, and when you look at the inside, it looks like like a war zone. The actual structural, it can be recouped.
Many homeowners are now deciding whether to repair or rebuild.
We really urge residents to make sure that their properties are prepared, and those that have been in the impact area have taken actions to secure their houses from further damage.
A long road to recovery as winter approaches. Alex Govan, ABC News, Bunbury.
I can't remember where Bunbury is. I think it's WA. Yeah, it is WA. So it's in Western Australia. A tornado in Western Australia. That's so fucking weird. Anyway, we'll end it on the tornadoes. John's not here though, because I think
cleaning out my
we're
nostrils.
done. We're done. We're done.
Cleaning
That's
out my
news.
nostrils.
Fair enough. That's news. Everybody.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I even wanted to look at.
No,
At
I
this
think
point, I don't
everything.
know.
No, I think we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. That's news, everyone. That's Monday's news. Weekend news. Natural disasters and cringe stuff.
I didn't
War
see
crimes.
only news.
Yes. Come back for more in 2 days. In 2 days.
That's it, Buster. No more military aid.
Oh, hopefully they'll say that to Israel.
All right. Goodbye.